The story begins with the main character thinking that he never thought that people could do this, but in the end they still defeated him, the only red dragon in the world. The witch who stands behind the crowd of people says that they must concentrate their energy in the vital organs. The main character wonders who this witch is. Has there always been someone so powerful in their ranks? The witch casts one of her spells and says he must die. The warriors rush to attack and say that he will pay for everything. A very high cloud of dust rises from their battle, and the main character wonders, is this really his retribution? But in his entire life, he never set foot on human lands, and on the contrary, for thousands of years people made attempts on his life over and over again, at the cost of their lives and flesh. And in the end, the people were able to kill him. It's probably all old age. He doesn't remember the exact details of what happened before his death. Some time ago, people notice a red dragon sitting on a rock and say that they have found the dragon's lair. The dragon enters the battle and thinks that the only thing he remembers is that whenever he found a place to call home, people appeared as if out of nowhere, chasing and attacking his kind. These people killed his friends, his family, and in the end, he was the only dragon left. He has no one else to lose. The only thing he continues to hold on to in this life is revenge. So that when he is attacked, he answers, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. However, it is all over now. He can finally rest in peace. The dragon finds himself in an unknown space, and someone says that she should look at him. The dragon wonders what that sound is. He opens his eyes and sees a man who says that she should look at how cute he is. The man looks with strong emotion at the child in whom the dragon has been reborn. He is very confused by what is happening and wonders why he is in the hands of this creature. He begins to cry, wave his arms in different directions, and wonders if he has really become a man. The man laughs and tells his wife that she should look at it. Their child seems to really like him. The child continues to be capricious and thinks that this dirty man should let him go. He is about to release fire from his mouth and thinks that he himself has decided to find his death. He will tear him to pieces. They will still see how all that remains of it is smoke and a handful of ashes. He tries to release the flame from his mouth, but he fails, and the man asks what is happening to him. A child spits in a man's face and calls it a giant blinding spit. The man begins to shake his head in different directions and thinks that this is disgusting. The child is embarrassed by this and wonders what is going on here. Why can't he use his magic? A woman lying on the bed reaches out to the child and says that he must go to his mother. The child is very afraid because of this and wonders what she is going to do with him. This is just some kind of hell. The woman took the child in her arms and greeted Ray. His face is red and he is thinking, what did she call him? What kind of ridiculous human name is this? Does she also say hello to him for some reason? Does she even know who he is? Since God has returned the great red dragon to the world, he still has one chance to take revenge, just as they did with them, the dragons. He will use this human body. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He will destroy all people. The man says that he was born such a frail little thing, but he has a feeling that this baby will be unbearable. No matter what, he is their little child. Ray laughs and thinks he will kill them all. For some reason, he suddenly really wanted to sleep. He closes his eyes and thinks that he is very tired. Does he really spend all his energy on controlling his mouth? Does this mean that this human body is too weak? Sometime later, Ray has matured, opens some door, and thinks that quite a lot of time has passed since he became human. He also began to look at people differently. Now he even knows the names of his parents. He no longer simply refers to them as short-haired people and long-haired people. Their names are Jack and Scarlet. They look much better than other people. His mother's soft face always attracts the eye with its friendly expression. Jack meets two people and wishes them good morning. Ray thinks his father is well-built and seems much stronger than the others. The villagers often visit them and show their respect to them. The woman says that she is so grateful to him, Lord Taran. If not for him and his excellent sword skills, then her husband would definitely have died in the Black Forest. The man agrees and says that Lady Taran is also as good as always. There is not a single magician in this wilderness. The two of them are just a match made in heaven. Scarlet says they shouldn't thank them. It is important for them that the people around them are not in danger. Jack agrees with her and says that they simply had to do this. Ray thinks it's because they are extremely talented people. Scarlet notices him crawling towards her and asks if he's awake yet. He must wait. She will bring him something to eat. The woman laughs, looking at them, and says that their baby is so smart that when he gets hungry, he crawls to them and asks for food. Is it because of the lighting that Ray's hair appears slightly red? Jack agrees and says that for some reason they don't understand. Their son's hair started turning slightly red a few days ago. Ray smiles and thinks it's great. The fact that his hair is turning red means that he might have some red dragon power left. The man leaves their house and says that then they will go. The woman goes with him and says that she really hopes that they will help them drive the monsters away from their farm. Jack waves his hand at them and says that they don't have to worry about it. Of course he will help them. They walk down the street and the man says that she should listen to him. Is there really some kind of curse on the Taran family? The woman says that they are not the most ordinary people, so anything can happen to them at any moment. Ray thinks that these people seem to be jealous of his beautiful red hair. Are they really already shaking in fear before him? Scarlet sits him down at the table and asks the baby if he is ready for dinner. Ray thinks that what he doesn't understand the most right now are these two people. He begins to eat the contents of the plate without using cutlery. This confused Scarlet, and she calls the baby and says that he is creating a mess here. Ray wonders why. No matter what happens, they never get angry with him, even if he tests them for strength over and over again. He defecates in Jack's mouth while he sleeps. He woke up because of this and asked what he was doing. He took him in his arms, laughed and said that he knew that he was a genius. Although this is not surprising, since he already knows how to defecate without their help. But next time he should try to do it in the toilet. Ray thinks that all he gets in return is a smile. If hell exists, then this certainly isn't it, right? Talented people are extremely rare in this world, and his mother, who is even rarer, is an outstanding magician. He really wants to be able to master the most powerful magic in the world. If this happened, then revenge would be much easier than he thought. Every child over the age of 2 can take a magical ability test. And today the day has finally come to test his predisposition to magic. Jack smiles at them and wishes them luck. Scarlet says he has to say goodbye to Dad. Ray waves and tries to say goodbye to him. They leave in a carriage, and he thinks that being a red dragon, he will also become an outstanding magician. He is 100% confident that he can pass this test. Jack remained standing outside the house and watched them leave. Ray thinks that if he can get his magic back, no one will ever stop him from rising to the top again. After some time within the city, Scarlet tells her son that they have come to the right place. Ray yawns and thinks that the only thing he really has to worry about is this weak body. After a short period of time, they come to the market, located at the entrance to the city. The people standing at the counter say that the boss should look at this. This is an average monster crystal. It's really in good condition. The man asks the seekers to be generous and give them at least some food. The old man drives the man away and tells this vile beggar that he must leave here immediately. It should not interfere with their trade. People who look at the man running away say that he has no shame at all. Ray looks at the people around him and thinks that it is unfortunate that even though they are all human, some people just laugh or watch the suffering of others with indifference. Who is weaker? He once considered it his duty to protect the weak, and he was very successful in this, although ultimately the result was disappointing. After a little more time, at the entrance to Roland College, where a large crowd of people had already gathered, the man says Alice Liu should come in next. They should not crowd and go one by one. They will call everyone on the list. Ray looks around and thinks there are so many people here. The woman standing behind him tries to calm her child and says that he should not be upset and they should go home. The man says Amy Brubard should go next. The girl cries, runs out of the building, and loudly says that this is not fair. Why can't she pass the exam? A woman runs after her and tells Alice that she must wait. Ray looks at them with a smile and thinks that there is no justice in this, and there never will be. The man says that he is going to the exam next. They must go forward. Scarlet is a little embarrassed by this and agrees with it. Ray calmly looks at the sphere and thinks that it is finally his turn. The old man points to the sphere and says that it can sit down. Scarlet thanked him for this. The man says that she should let her son touch the crystal ball. If he has a talent for magic, then the crystal ball will respond with radiance to his touch. The light of the appropriate color will show which element is inherent in his magic. Rei joyfully looks at this crystal ball and thinks that it has finally happened. Now the might of the great red dragon will make their jaws drop. He touches the ball and thinks that he was never as good at anything as at magic. He turns to his mother and wonders why she is crying. Is she so amazed by his talent? Or maybe he awakened in himself the magic of the same element that she had, and now she is crying with happiness. He turns to the ball and wonders why this ball doesn't glow. The old man says that he is very sorry, but her child has no predisposition to magic. Rei wonders why he doesn't have magic if he was a dragon. Actually, in his past life, he was the greatest red dragon in the world. Scarlet says it must be some kind of mistake. After all, she is a magician and graduated from this academy herself, as her child can. She doesn't have time to finish because the old man is trying to stop Rei, who hits the crystal ball with his hand. He doesn't stop and thinks that this ball must be just broken. The old man takes the ball and says that he is really sorry, but there is nothing he can do to help them. Rei gets angry about this and wonders if he's messing with him. Does he even know who he is? He is the master of magic. Scarlet was very surprised by what he was doing. She was confused and did not know what to do. Rei grabs the old man's beard and tries to tell him that he will definitely become a wizard. He will be a real magician. He wonders why he didn't have a talent for magic. He shouldn't talk nonsense. He climbed onto the old man's back and pulled him hard by the mustache with an evil laugh. The old man runs from side to side and loudly calls for security. Scarlet is embarrassed by this and says he should let him go. Rei thinks that he has become a reborn great dragon who doesn't have even an ounce of magic. This is too bad a joke from fate. Sometime later, at night in a carriage, he wonders if it's possible that God was intentionally punishing him for killing too many people, but that doesn't make sense. If God wanted to punish him that way, then he shouldn't have given him a second chance. A spark appeared in his eyes, and he thinks that he understood everything. God must be just testing him. If he can't become a magician, he must find another way to take revenge. Sometime later, the whole family sits at the table and eats. Rei calls out to his dad and asks him to teach him how to fight. Jack blushes at this and asks his son if he wants him to teach him how to wield a sword. Rei thinks that even if he cannot become a magician, he can very well become a swordsman. Then he will still have a chance to take revenge on humanity. After some time on the street, he thinks that, nevertheless, the path to revenge was not as simple as he thought. Jack stands in front of him with a wooden sword and says that he must attack him. Rei also holds a sword in his hand, stabbing it into the ground, and thinks that 2 years have passed since he began learning swordsmanship from his father, but he has never been able to defeat him. He raises the sword in front of him and agrees to it. He thinks that today everything will have to change. Rei predicts his father's actions and thinks that this is the right thing to do. He knows this attack all too well. By waiting time and constantly moving from place to place, you can wait for the right moment when he lowers his sword and attack him from the flank. Jack takes action and Rei thinks this is the right time. Everything is going as he thought. Maybe this time he can defeat him. He starts to walk towards him, but trips with one foot over the other. He begins to fall, and Jack strikes his head with his sword. After this blow, Rei screams loudly in pain. He wonders why things always happen like this. This human body does not keep up with his thoughts at all, and his hands only slow him down. Sometime later, he wakes up after that blow in his bed with a big bump on his head. Scarlet says that she is very glad that he finally woke up. Jack laughed awkwardly at what was happening. She gets angry with him and asks how dare he laugh. Couldn't he be more gentle with him? He is only 4 years old. Jack says that, however, there is only a year left until the night exam. If he continues like this, he won't be able to pass the test. Scarlet is still angry and says that this is too much work for Rei. He is not obliged to follow in their footsteps. There are enough other worthy professions in the world besides a mercenary. Jack smiles and says she doesn't have to worry. He watched his movements, and it seems to him that he simply does not have enough control over his body due to the fact that he is still too small. They still have a whole year ahead of them, so they must be sure that he will be accepted into the Avrian Knights Academy. Ray looks at them and thinks that next year the exams for the Knight Academy will be held, and they still have a whole year left. Is it already too late? He raises his hand and says they don't have to worry about it. He thinks that he is the reincarnation of a red dragon, and therefore simply cannot be as weak as an ordinary person. He says he can handle it. He will become the strongest man humanity has ever seen. Sometime later, Ray trains with a dummy and thinks that he should be physically stronger than anyone his age, but his main problem now is control. He is a little tired after training and wonders why this human body is so clumsy. People have 4 limbs, so why did they decide that it would be better to move each limb separately? Jack comes to the same place with a sword, notices him, and says that he knew that he would be here. Ray turns to him and calls for Dad. Jack hands him the sword and says that from now on this sword belongs to him. He's already strong enough to train with real weapons. Ray took this sword with both hands and is surprised that this sword is now his. Jack smiles and says that's exactly it. This sword will help him improve his body control faster. He leans towards him and quietly says that he also has a gift for him. Ray wonders if he has a gift for him. Why is he whispering about it like that? After some time in the barn, Jack says his gift is a magic puppet. Ray looks at it in surprise and asks if he called it a puppet. He agrees and says he shouldn't underestimate it. This is a magical puppet that is used to train recruits at the Avrian Knight Academy. Ray looks at this with confusion and asks, is this true? He doesn't really believe in it. It looks like the most ordinary doll. Jack smiles and says he can attack and check it out. Jack holds out his hands with a sword in his hands and says that then he will be lenient. He runs to the attack, swinging his sword and screams loudly before attacking. The puppet pays attention to him and starts the first level. Ray strikes with his sword, but the puppet blocks this blow with his shield and raises his hand with the sword back. This surprised him greatly, and he wonders what just happened. The puppet strikes with a sword and knocks the sword out of his hands. After this, the first level of the puppet was immediately disabled. Jack smiles and says it wasn't bad. If he can defeat the first level magic puppet, he will guarantee that he will be accepted into the Knight Academy. This is the merit of his father. He had to work hard to get it. Ray looks at the puppet in surprise and says that it is very cool. He thinks that very soon he will overcome this. After some time, somewhere on a mountain near the village, Ray is lying on the ground. His real sword is next to him, and he says that this is terrible. He looks at the sky and says that he cannot control his movements properly. This human body is very weak. He begins to rise and says that if this continues, he does not know when he will be able to defeat the puppet, let alone take revenge. The person watching this asks why a puppet. Ray got scared by this and ran for his sword. He took his sword, turned to this man, and asked who is here. He became confused when he noticed the man who was in front of him. The girl looks at him and asks if he is okay. She didn't want to scare him. Her name is Amy, and she lives in the village. She saw him here so late all alone, so she wanted to remind him to come down from the mountain early. Embarrassed, Ray put his sword away, laughed, and said that he understood her. She took him by surprise. Is it really that dangerous here? Amy says that he is not in danger during the day, but monsters may appear in the forest nearby after dark. Ray laughed and asked, do monsters appear here? She seems to know a lot. Amy says that it just so happens that she often picks wild fruits and berries here, so this area is familiar to her. She leaves and says that it is almost dark. They can go down the mountain together. Ray agrees to this and asks her name is Amy, right? He is about to tell her his name, but stops him because she said his name first and asks, is that his name? He is quite famous in the village. Ray mentally agrees with this and thinks that he really is a local celebrity. He remembers that when he and his family were walking down the street, people recognize them and say that they are greeting Lord Taran. Did they go for a walk with the whole family? Surprisingly, their son actually has red hair. They should look, it's Ray. Is it possible that in the future he will take after his parents and travel all over the world? She heard that he was like this because of some terrible curse. Miss Tarun will have to visit them someday. They have not yet thanked her for ridding them of monsters for the last time. They will hope that this curse will not affect them, ordinary people. It's not contagious, right? Rei stands alone, looks at the crowd of people leaving him, and thinks that in this village no one was born with red hair. But he became the first red-haired outcast, and although they respected his parents, they were completely unreasonably afraid and avoided him. He doesn't know if it's because adults always use the evil red dragon to scare their children that the color red has come to symbolize evil and power in human society. It is clear that it was humans who exterminated the dragons, but in their history they portray themselves as liberators. Their act of revenge, or rather even self-defense, people called it dragon cruelty. Amy notices that he has stopped in his tracks and asks what he was thinking about there. They must go. Rei stops thinking about it and says they can go. Amy says that lately he sees him every time he goes into the woods. Is he practicing his sword skills? Rei agrees and says that he wants to become a swordsman. Amy is interested in it and says it's great. For sure, his father is the only swordsman in their village. Then he would have to apply to the Knight Academy, right? Her brother is also planning to go there. He is very good at fighting. There is no one in their village who is stronger than him. But he must be very glad that his father can personally teach him how to use a sword. It is very difficult for them, ordinary people, to learn something like this without a teacher. Rei asks if she also has a brother. Amy agrees and asks if they can be friends. Then they can train together. Sometime later, several guys come towards them and one of them screams loudly. They were both surprised when they saw these people. The guy with an annoyed expression on his face says that he should stay away from his little sister. Amy comes between them and asks what he's doing here. He didn't do anything to him. Her brother asks why is she with this red-haired guy? Hadn't she heard the adults in the village say that he had been infected with a curse? Amy wants to say something to Gary, but he interrupts her and says that she should let him check to see if he dyed her hair on purpose. Two guys who were with him go to Rei and say that he is contagious and still dares to walk with Amy. He has no shame or conscience at all. He should do them a favor and leave the village. They walk around him and say that his parents must have a bad time because they gave birth to a rat like him. He doesn't know what they did so terrible in their lives that it came back to them with such consequences. It seems to him that his family should leave here as soon as possible. They are all simple people, so they don't want to face such horror. They go further and one of them asks, how can such powerful people be attentive to them, ordinary people? The second guy laughs and says he's right. Rei got really angry about what they said. He loudly called out to these guys and everyone except Gary turned to him. He ran up to one of the guys with great speed and is about to strike with his fist. Gary pushed the guy away and blocked his blow with his sword. However, he did not expect that this blow from Rei was so strong. He was thrown back strongly by this strong blow and flew several meters. Rei's fist is steaming after a strong blow, and he says that he shouldn't get in the way. He only wants those who insulted his parents. Gary waves the hand with which he blocked the blow and says that his parents are mercenaries, and his father is a swordsman. He must have trained a lot. If he really wants to fight, he will gladly accept his challenge. He hands over his sword and says that he won't use the weapon because he doesn't want to accidentally kill him. Amy tells her brother that he needs to stop this. Rei throws his sword on the ground, agrees to it, and says that then he won't use the weapon either. He got into a fighting stance and says that they can attack all together. He doesn't care. After that, they started fighting with each other. The other two guys don't interfere in their fight and support Gary. Amy calls them by name and tells them to stop. He was able to defeat Rei, and he falls to the ground, and a small bag falls out of his pocket. Gary took the bag and says that he should already admit defeat. He is still too far from his level. Rei tries to get up even though his body is shaking violently due to pain. Gary looks at him and says he's disappointed in him. He has a father who helps him with his training, but he is still so untalented. His father, the most ordinary merchant. He doesn't think he should even try to become a swordsman. It will be better if he does what he is really good at. Rei fell to the ground and his last words echoed in his head that he should do what he was good at. After some time at home, I tells her brother that he went too far today. Gary says it's his own fault. From now on, she must stay away from him. Doesn't she know how much the villagers are afraid of his damn red hair? Their family is not like his. Their parents are ordinary people. Amy gets very angry at him and says that she hates him. She hit him on the head out of anger, goes to the second floor of the house, and says that he will serve himself some food. Gary turns away from her and notices a strong dent in the plate that was on his hand. He was very surprised by this and asked, "Is this possible?" He thinks that if he had not had a plate on his arm would have broken from the first blow. If not for this, he would have won that fight. In the same time, Ray has returned home and warns the others about this. Scarlet turns to him with a joyful expression and calls his name. She asks why is he so late? Is it time to eat already? She notices that he came covered in bruises. This made her worry, and she asks if he had a fight with someone. Ray takes off his shoes and says that's not true. He just hurt himself a little while training. Scarlet says he shouldn't lie to him. Was he being bullied by those kids again? Ray turns away from her and asks his mom not to start talking about it. Scarlet wipes his face and says that he needs to wash the wounds quickly. What if he has a scar? Ray says scars only make a man look better. Jack comes to them and says that he is already their man. It looks like sword training is hard for him. Sometime later, Ray says he wants to practice first. Scarlet was surprised by this and said that it was already dinner time. He says that he will practice a little and come back. Ray comes to the barn, touches the puppet, and says that it should activate the first level. After this, the puppet strikes with his shield, but he manages to dodge this attack and thinks that now he knows all the attack combinations. Ray goes on the attack and thinks he has found all of his weak points. He makes a strong blow with his sword, but his sword broke on a wooden support and this confused him greatly. The puppet immediately strikes his neck with its sword and Ray screams loudly in pain. The next day, he is walking along the road in the middle of the forest. He notices a person walking in front of him and recognizes this person. Amy looks around and notices him too, which greatly surprised her. She is very worried and does not know what to do because of what her brother told her. She waves at him with a kind expression on her face and wishes him good morning. Ray approaches her and asks if she was waiting for him here. Amy says that she wanted to apologize to him. After that, she apologized to him. Ray takes out his sword and says that she doesn't need to do this because it's not her fault. Amy says that but Gary, he is. He interrupts her and says that he's just not as good as the others yet. She starts crying. Her body is shaking and she wants to tell him something. Ray turns to her and thinks that people are nothing but trouble. He sighs and says he understands her. He takes an apple from her basket and thinks that he is very irritated by dealing with so-called human nature. He starts eating this apple and says that he is taking it as an apology. Amy wipes her tears, agrees to it, and says that he doesn't have to worry. Gary won't bother him anymore. Sometime later, she waves at him and Ray thinks that from that day on, she began to come to the same place every day. Sometimes she can talk to him about everything in the world until noon. And sometimes she quietly reads books. Gradually, it seems he is starting to get used to the fact that Amy is around. After some time, several people in armor gathered in front of the Taran family's house. Jack sits in the house and loudly asks what does he mean. Border villages were attacked by monsters. The man who sits in front of him says that they did not learn about this directly from the victims, but concluded that they were infected. He wants to drink from the mug and says that most of them are now delirious and cannot tell what happened there. Therefore, they would like to ask him to assist in the investigation. Scarlet says that monsters usually avoid crowded places, so the situation is extremely strange. She will go with him. Jack says this is just a normal investigation. Besides, Ray has an exam soon, so one of them should stay and watch him. Scarlet is still worried about this and calls him by name. Jack says everything will be fine, he'll be back soon. She says that she understands this, but still he must be careful. Sometime later in the evening in the forest, Ray is practicing with his sword and thinks that it is still too difficult for him to coordinate his movements. He turns around and something catches his attention when he notices it. He sees Amy reading her book against the backdrop of the setting sun. Ray's face turned a little red when he saw this and was breathing heavily from training. He hits himself in the face with his hands and thinks that he should come to his senses. He approaches her with a confused expression and says that he is done for today, so they can go back. Amy draws attention to him and says that it turns out it's very late. They should go back. They walk together and Ray asks, "She wasn't bullied in the village, was she?" He knows that there are always people who say that his red hair is some kind of contagious curse. Amy says that what others think is their business. What is it about red hair? She thinks it's even beautiful. She turns to him and says that in fact, he is special and different from other people not only in his hair color. He should just be himself. Ray was surprised to hear that he should be himself and remembers Gary's words that it would be better if he did what he was good at. He wonders why he didn't think of this himself. He took Amy by the shoulders and thanked her loudly for this. His actions greatly embarrassed her and she blushed because of it. Ray runs to his house, waves to her, and says that they will meet tomorrow. Amy waves at him too, agrees and says the same thing. Sometime later at night, Ray tells the puppet that it should activate the first level. He takes his wooden sword in his teeth and gets down on all fours. He thinks he'd better stick to what he's good at. He must be himself. The puppet stares at him with a glowing red light and says that the first level has been activated. Ray quickly runs around the puppet and thinks it's great. As soon as he got on all fours, his body became more flexible. He runs towards the puppet and says that now is the right moment. He jumps high and dodges the puppet's attack. He struck very quickly with his sword and ended up behind the puppet. It turns to him, puts away its weapon. Its eyes light up green and says that the first level has been completed. Ray was very happy about this, jumps up and down with happiness and says that he succeeded. He sits on the ground and says that Dad said that if he defeats the first level puppet, he will be able to pass the entrance exam to the Night Academy. I wonder how far he can go. He looks at the red-eyed puppet with a smile and says that it should activate the second level. The next morning, Ray comes out of his room and asks his dad, dressed in armor, "It's only morning, where is he going?" Jack apologizes to him and says that he received an urgent task. He turns to him and says that he has to leave home for a while, but he doesn't have to worry. He'll be right back for his exam. He smiles dazzlingly at him and says that he must work out everything well on the doll while he is away. He is confident that he will do a great job. Ray is about to say with a smug look on his face that he's actually done it, but he's interrupted by a man who asks Lord Tarun if he's ready. Jack missed what his son was about to brag about and says he's already ready. Scarlet hands him his sword and he says that she should take care of herself. He will download it. Now he has to go. She says he should be careful and she will miss him too. Ray looks at them and thinks that everything is fine. The doll, it's not a big deal. But when he returns, he will surprise him very much. Sometime later, he walks along the path with a sword behind his back and thinks that he wondered how happy Dad would be when he found out. It'll probably be fun. Thanks to Amy's advice, he was able to figure out how to deal with the doll. He needs to learn to be more patient and trusting of people. Emotionally, he becomes more and more human. Although people irritate him, these three became an exception for him. He continues walking and says that he will not take revenge on them. After some time in the forest, Ray stands still, leaning on his sword and breathing heavily. He looks around and asks, "Did she come today?" He is embarrassed by this and wonders what he is even waiting for. His face is very red, and he says that now no one can interrupt his training. Surely, it's time for him to get back to training. He thinks that he will never succumb to human emotions again. After all, he is the great red dragon. Sometime later, when the sun had already begun to set below the horizon, Ray lies on the ground with his sword and scabbard lying not far from him. He wakes up after falling asleep on the ground. He rises sharply and says loudly in surprise that it is already very late. If he returns late, he will not be well. He ran back to the village and thinks that he never thanked Amy. Looks like she's busy today. It doesn't matter, because he can thank her tomorrow. After some time, he returned to the village and sees a crowd of people standing on the street. One of them asks if they found anything. Another person says they haven't found it. Looks like they need to look in the west. Gary and Amy's father asks, "Did they actually see his children? Is it a precise information?" The owner of the gun shop agrees and says that today 4 children stopped by his shop to buy new weapons. He heard the blonde boy tell the others that he wanted to go into some forest to hunt monsters or something like that. Their parents were surprised when they heard this, and their mother asks in horror, "Are they going to hunt monsters?" Bob and Kyle's mother comes up to him and says that they are still children. How could they go into the forest alone? Why didn't he stop them? The owner of the gun shop is embarrassed by this and says that he didn't think that they would actually go into the forest. Amy's father says that the forest is very dangerous at night. They must report this to the guards. We need to start organizing joint searches. Others agree with him and say that they must hurry. Ray walks by them and wonders if Gary and the others are missing. Retribution overtook them so quickly, and for this they did everything on their own. If the monster kills them, it will save him from many problems. However, Amy went with them. But she was so kind to him, and he did not intend to take revenge on her. Why was she so unlucky to have such a brother? People are about to go searching and say that they need to light a couple more torches. It's good that he still has a few sticks left. They will go together. Ray continues to move on and thinks that a person's life is short, so it doesn't matter if they die sooner or later. He continues to walk down the street with his head down. A memory of his first meeting with Amy and their first dialogue pops up in his head. He thinks that this is his life and his path. After thinking about this, Ray stopped in his place in the middle of the street. Sweat begins to flow down his face, and he wonders what is this nagging feeling in his chest. He turns towards the forest and thinks that this is impossible to do. It's not Amy's fault. Ray, with a serious expression, goes to look for her and thinks that he has not yet told her that thanks to her words, he managed to defeat the training puppet. He runs into the forest and says loudly that she must wait for him. At the same time, somewhere in the forest on the ground in a pool of blood lie the bodies of two wolves. Not far from them, the bodies of Bob and Kyle lie on the ground, and Gary stands with his back to his sister with a sword in his hands. Amy, very frightened, sits by a tree, pressing her hands to her shoulders and quietly calling her brother's name. Gary trembles with the sword in his hands, but tries to suppress his fear and says that she should not move. He points his sword at a huge wolf standing on two legs with three eyes and says that this monster must die. Ray runs across the bridge over the river with his sword somewhere in the forest. He smells blood and wonders if Amy is in danger. Sometime later, he finds the body of a dead wolf on the ground and thinks that fortunately it was just a child of a wolf demon. There are traces of human weapons on his stomach, and the body itself is still warm. They are very close, but their traces are very confused. Where should he go? He hears someone screaming loudly and realizes that it was her voice. At the same time, in a battle against a huge wolf, Gary was injured when his back hit a tree, causing blood to flow from his mouth. Amy worries about her brother, approaches him and loudly calls his name. A huge monster wolf runs towards her with his mouth wide open and is about to attack her. She was frightened by this, closed her eyes, and hoped that someone would help her. Amy slowly opens her eyes when she realizes that she didn't feel any pain after the monster's attack. She sees Ray in front of her, who plunged his sword into the monster's head and stopped this attack. This greatly surprised her, and she loudly calls his name. He holds the monster back and asks if she is okay. Amy agrees and says that, however, Gary and the other guys were injured. She notices something and says that he should be careful. The monster strikes Ray unexpectedly, hits his arm, and throws him violently to the side. Amy is very worried about him and calls his name loudly. He flies some distance, but grabs the ground with his hand to stop faster. He looks at the monster who is running towards him and says that she need not worry, because he will not die here. Ray jumps up a tree with a sword in his mouth and thinks he needs to get this wolf away from Amy. The monster notices what he is doing and quickly stops next to him. This wolf jumps up to the branch he jumped on and bites off part of this branch, which greatly surprised Ray. He continues to monitor the actions of the monster while he jumps from the tree and thinks that this human body is still too weak. He cannot cope with an adult wolf demon. He lands next to Amy and thinks that his speed is simply insignificant compared to the monster's strength. Besides, it is simply impossible to distract the wolf. Previously, for him it was just an insignificant wolf demon, but not now. Ray stands on his knees between Amy and the monster and holds his wounded hand, which is trembling in pain. He looks angrily at the wolf and says that these people are his. He won't let him hurt them. The demon drools and stares at them, and steam comes out of his mouth. The monster quickly attacks them with its mouth wide open, and Ray thinks it's happening again. He starts running towards this monster and thinks that if his attack doesn't go through now, then he won't hold out any longer. He needs a weak spot. He knows this demon's weakest point. Suddenly, he jumps on the head of this wolf and strikes one of the three eyes. The demon immediately throws him aside, and Ray falls to the ground, his sword flying next to him. He takes the sword in his hand and thinks that he is sorry that with his weak nails, he was able to damage only one eye of this monster. He rises, leaning on his sword, breathes heavily, and thinks that in the past he could have killed this wolf demon with one of his claws. But for now, he only has human weapons at his disposal. The badly wounded monster attacks him again and approaches him very quickly. Ray swings his sword and screams very loudly. He thinks he has a chance to attack. Now he will see if he can do it. He got what he had in mind and was able to cut off one of the legs of the wolf, who was about to attack him, and thinks that this is great. This is the end for this monster. The monster falls next to Amy and Gary and throws them aside, and she screams in pain. Ray is worried about this and loudly calls her name. The demon strikes with his paw and throws him back several meters. He manages to land on his feet, coughs, and loudly says that he must fight him fairly. Having said this, he rushes towards this wolf with a sword in his mouth. He strikes fast and hard with his sword while jumping next to this demon. He continues to fly behind the monster, while a large amount of blood flows from the wound on the wolf's body. The monster and Ray fall to the ground together, and his sword falls out of his mouth. He begins to lose consciousness and thinks that he has finally succeeded. Amy and Gary are also unconscious and lie not far from him. Ray notices energy appearing above his head and wonders what it is. He looks at the creature that was created from this energy and wonders what it is. The creature transforms into a system window in which it is written that he has received a reward. Unlocked the ability 1 in 100, the gaze of the dragon. Medium monster crystal available. Does he want to absorb it? Ray looks at this system window with one glance and breathes heavily. He wonders what is this useless information that appeared in front of him. He turns towards Amy and her brother and thinks that there is something more possible. He goes to them and thinks that he needs to take them out of the forest. Otherwise, the smell of blood may attract even more monsters. Gary wakes up just as Ray picks him up and wants to tell him something. He notices this and says he shouldn't move. He picked Amy up and thinks that 2 is his limit. He walks a short distance and notices the other 2 guys lying on the ground. Ray hid them under the trees and thinks he did everything he could. He will leave the question of their survival to fate. Sometime later, people who were looking for the missing children stopped with each other, and one of them asked if they found anything. The other man says they didn't find anything. How did it go for them? The man turns around, notices something, and says that they should look there. Others turn in this direction, and the old man asks in surprise, "Are these children?" They see an injured Ray carrying 2 children. The old man turns around and says that they should quickly call their parents. The man asks in a whisper if this is not the red-haired son from the Taran family. Ray falls next to them and asks them to help him. They need treatment. People were surprised by this and asked, did he come out of the forest all alone with these 2 children on his back? At night, the forest is full of wild animals. Why did they even go into the forest? Bob and Kyle's mother tries to get through the crowd of people and says that they should let her through. What about her children? Where are her children now? The man who is holding Gary in his arms apologizes and says that it seems that he only carried these 2 out of the forest on his back. The woman says loudly that this cannot be. She calls her children by name and tries to break through to the forest. The men try to stop and say that she should calm down. Namely, she cannot go into the forest alone. The woman runs across the bridge into the forest and says that they are just a bunch of cowards. They must leave her. She will follow them. Bob and Kyle are waiting for her there all alone. She runs into the forest, cries and calls her children loudly. She got scared when she saw many eyes and asks where are her children. They should answer her quickly. She sees 3 eyes of a monster that glow in the dark. She immediately runs away in the other direction and screams loudly in fear. People were surprised when they saw her and asked, "Is she back already?" An angry woman walks past them and says that she was not afraid at all. She grabs Ray's clothes and asks where Bob and Kyle are. Where are her children? They are so obedient. How did they even get into the forest at night? He must answer her. Is it he who lured her children into the forest? She slaps him in the face and says that it's all his fault. She had long said that his red hair meant trouble. He's a real disaster. It only causes problems. People ask in a whisper, maybe he really took the children into the forest. For sure, because he was the only one who got out of the forest unharmed. The woman says loudly that he should say at least something. Where did he put her children? Other people also say that he should tell them where Bob and Kyle are. The woman throws a few more punches at his face and asks why he only took out Amy and Gary. Where did he put her children? Ray coughs while blood comes out of his mouth and says that he told them they were in the forest. The woman cries and says that they are just children. Did he leave them there to die? Ray wonders if they have forgotten that he is also a child. The woman leaves him and says that he is a cold-blooded monster. This is incredible and unforgivable. Other people ask if they will have to go into the forest to find them. His children are waiting for him at home when he returns. He can't go there either. Ray looks at them and wonders if his red hair makes them forget that he is actually a human too. They don't even consider him a child. They think he's a monster. An angry woman snatches a torch from one of the men and says that they are a bunch of idiots. Ray looks at them and thinks that they will be scarier than any monsters. A woman with a torch walks towards him and says that she will never forgive him. Ray looks at the woman who is swinging a torch and thinks that they are real monsters. She is about to hit him with a torch and tells this red monster that he must go to hell. Ray wonders if he will die again. He looks at this with a calm expression on his face and thinks that he will be killed with some kind of stick. He closed his eyes and thought with a slight smile that he was sorry. The woman strikes with a torch, but someone stops it. Gary stood between them and blocked the blow with the iron plate on his arm. The man is surprised when he notices this and asks what he is doing. The woman with the torch is surprised by this and says that they should look at it. This red monster has clouded Gary's mind. They must kill this monster. Another man was embarrassed by this and said that. However, he was not crazy. Gary got very angry because she was asking, is she kidding me? They're all crazy. How they can carry out lynching based only on their own conclusions. He will not allow them to lay a finger on the one who saved him. Sometime later, Ray remembers the woman hitting him in the face with her hand and telling him that it was all his fault. He must leave here as quickly as possible. He remembers that when he was a dragon, many people attacked him with weapons and told him that he must die. He can say goodbye to his life. Suddenly, Ray wakes up in his room, and his entire face was bandaged. Next to his bed lies Scarlet, who fell asleep while sitting next to him. He looks at her with a little worry. While she sleeps, tears flow from her eyes, and she quietly calls out to her son. Ray looks at her and wonders why people can be so beautiful and cruel at the same time. He gently pushes her hand, and she slowly opens her eyes because of this. Scarlet was very happy when she saw that he woke up and asked, "She's not sleeping, right?" She hugs him and says that she is very glad that he woke up. She already thought that he would not wake up. Ray screams in pain and says that he is in a lot of pain. Scarlet calms down a little, lets him go and says that since he understands that it hurts, then he shouldn't be so reckless anymore. Ray asks how long he slept. Scarlet wipes her tears and says he slept for a week. If he hadn't woken up, she wouldn't have known what to say to his father. Ray asks, what about those people like them? Scarlet is confused by this question and says that the two children he saved only had minor injuries. However, Bob and Kyle were never found. She is afraid of what they are already. She doesn't finish her sentence about it. Some time ago, Gary defends him from people and loudly says that he has already said everything. They fled into the forest themselves, and Ray saved them. The woman says that this cannot be. He must have confused them. Gary says that's not true. Scarlet runs to these people and with great surprise notices her son surrounded by a crowd of people. She was very surprised when she saw Ray's condition. She releases her energy out of anger and asks who did this. The man asks Lady Taran to calm down. He asks, after all, it was her son who told them to go into the forest, and he is responsible for it, right? The man doubts this, but still agrees with him. The woman says that she is also a mother, and can understand those feelings when her child suddenly disappears. Bob and Kyle's mother agrees and wants to say something about their children. Scarlet takes Ray into her arms and continues to release strong energy and glares at her. This woman was very scared because of this and continues to cry out of fear. She falls to her knees, screams loudly out of despair, and asks who will save her poor children. Scarlet silently walks away from the crowd of these people. They look back at her and quietly say that this is a pathetic sight, and they have to live with it for the rest of their days. It seems that it was high time to isolate myself from this damned child. The other man quietly says that he is too loud. The other man smiles evilly and asks, "So what?" He was talking about the forest. He is very dangerous. Why does she stop people from talking about it? Currently. Scarlet pats Ray on the head and says that it's finally over, so he shouldn't blame himself because he already helped them a lot. The guy called Gary told her everything. He's really something. She leaves the room and says he must be hungry. She will prepare something for him to eat. Ray looks at her and agrees to it. She leaves the room and closes the door behind her. He exhales with his eyes closed and is silent. He opened his eyes and thinks he was a little worried at first. He sees the system window and thinks, does everyone have this thing? Ray clicks on the dragon gaze skill icon. The system window changes, and this greatly surprises him. His eyes changed, and he was very surprised by what happened. He sees Scarlet preparing food, and the system notifies that she is tired. Attention, low energy level, rest needed. Ray realizes that this is an ability from his past life. Even when he was a red dragon, he had a huge amount of magic. Ever since he failed to get into the Magic Academy, he felt like he would never have the chance to take advantage of it again. But the magic did return to him, although it seems that it will return to him gradually. Ray looks at the system window with the average monster crystal and wonders, did he get this thing for killing the average wolf demon? He smells smoke, starts coughing, and wonders where this smoke came from. He looks out the window and people standing on the street loudly say that a fire has started. Scarlet runs into his room and says that the house is on fire. They need to get out of here. She uses water magic to put out the fire and tells him to be careful. Ray silently uses his dragon gaze skill and looks somewhere to the side. He sees Bob and Kyle's mother, and the system notifies that the target has been found. Carrying a flammable object, threat level 0. Ray realizes that she did it. She smiles as she watches their house burn and throws away what she used to start the fire. People look at the fire, and the man says that this is the house of the Taran family. It must all be that troublesome guy's fault again. Scarlet and her son went outside, and she uses her magic. She uses her hand movements to control the fire that has engulfed their house. She uses the dispel spell, and the fire immediately disappears. Scarlet breathes a sigh of relief and says that she seems to have succeeded. People leave them and quietly say that this is another manifestation of the curse. If he continues to stay here, sooner or later there will be nothing left of the village. Scarlet turns to Ray and asks if he was really scared. He doesn't answer her and looks somewhere to the side. She notices that something is wrong with him and calls him loudly. Ray heard her and says he's fine. He tells his mother that she is simply amazing. The fire went out in an instant. Scarlet says he's right. It was not in vain that she studied magic. They must return home. Ray, with a downcast expression on his face, agrees with her and thinks that people so want their house to burn down, while they want them to be inside at the time. He looks back angrily and thinks that they want them dead. He is obliged to take revenge on them. Some time later, Ray says he will go train. Scarlet says that his wound hasn't healed yet, so he shouldn't overwork himself too much. He says he knows about it. Ray came to the forest with his sword and 2 buckets. He pulled his sword out of its sheath and uses the dragon gaze skill. He sees many creatures hiding in the forest and says that this is not bad. Looks like all the monsters around here are pretty small, so it shouldn't be too difficult. Some time later, One of the monsters who sits on a tree reaches for a fruit growing nearby. This monster has taken this fruit and is going to eat it. Rei quietly points his sword towards the back of this monster. He approached this monster very quickly and defeated it with one swift blow of his sword. He defeats another monster, and after this blow it falls to the ground. Rei looks at the many monster bodies lying on the ground and says that 20 monsters is almost enough. The system notifies that a small monster crystal has been received. Does he want to absorb it? Rei pays attention to this and says that he has received another crystal. He looks at some crystals in the system window and says that it looks like he got lucky that this item dropped. After killing 20 small magical beasts, he could only obtain 2 crystals. He cannot even imagine what the effect of absorbing it will be. One of the monsters approached the killed monster and whined, which attracted Rei's attention. He turns around and sees a small wolf cub whining next to an adult wolf. He looks at it with a sad expression on his face and says nothing about it. Rei approached this wolf cub, extended his hand, and said that he, too, would now have to survive alone. The wolf cub was frightened by him and jumped to the side. The system notifies you that there is a chance to tame a black wolf cub. Does he want to tame this beast? Rei is surprised to notice this and asks if he has a chance of being tamed. He agrees to this and says that anyway, he still doesn't know what these crystals are for, so he'll just try to do it. Dark energy raises a small crystal and a wolf cub, which greatly surprises him. The system notifies that the black wolf cub has been tamed. Rei was happy about this and says that he succeeded. A stream of energy enters his body, which greatly surprises him, and he asks, so after taming the beast is absorbed into his body? He looks at the beast made of energy and asks, there won't be any side effects from this, right? Is it even possible to summon him? If not, he will simply kill him. A system window appears in front of him, which notifies him that he has received a reward and has unlocked the taming ability 2 out of 100. Rei looks at this and says that it looks like he has acquired a new skill. The system window disappears, and he says that. However, now is not the time to study this. He needs to do more important things. He uses the dragon gaze skill and says that they must be somewhere nearby. The system finds 2 bodies that lie on the ground in the mountains. He sees the bodies of Bob and Kyle, and the system notifies that the target has been detected. Rei smiles and says he found them. He enters a cave where there were many bones and skulls, which the system pointed out to him. He walks further and sees the skeletons of Bob and Kyle lying on the ground. Rei walked up to them and rips the torn clothes off one of them. He puts it in one bucket, and the other bucket was filled with blood. He took these 2 buckets and calmly leaves this cave. Sometime later, when he returned home, Scarlet says that she warned him that he shouldn't strain himself, because his wounds have not yet fully healed. Rei says he already knows about it. He asks his mother not to bother him. Scarlet puts some things away and says that it looks like he has learned to respond when he is told off. Today he stained his clothes again. Rei lay down on the bed and says that tomorrow he will go to train again. So he wants to go to bed. Scarlet sighs and asks what she should do with him. His father will be back in 3 days, so they will start training together. Rei is happy about this and asks, is it true? He's very happy about it. He can't wait to show him what he's learned. Scarlet got angry at what he was doing and said that he should already cover himself with a blanket. Rei was very scared by this and immediately did what she told him. Sometime later, late at night, he lies in his room under a blanket and pretends to sleep. He opens his eyes and is silent. After that, Rei quietly made his way into the barn, where he left 2 buckets. He silently took the bucket of blood and the t-shirt. After some time, Bob and Kyle are at the house. Someone knocks very loudly and for a long time on the door. A woman goes down to the first floor and asks who is there, who makes noise in the middle of the night. They must stop knocking. Immediately after this, the knocking stopped. A tear flowed from her eye, and she wondered if it could be Bob and Kyle. She opens the door hopefully and asks if it's them. Are they finally back? There was no one outside the door, but a torn t-shirt of one of her sons lay on the ground. The woman is surprised when she notices this and says that this is Kyle's t-shirt. She lifts this t-shirt and her body trembles with fear. She notices footprints leading away from the house and asks if this is Kyle. She runs along these tracks with a lantern and says that their mother will return them home. They must wait a little. After some time, deep in the forest, a woman walks across the bridge and says that it is very dark here. She shouldn't have gone so deep into the thicket. Rei stands on a tree not far from her and watches her. It makes a loud sound which attracts this woman's attention and greatly frightens her. Turning around, she notices that there is another t-shirt hanging on the tree and says that these are Bob's clothes. She runs towards these clothes and says that they should not run away. They can return home together. Rei watches this from a tree and, with the help of the dragon's gaze, sees a woman and many small animals that are nearby. The woman resorts to her son's clothes, which she found, looks around and calls her children by name. Rei untied the rope that was tied around the tree he was sitting on. Because of this, 2 buckets of blood overturned, and this blood fell on the woman, which greatly frightened her. She was shocked and scared by this and asks who did this. Rei jumps from the tree and lands next to her. The woman notices him and says that it was him. She knew it. She knew everything about him. She sees his eye, which is changed due to the use of the skill, and says that he really turned out to be a reincarnated monster. She walks towards him with her arms outstretched and says that he must pay for her children. She was very scared when she noticed many burning eyes around Rei, looking at her. He begins to move towards the frightened woman, who looks around and notices more animal gazes directed at her. Rei looks at this woman with a calm expression while she screams loudly out of fear. When the animals attacked her, she screamed even louder, but out of fear. Sometime later, in the morning in the village, several men stand at a merchant's counter. One of the men asks if they heard about what happened. The merchant agrees and says that the curse still exists. Another man says it's creepy. They better not go near the Tarun family house. Rei is walking next to them, and the men are scared when they notice him. He looks at them with a completely emotionless expression on his face. They were embarrassed by this. One of them wishes him good morning, and the merchant asks, is he going to training again? It must not be easy for him. Rei doesn't answer them and just moves on. The men breathe a sigh of relief because of this, and he thinks that it seems that new rumors have spread between people. He smiled and chuckled with a slightly evil expression on his face because of what was happening. He thinks he even likes it. After some time, several horses and a carriage stand near his house. Rei was very surprised when he noticed these horses standing in the yard of his house. He walks inside with a joyful expression and asks, is Daddy back yet? Several soldiers turn to him with sad expressions. Scarlet kneels by the bed and cries. Rei notices this and became very scared when he saw it, and sweat began to flow down his face due to excitement. He runs to his parents past the soldiers and asks what happened to him. Scarlet sits by the bed in which Jack lies with strange spots all over his body and tells her son that his dad is sick. She wipes her tears and says that he must be strong. Later he will definitely feel better. That's exactly what will happen. While no one is looking at him, Rei uses the dragon gaze and wonders what it is. With this skill, he sees that Jack's body is emitting purple energy and thinks that he has never seen such a state in his life, even as a red dragon. Suddenly Jack opened his mouth and said that the shadow would kill everyone. Scarlet was surprised because he started talking and wanted to say something about him. One of the soldiers says that, unfortunately, he was struck by the shadow disease. In the border areas, he was attacked by a shadow beast, and to protect the local resident. At this point, he stopped talking about it. Rei turns to him and wonders, did he say something about shadow disease? He had never encountered it in his previous life, so when did it appear? What happened in the world after his death? Scarlet approached this soldier and said that she was grateful to them for returning Jack. The soldier says that she is very kind. He apologizes for their failure to protect him. A system window appeared in front of Rei's face, and he looks at it. He looks at it and wonders, maybe he can help him with magic. This was one of the highest levels of magic that he had once mastered. With this, he dispelled all black magic and protective spells. But he does not know how to regain this ability. If receiving rewards directly depends on killing monsters, then only killing a high-level monster will help him. He clenches his fist out of anger and thinks that. However, now he is too weak for this. He asks his mother if he enters the Avrian Knights Academy, will he become stronger? Scarlet was very embarrassed by this question and stood silently for several seconds because she did not know how to answer him. She sat down next to him, and holding back tears with a smile, she said that of course it was so. It was there that his father once studied, and he, too, would become as strong as he was. Ray was happy about her words, agreed and said that he would definitely enter the academy and find a way to cure his dad. Scarlet was touched by what he said. Her body began to shake, and tears streamed down her face. She hugs him and says that she believes he can do it. After some time in some building with a huge ball located in the middle of the hall, a man comes to them and says that the prophecy has come true. The world will soon change. They see Ray through a huge ball and say that it is because of this red-haired boy. What awaits them next? The man remembers the prophecy and wonders whether this will be salvation or disaster. The old man says that they must inform the Knights Hall that they must find him as quickly as possible. A man in the same clothes agrees with him. The old man says that if he is their salvation, then they will guide him. The other two old men turn to him and call him Great Elder. He looks at the huge ball and says that, however, if it turns out to be a disaster, then they will destroy it. After some time in the city, two children are running along the road while a large crowd of people stands behind the fence. People say he stood in line since dawn just to get the best seats. They also did this just to be able to look at them. A man notices something on the road and loudly says that they are driving. These joyful people meet many knights who follow each other. People say loudly that they should look. They are already on their way. Someone notices a young man on horseback, and they say that this is the knight Delbert. He hasn't changed at all. The girls are very happy to see him and say that only the day of the annual introductory competition allows them to see these beautiful knights. He is very beautiful. Some time later, three knights walk towards a luxurious giant building while a crowd of people watches them. They stop. One of them puts his sword point down and greets all those who have gathered here. This man standing in the middle says that he is the #1 knight from Avrian Academy. His name is Winford. Next to him is the knight Delbert, as well as knight Bernardo, whom they know very well. He raises his hand and says that today the three of them will evaluate children who have reached the age of 5 who are applying for admission to the academy. If they are interested in joining Avrian Academy, they must demonstrate their full strength today. Ray and Gary were among the crowd of children who had come here to enroll, but they stood far apart. Winford points behind him and says that the puppet with the sword is in place. And now, he asks all the candidates to go up on stage in order. Now, the first test will begin. Sometime later, one of the children climbs the stairs towards the puppet. A sly smile appears on his face, and he thinks that it's just a puppet. Even if it is strong, he can definitely overcome it with his own strength. He took a wooden sword, runs towards the puppet, and screams loudly. His parents are watching this from the stands and loudly saying that their son is the best. He will definitely cope with this. With their behavior, they confuse people who are near them. The puppet defeats this boy with one blow and announces that the test has failed 1 second after the start. This greatly embarrassed the parents of this boy and the rest of the people who were sitting in the stands next to him. Bernardo says it's a failure. The next one must be tested. Ray watches this from the crowd and thinks that just like his dad told him, at the entrance he will need to defeat the first level puppet. Although a level 1 puppet cannot move, it defends itself perfectly and counterattacks as quickly as an adult. He notices something strange that catches his attention and hears someone talking quietly not far from him. Delbert watches the kids fight the puppet and says that he already said that coming here would be a waste of time. Winford says they must do what the elders want them to do. Ray thinks that from this distance he can easily hear what they are saying. It seems his feelings have become more intense since then. How he got more crystals. Delbert says that a knight must come from a noble family. He doesn't understand why they should waste their time on these dirty commoners. Winford has thought about this and says he doesn't agree with him. Delbert says that no matter how many rounds were completed, none of them were able to pass the test. At the same moment, someone's wooden sword falls to the ground. Gary was tired after this battle with the puppet, but was still able to win. Bernardo pats him on the back and tells him he passed the test. The peasants who looked at it say that he succeeded. He told them that this child was special. Ray was surprised when he noticed someone or something not far from him. He smiles widely and joyfully and shows a thumbs up. Ray was very embarrassed because he looked at him and wondered what he was doing. Because of this, everyone paid attention to him and is looking at him. Winford also notices him and wants to say something about this guy. Delbert looks at him angrily and says he has red hair. After this, Ray climbs the stairs to the puppet and removes his hood. People who look at him quietly say that it's him. This is the same damn child. It's just terrible. His hair is red, just like blood. Did they hear about what happened to his father? He's probably like this because of the curse. Does he really think that he can be a knight, being a monster who only harms others? This is a pretty funny joke. Bernardo says the next challenger needs to prepare. The exam will start in a minute. He turns around and notices Delbert walking up to them. He approached the puppet and said that he does not believe in prophecies. If the red-haired boy really is as good as the prophecy says, then he definitely has to pass, right? Bernardo asks what is he doing. Delbert activates the third level of the puppet with an angry expression, and it immediately begins to move. The puppet runs towards Ray at very high speed, and it swings its sword to immediately strike. Winford was shocked by what he had just done. Bernardo is also scared because of this, turns around and says that he must be careful. Ray stands calmly in place with his sword lowered, while the puppet runs very quickly towards him. The puppet jumps high in front of Ray and is about to strike with a strong sword. Winford is very worried about what is happening, takes his sword out of its sheath, and says that he must leave there because it is too dangerous. One of them strikes, and what happened greatly shocked him and forced him to stop. The other two knights were also shocked by how the ordeal ended. All the people who were in the stands with Gary were very surprised and silently looked at the area where the test was being conducted. The severed head of the puppet fell to the ground, and parts fell out of this head. After this blow, Ray immediately put his sword away and sits next to this headless puppet. Bernardo is shocked by what happened and wants to say something, but cannot find the words. Winford smiles slightly and says that he must announce the result. Hearing this from him, Bernardo turns and says that he congratulates him on being accepted. Ray returns back and is greeted by a joyful and surprised Gary and Scarlet. After some time at home, Ray stands in front of the bed where Jack is lying and tells Dad that he is leaving. He passed the test and leaves the village with the knights. He cannot answer him because of his illness and makes some incoherent sounds. Ray looks at him and says that he knows that he probably can't hear him, but he doesn't have to worry. He will find a way to ease his pain. He is very worried, looking at his father lying on the bed. Scarlet approaches him with the item in her hands and tells him that he should take it with him. Ray turns to her and asks what it is. She places the necklace around his neck and says it is their family heirloom. She hopes that this will bring him good luck. Ray squeezes this necklace with his hand and says then he will go. She should take care of herself. After that, he leaves, and Scarlet sees him off with a worried expression on her face and says that he must be careful. If something happens, she will always be here. Ray does not turn to her and says that she need not worry about him, because he is already a man. Having said this, he continues to slowly walk away from the village with his backpack and sword. Scarlet watches him leave with a sad expression on his face, wipes away his tears, and calls him by name. Some time later in the forest, where many knights had gathered, Winford notices Ray, who is walking towards them and says that now everything is finally assembled. He smiles slightly and says that he should get into the carriage. Another little one is already waiting for him there. Ray wonders, another one admitted? Isn't that him? He opens the curtain and looks inside the carriage. He notices Gary. They both feel embarrassed about it, and he thinks it's really him. And why were they the only two who passed the entrance exam? He sat down on a wooden bench in the other corner of the carriage and placed his things next to him. One of the knights says they are leaving. At this time they are sitting together and both feel awkward. Some time later, when night fell, the convoy of knights continues to gallop towards the city, and a small beast looks at them. Gary becomes very embarrassed and tries to start a dialogue, which attracts Ray's attention. He still turns to him and asks for his forgiveness. He lowers his head and says that he knows. He asks for forgiveness for the fact that he then hit him and said too much. He bows to him and says that he asks for his forgiveness for acting like an idiot. Rei says there's nothing wrong with it, he's just a 5-year-old kid. He already saved his life, didn't he? So he will assume that they are even. Gary sat down next to him and said he talked like he wasn't 5 years old. Rei laughs in embarrassment at this and decides to change the subject. He asks, "By the way, where is Amy? She didn't come to see him off." Gary is a little surprised by this and asks if she didn't tell him that she was studying at Roland Academy. Rei looked at him in surprise and asked if he said Roland was at the academy. He thinks that Amy never mentioned to him that she has a talent for magic. At the same time, the knights calmly gallop further, but a thick fog appears in front of them. Someone says loudly that they must stop the carriage. The children were surprised when they heard this. They both look out through the curtain of the carriage and Gary says that the fog is so thick here. What is happening there? Winford draws his sword because he saw someone in the fog and asks who it is. They are knights from Avrian Academy. They need to identify themselves. He sees a woman's silhouette heading towards them. The girl comes out of the fog and asks them to help her. She says her name is Anne Warwood. She is a mercenary from a guild called Without a Trace. Bernardo caught the weakened girl and asks what happened to her. She says that their squad was attacked by shadow monsters. He was surprised when he heard this and asks, did she say shadow monsters? How did these monsters get here? On the way to this place, they did not come across a single monster. Delbert says it's possible the monsters smelled it and were afraid to approach them. Winford says they are heading to the city of Wrens. If she is on the way with them, then they can take her there. Anne thanks him and says they can just drop her off in this town. Gary asks, are they going to Wrens? Aren't they going to the Knight Academy? Delbert says they don't have to worry about it. What's the point of sending children to the front line? Rei asks, did he say to the front line? Winford says that he is right. Since the Avrian Knights Academy is a fortress located in the border areas, an armed confrontation could occur at any moment. They would have to train in the city of Wrens for 10 years until they mastered basic combat skills before they could continue their training within the walls of the academy itself. Rei was surprised when he heard about 10 years and thinks that for a dragon, 10 years is like just a snap of a finger. But for a person, this is a considerable period of time. He doesn't know if his dad can handle this. Sometime later, the knights continue to head to the city of Wrens through very thick fog. Gary looks upset and thinks that out of the entire mercenary squad, she is the only one who survived. In addition, Rei's father was also attacked by a shadow monster. Even the knights turned pale when they heard about this. He can't imagine what would happen if they suddenly ran into them along the way. At the same moment, the color of the fog in front of them changes to purple, and a shadow beast stands in their way. Rei was very surprised when he noticed this and began to worry about it. Winford notices the monsters standing in their way and says loudly that everyone should pay attention. Everyone must come to a state of full combat readiness. A huge monster is approaching. He sees a huge shadow bear, which is surrounded by the same animals, but a little smaller and walking on 4 legs. This shadow beast standing on 2 legs looks at these knights and makes loud noises. They look at the bear's face, which is stained with blood, and this monster is breathing heavily. Winford says loudly that it is the zombie bear king along with the infected shadow beasts. The huge bear growls very loudly, and all the other animals immediately ran towards the knights. Winford stands in front of the others and says that they must prepare for battle. The rest immediately took out their weapons and expected the monsters to attack. Bernardo looks at the animals that are standing in front, but suddenly another shadow bear crawls out of the bushes, which they do not notice. This beast begins to run towards him to attack, and one of the soldiers notices this, but it is too late. Bernardo turns to this monster and realizes that he will not be able to dodge this attack. Rei struck very quickly with his sword and was able to defeat this monster in a few blows, and this greatly surprised Bernardo. He says that he is great. They should try to protect themselves on their own. They agree and say they understand him. Delbert fights the monsters and asks why that huge bear isn't moving. Winford says he doesn't know that. I have a feeling he is waiting for something. Gary fights against one of the monsters with his sword, but he does not notice that another bear is heading towards him. This monster was able to get close to him unnoticed and was able to wound his hand. Rei attacks the bear that wounded him and stabs him in the back with a sword. He stands next to Gary and says that he should be careful. These zombie bears are much stronger than demonic wolves. The huge bear begins to growl very loudly and releases strong sound waves. These sound waves push back the soldiers, but some of them were able to survive this attack. Gary notices this and asks, what is it? Rei tries to resist this attack and thinks that this monster has great power. A huge bear with eyes glowing with red light raises its paw and points its finger at one of the people. Winford looks at this and says that this monster is just standing there and not even attacking them. Bernardo asks, what is this bear even trying to do? The huge bear says in a loud and terrifying voice that they will never be able to overcome the shadow. The shadow will sooner or later cover these lands. Bernardo, like all the other knights, was very surprised by what happened and asked, is it talking? The bear stares at them and says that they are doomed, and all the people near them will die. Rei was very surprised and embarrassed by what this huge monster said. Delbert looks at this monster and asks, what does this mean? Bernardo says he doesn't know that. Maybe it threatens them? This huge bear jumps up with a loud sound and heads towards the forest. Delbert asks if it just disappeared. Bernardo tells him that it is. Winford exhales and says that they should be glad that the thing didn't attack them, otherwise they wouldn't have made it out of here alive. The system notifies you that monster crystals have been received. Does he want to absorb it? Rei doesn't pay attention to this, looks at his sword and thinks that he has a feeling that the words of this creature were addressed specifically to him. Winford walks up to the kids, calling them by name and telling them they did a great job. It seems to him that in the future they will definitely become excellent knights. Gary turned to him and thanked him for that. Rei put away his sword and asks why they encounter such talking animals. Winford says that's actually rare. They almost never encounter shadow beasts within the border. And this is the first time he encounters such a talking creature. He looks at Rei worriedly and wonders why this child is so calm. He shouldn't be like this at all at his age. Delbert looks at him silently as he walks past the other knights. He contorted his face out of dislike for him. Sometime later in the city of Rennes, the knights say that they have finally arrived. However, strange is what it seems. There is more security at the entrance than usual. One of the soldiers approaches them and tells the Lord Knight that they have finally returned. Winford asks why the city's security was suddenly increased. The soldier says that the Errol Kingdom has issued an Amber Alert and martial law has been placed in all cities. In the background, Anne says that she is grateful to them for escorting her into town. Bernardo says that she shouldn't bow like that, it was just for them. Winford says he gets it. He wonders if an Amber Alert has been issued. Is it really that serious? Gary stands nearby and says he looked really cool. It was incredible. Rei crossed his arms and laughed at what he said to him. Winford looks at them and thinks that these lands are already dangerous enough. So will he become the chosen one who will bring salvation to people? Rei looks at the sky and mentally promises his father that he will definitely become a knight. He looks at the tall building and thinks that this is just the beginning. He must definitely wait for his return. 10 years later, in the city of Rennes, the teacher who stands at the academy says that most knights do not use magic, but have a different kind of power. Can anyone tell her what this power is? She looks around the classroom and calls out to Gary. He gets up from his seat and says that this force is called Kai. The development of Kai enhances the abilities of the body, enhances the senses, and even in a short period of time can take a person beyond his limits. The teacher says that he answered well. It seems that they are all ready for practice. Who can tell her why they have to be 15 years old before they can start practicing with Kai? She calls Rei to answer this question. Gary notices that the seat next to him is empty and wonders where he went again. He is embarrassed and says that he seems to have gone to the toilet. The teacher says she understood this. She calls Scavia and says that then she must answer this question for her. The girl gets up from her seat and says that this is due to the fact that Kai practice can create a huge load on the body. After 15 years, a person's internal organs are already formed, and that is why training no longer causes so much harm to the body. The teacher says that she answered this question very well. She calls all the students and says that as she just mentioned, they are finally going to start practical classes. Therefore, She hopes that they will remember well what they have learned here, and this knowledge will help them when they put it into practice. At the same time, Rei stands close to the huge monster and the mature wolf standing in front of him and tells Nova that he can attack. The wolf obeyed his order and immediately ran towards the beast standing in front of him. The wolf jumps up and releases magical waves with a wave of his paw, which immediately knocks the beast down. Nova lands on the ground after this attack, and the system notifies that he has received small monster crystals. Does he want to absorb it? Rei agrees to this, and the system notifies that the crystal's energy has been completely absorbed. He pets Nova and says he's doing great. The wolf in the form of energy returns to his body, and Rei says that he is done for today. Later he will come back, otherwise someone will probably lose their temper again. After some time, somewhere in the forest, Winford rides a horse with the other knights and says that this is truly amazing. He was wondering who he would see first when he returned. And he really is not a failure if he manages to elude the gaze of their valiant guards. Rei heard his voice and turned to him with a small smile. Sometime later, Winford says he hasn't seen him for 10 years, and he's gotten much taller. Rei walks next to him and says that he has remained the same. For 10 years, he has not developed a single wrinkle. He really doesn't understand how old he is. Winford laughs and says it's a secret. He heard from his personal mentor that recently he often began to hunt animals. Looks like today his hunt was a success. Rei agrees with a smile and says that if the alarm hadn't recently been cancelled, it would have been difficult for him to go out into the forest. But he prefers to hunt outside rather than sit in class. Winford says he should be glad he didn't wander any further. If guards from the outer cordon had discovered him, they would not have stood on ceremony with him. By the way, he went to his house before coming here. Rei stopped immediately when he heard what he said. Winford puts his hand on his shoulder and says that his father's condition has not worsened and his mother is taking good care of him. She also asked me to tell him not to worry too much about them. Rei turns to him and thanks him for this. When he turned away, his face became more sad and thoughtful. He remembers what happened and thinks that for 10 years, despite the wind or rain, he trained hard, but was never able to awaken any abilities. He is still as helpless as he was before leaving here. Winford hugs him and says they must go. They can return to the city together. He should cheer up. Tomorrow is the day of his departure to Avrian Academy. He can't wait to meet the other kids. Rei agrees to his proposal and they go into the city together. Sometime later in the city of Rennes, at the large gate, the man asks loudly, so he doesn't know. What does this even mean? The guard says the Amber Alert was lifted, so they had no reason to stop him. It's just a child, where can he even go? The man gets angry about this and asks how many times has he already told them. This guy is special, and keeping an eye on him is very important. Winford goes to them, calls Aaron and says that he should be more merciful. The man with glasses turns to him and asks, is he already back? He hits Rei hard on the head and asks that idiot where he was. He told him to be in his field of vision, but he still skips classes. Which time is this month? Rei moves away from him and says that the Amber Alert was lifted a month ago, so going out for a short walk is fine. Isn't he too cruel? Aaron gets very angry with him and asks who gave him this reason to be angry. Rei says that besides, he will be leaving soon anyway, and then he will have complete relief. Aaron says that while he is still his student, he is not allowed to miss a single day of class. Winford stands between them and says they should be quiet. They need to listen to him and take one step back. Sometime later in the city square, someone loudly tells the students that they must gather in the square as quickly as possible. There will be an emergency meeting very soon. Gary stands in the crowd of students and says that he can't even believe he came back so quickly. Was he caught? Rei agrees and says he was just unlucky. Scavia looks at them silently and her face turns a little red. A man with a scroll comes out to the square and says that he is Lancey's squire. Starting tomorrow, he will accompany them all to the Avrian Knight Academy. The journey will take about 7 days, so if they do not want anything to happen, they must follow his instructions throughout the journey. Is this clear to them? The students say they understood it. Not far from them, a guard asks Sir Winford, has he already decided which route they will take this time? He agrees with this guard and says that they will take the route through the swamp. The guard was very surprised by this and asked if he said swamp. Isn't it too early for these kids? Winford asks if he thinks it's too early. If he wants to become a knight, he simply must go through trials, right? Not to mention that this time it will be a test. Not only for students. The next morning, the city of Ren's city gates. Many carriages set off on the road. Ray sits in one of the carriages and sleeps as they depart. Kale asks, I wonder why they didn't just use the teleporter. Isn't it easier to get to the place they need with this? The guys in this carriage agree, and someone says that this would obviously save them a huge amount of time. Dan says they're a bunch of idiots. Of course, Avrian Academy does not have teleporters. Kale says that he thought they were on the same level as Roland Academy, and they have these teleporters. Can't they afford it? Scavia laughed and said that it seemed that he was extremely inattentive to the teacher in class. Avrian Academy, located on the border, is forced to defend itself not only from external enemies, but also from shadow monsters. If you install a teleport in such a place, then if their academy is destroyed, the enemy will instantly teleport to any part of their country. Kale asks, was this discussed in class? Dan says that's interesting. The thought never occurred to him. Ray continues to sleep and laughs while he does. Gary wipes the dagger, looks at Scavia and wonders, was it his imagination? Or was she really just looking here? Sometime later, near the ruined city of the fortress, the guard says loudly that they must get out of the carts. They need to dismantle the camp and rest. The students got out of the carts and began to set up camp. Gary stands next to Ray and tells him that he always feels like Scavia is looking at him. He turns to him and asks, is she looking at him? What's so remarkable about it? Gary says he can look back. He listened to him and immediately turns in her direction. Scavia was surprised and confused when she noticed this. She was confused because of this. She began to cope worse with setting up the tent, which greatly surprised the people next to her. Gary laughs and says he should look at it. Ray asks if it's because of his hair color. Gary says he shouldn't say that. It's not the first time they've met her. Plus, he's no longer the only one with red hair. Juan at this time asks why he doesn't help the others. Duo, his brother, says that he is somehow lazy. Ian helps other students, and the guy next to him thanks him. He says there is nothing wrong with it. He is strong enough. The guy laughs and says that his muscles are truly amazing. Kale smiles widely and says that they can race to see who can build a tent the fastest. They're not tired yet, are they? Ray thinks about his words and says that he is right, but it doesn't matter. Gary chuckled and asked if he really thought that. Scavia is a real beauty. He's just too lazy to pay attention to her. Ray says he doesn't want to do it. Sometime later, behind an abandoned castle, Dan calls Monk and says he should come here. The guy he called and says that he doesn't think they should leave the camp like that. What is this stench? It's disgusting. It smells like dead rats. Dan says this slime lake is very big. What is this anyway? Monk asks, does it look like a swamp? Lancey comes up behind them and says that's right. This is a swamp. The fact that he came to them frightened these two students very much. He says that if they don't want their broken legs to be in one place tomorrow, while they fall asleep in the middle of the day, then he advises them to immediately go to their tents to sleep. The two scared students immediately agree with him. Sometime later at night, when a fire was set in the camp, one soldier stands on the tower and inspects the surroundings. He does not notice someone who quickly runs away from the camp. Ray hides from this soldier behind the wall and thinks this is not bad. Luckily, he looked around a bit during lunch. To escape from here, it is not necessary to negotiate with the knights at the post. Unexpectedly, someone's female hand grabbed his arm and stopped him. It was Scavia. She calls him and asks where he was going so late. Ray says he's going monster hunting. She thinks about hunting monsters and asks, is he crazy? It's much more dangerous here than in the suburbs of Rennes. What if he meets an average monster? Then the knight will not be able to save him in time. He must understand this himself. Ray pulls his hand away, walks away from her, and says that she doesn't have to worry. For him, an average monster is not a problem. Scavia was very surprised by this and asks, what did he say? She holds her hand and worries about this guy. Sometime later in the morning, One of the knights loudly tells these loafers that it is time to get up. They must wake up. The one who comes out last will be punished. Gary slowly opens his eyes from sleep. He sees in front of him a very sleep-deprived Ray, who is looking into nowhere. He was very scared because of his face and asked what was wrong with him. He couldn't sleep last night. Ray lay there all night, and turning to him says that this is not so. He got enough sleep. Gary thinks he's a very bad liar. Who would even believe him? He comes out of the tent and says that he has to get up. He doesn't want to be punished. Ray looks at the system window in front of him and thinks that this is great. This way he will absorb all the crystals of the small monsters by the time he gets to Avrian Academy. He looks at his experience points and Nova's experience points and thinks that then maybe he can start absorbing medium crystals as well. Sometime later, knights gallop through the swamp with students and carts. Winford suddenly stops his horse in the middle of the road. He turns around and looks at Lancey, who has also stopped his horse. They are galloping in the other direction along with other knights, and the carts with students are moving in the other direction. Sometime later, carriages with students gallop through the swamps in an unknown direction. Ray sleeps while they ride in the carriage. Gary looks away and thinks it's too quiet outside. Suddenly, one of the horses starts screaming loudly because of something that happened nearby. Ray heard these sounds and immediately woke up. A monster that looks like a worm bursts into the window of the cart, and this frightened the students very much. Gary strikes very quickly with his sword and defeats this monster that came through the window. He says with a serious expression that it's a toothy worm. They should all get ready to fight. Another worm climbs into the window, emits green smoke, and the girl screams loudly out of fear. Gary defeats this worm and says that they must be careful. The girl whom he protected looks at this worm with horror and says that there is a lot of blood here. Gary turns around and says that razor worms never move alone. More and more of them will appear. They must climb higher and get out of the carriage. The other students agree with him, and Dan says that they must get rid of these monsters. Gary gets out of the wagon and says that they should get together back to back in groups of 3. They should try not to leave any blind spots. They all have to get out and fight. Kale gets out of the cart and says loudly that they can compete to see which of them can kill the sharp-toothed worms the most. Ray is about to climb out of the wagon and wonders if he's nervous. The system notifies you that the Dragon Eye mode is turned on. He looks at the students fighting against the worms and thinks that they are all little monsters, so there is nothing to worry too much about. He heard some sound that attracted his attention, and he turns towards this sound. Ray sees 6 knights on a cliff watching them and thinks that they have recently separated from the group. Now everything is clear to him. After that, he begins to climb back into the carriage. Dan notices this and asks where he is going. It should not disrupt the construction. Ray yawns and says that they are just small monsters, so there is no need for his help. Besides, there are already too many of them. After that, he climbs into the cart and says that now he is going to bed. At the same time, on the top of the cliff, Lancey looks at what's going on and says that it looks like he'll only get the red belt. The other knights say that he was probably just scared. They should look at that kid. He seems to be doing great. Destroyed the worm with one precise blow. This knight talks about Gary, who fights many monsters. Some of the knights say that his movements are ascetic and he has good control of his body to reduce the load. The old man says that's not bad. He should get a white belt. Winford notices the girl and says that she rarely takes the initiative, but has excellent instincts. The old man agrees and says that besides, she has a very good grip. They look at Skavia, who is fighting with the other students against the monsters. She notices a worm that is quickly moving towards her. With one blow of her sword, she defeats this worm that tried to attack her. Winford looks at her and says that she is a fairly smart girl who clearly has a head on her shoulders. Lancey says that's true. She didn't even get dirty. Suddenly on the field where students are fighting, and one of them was surprised by this and asked what else is this? A huge worm, made up of many small worms, crawls out from under the ground. The students look at this monster in horror and say that these sharp-toothed worms have intertwined into one huge worm. It's very scary. One of the students fell to the ground in fear because a huge worm was heading towards him and calling for help. Ian crashes into this huge worm to protect this guy who is shocked by the attack. He tears one of the worms apart with his bare hands and says that he will not allow them to touch his comrade. Brothers Juan and Duo run very quickly next to the huge worm and deal many blows with their daggers. Kale fights against many worms with the help of his sword, calls 45 and laughs loudly. The old man says that it seems they won't need to interfere. These red-haired teens are doing really well. The knight laughs and says that everything except one. Lancey looks at this battle and says that it's almost over. Winford also looks at this and agrees with him. Sometime later, Ian turns to the student and asks if he is okay. The guy agrees with him and says that he is fine. They finally sorted them out. The girl standing next to them thanks him for helping them. Winford looks at them and thinks that Ian is not only physically strong, but also takes good care of his teammates, which is quite a rarity compared to someone else. Gary is back in the wagon and asks why he didn't help them. Ray yawns and says he was too sleepy. He says it's too dangerous in the cart. If something happens, they will not be able to save him. Ray says that as long as the knights are around, they will be fine. Gary says he's acting like a loner as always. Winford sighs and wonders who will be the chosen child of heaven from the prediction. After some time in the carriage, Kale laughs and says that he killed the most sharp-toothed insects. Dan smiles and says he's not even surprised by this. Kale says that it seems that this monster has simply fallen into a stupor. Dan agrees with him and says that it seems that very soon they will become real knights. A girl with pink hair bandages the hand of one of the students and asks if it hurts. He holds back the pain and says that this is not so. The pain is tolerable. Dan says with a smug look on his face that if you're lucky, you might even get a white belt. Ray doesn't listen to them and continues to sleep. Gary sits next to him and asks, what is this white belt? Dan asks, doesn't he know about this? Although all their escorts are knights, they have a rank system. The knights who accompany them are the white retinue. They are knights of the highest rank. He looks out the window with the rest of the students and says that they have all been awarded a white belt, which means recognition of all the skills of a knight during the test being carried out. There are also green and black belts, which indicate different types of knight abilities. And the lowest rank for a knight is the red belt. This is given to those who did not perform well during the test. Those who achieve a white belt will receive special conditions that include not only training with a personal mentor, but also additional assistance. On the other hand, a red belt has much less luck. Although they receive basic training, no one is really interested in them. In most cases, they are left to their own devices, but to put it mildly, for the academy they are practically non-existent. Ray is surprised by this and wonders, are they left to their own devices? In that case, wouldn't he have a lot of free time to hunt shadow beasts? Then he will surely be able to receive more crystals and higher level abilities. He smiles and thinks it's great. He just had to find a way to get the red belt. Sometime later, one of the knights says that they must leave because they have arrived. The students get out of their carts and say that it is simply huge. This gate must be 50 or more precisely at least 100 stories high. It is amazing. Ray looks in surprise at the place they arrived at and thinks that this is the Avrian Academy. This place was surrounded by a huge wall, behind which stood very expensive and tall buildings. Dan is very surprised by what he sees and says that although he had heard a lot about it, he did not at all expect that the academy would be so majestic. Monk stands next to him and agrees with him. Someone says that the entire academy is a city in which every resident is a knight. The academy is lit with magic crystals rather than torches. It's very luxurious. Gary looks around and says it's like a completely different world than the village he grew up in. Lancey turns to them and says that they can't wander off. If they get lost, he won't look for them. The students agree with him, and he says that they will still have many opportunities to walk around the neighborhood. They enter one of the buildings and Lancey says that it is an armory. The man who works here wishes him a good day. He continues to walk with the students and says that this is a library. They must be silent, because you can't make noise here. The girl notices him and says that she should look at him. Another girl looks at him and says he is very handsome. Dan points to the side and asks, are even the officers in charge of issuing knights? Lancey says that of course it is. All graduates are required to remain as volunteers at Avrian Academy for 2 years. after which it is up to the individual to decide whether to stay or leave. Sometime later, Lancey continues to lead the students and tells them that this is the final destination of their tour before they head to the dorms. Ian looks around and asks, "What is this?" Ray looks around and wonders, "Is this a cemetery?" He is very surprised when he notices something in this place. Lancey stops in front of the statue and says that this is the burial place of the knights who died in the battle for the kingdom of Arl. He brought them here to remind them that their fight never ends. They must remember the duty of a knight and fight to defend their homeland at all times. The students loudly agree with him, but Ray stands silently in the crowd of these students with a sad expression on his face. Lancey loudly says that they must fight to protect their homeland. Ray looks at the knight statue and thinks that these people actually used the bodies of dragons to make armor and weapons. What he saw made him very angry. Skavia raises her hand and asks if she can ask a question. "Whose monument is this?" Lancey says it's a statue of the Academy's founder, Avrian, the legendary Dragon Knight. Ray asks, "Who is this Dragon Knight?" Lancey turns away from them and says that they will understand this when they learn more about the history of the Academy. And now they must follow him. Ray's eye has turned into a dragon's eye. He is angry about what happened and wonders, is he ignoring it? He was very surprised when he noticed something strange and it attracted his attention. Gary notices him standing still and wonders what's wrong with him. He calls him and says that they need to go. Ray does not hear him because of his surprise at what he saw and wonders how this is even possible. This is the tomb that is located under this cemetery. What's inside? It's definitely alive. Sometime later, Gary walks with a crowd of students and says that he doesn't know who he'll have to live with, but he hopes they'll be good guys. Ray follows him and thinks that it's strange how there can be something alive in the cemetery and in such a state, even if there was a monster. Gary snaps him out of his thoughts by asking if he's even listening to him. Ray asks, "What did he say?" He apologizes and says he was just lost in thought. Was he talking about his neighbors? Gary agrees and looks at the piece of paper on the wall and says that's great. It looks like they were put in the same room. He will now see who else will be with them. Skavia stands next to them and loudly asks what kind of joke is this. This surprised them and attracted their attention. She blushed and said that this was impossible. How can she live with boys? Gary tries to console her and says that this is not surprising. He heard that at the Academy knights are treated equally, regardless of gender. At least they get along well. Skavia throws her bag at him and loudly tells him to shut up. She is not going to live with them. She wants to change her room. Several students came to the sound and asked what was happening here. It's very noisy here. Ray says there's nothing wrong. Their lady is just angry. Gary gets up from the floor, greets people, and says that from this day on they also live here. He introduced himself and Ray, who was standing next to him. Monk tells them his name. Ian greets them and says his name. Ray stares at him and thinks he has red hair too. Gary looks at the list and says it looks like they have 2 more roommates, Dan and... Ray interrupts and says it's Matthew Warwood. It seems that he has already heard this name somewhere. They turn around and see the evil Skavia walking towards them, and she has caught their attention. She takes her bag and with an angry look on her face says loudly that she wants to change clothes. She will warn them immediately. They are prohibited from even trying to enter the room at this time. They silently look at the closed door to the room, and Gary says that something tells him that night Lancey did not allow her to change the room. Dan approaches them and asks why they are all standing in the hallway. Gary turns to him and says they were waiting for him. He asks why they were waiting for him. He points to the door and tells Dan that he just found a cockroach there. They are discussing who will come in and solve this problem. He asks, "Did he say cockroach?" This is funny. He bursts into the room with a smile and asks, "What is a cockroach for a future night?" He'll show them now. The door closes behind him. The others stand outside and wait for what happens next. They hear Savius' loud scream and loud sounds of blows. Gary laughs because of this, but the others are either scared or just confused. Sometime later in the luxurious dining room located at the Academy, Dan asks how he could lie to him about the cockroach. Is this really that funny? Gary says it was interesting. Dan sits next to him with a red mark from the slap on his face and says that in the end he angered her after all. What if one day she tries to poison him while he sleeps? Gary smiles and says he's incredibly lucky. Some are just waiting for the chance to talk to her. Dan asks who would have thought she was so hot-tempered. Skavia, very angry because of what happened, asks what he's even saying. Have something to be proud of. Does he even understand what he did? Gary and Dan got scared because of this and says that they didn't say anything, and in general they were silent. Skavia has calmed down and with an embarrassed expression on her face asks how they can eat so calmly. The test will be held very soon. Haven't they heard about it? Gary started eating and asked if she was talking about the night belt test. He knows about it, but this is not a reason to refuse lunch. Ray briefly left the food to say that it was also free. Skavia exhales and says that the two of them are simply hopeless. Two students look down on them and say that no wonder these beggars eat like this. It seems they have never tasted anything tastier in their entire miserable lives. They both turn to these guys, and one of them says that in any case, he doesn't think he can overcome himself and eat a couple of servings until he returns home to his mother. These two guys approached Ian, who was embarrassed by this, and they said that he should look at the size of this guy. He barely fit on the chair. Has anyone ever told this hillbilly that he somehow takes up too much space? It's amazing why all these red-haired freaks keep coming from Wrens. Kale doesn't pay attention to this, but still stopped because he said it. Juan quietly takes out his dagger out of anger, but Duo stops him. These two guys say it's scary to think how contagious this disease is. I wouldn't want them to become the same as them. This bunch of hillbillies should stay away from them. Monk got up from the table and said that this was too much. Two guys approached him and asked, does he also want to protect them? All he can do is barely reach the red belt. It would be better if he took care of himself and kept his head down. Ian tries to stop Monk and says he shouldn't do this. It's okay. The guy put his hand on his back and said that it turns out that he still seems to have the rudiments of a brain. He warns him once again that if he suddenly sees them at the academy, it will be better if he gets as far away from them as possible. Ian is very worried about what is happening and agrees with him. Suddenly someone throws a piece of chicken and hits this guy in the head. He got very angry because of this and asks who dared to do this. He must come forward. Suddenly someone hit his head on the table and pressed him with his hand. The guy is embarrassed by this and says that he should let him go. The second guy was surprised by what happened and asked what he needed. A very angry Ray holds this guy by the arm and asks if he can tell him again who they need to avoid. The guy he's holding says he's a nasty red-haired monster. The second guy turns around, loudly calls for help, and says that this guy seems to have gone crazy. The knights in this room notice this. One of the students shouts loudly that there is going to be a fight. Ian is very worried about what Ray is doing and says that he is grateful to him, but they didn't do anything to him. Gary agrees with this and says that he should stop, because the knights are already watching. Skavia is worried about what is happening and says that a test is coming. He should not make a bad impression on the knights before the start of this test. Ray says he doesn't care. He keeps pinning this guy to the table, and his friends try to talk him out of it. The guy tells Sir Knight that he must help them. This red-haired guy is mocking the student. Lancey walks up to them and says with an annoyed expression that he has to let him go. Ray presses the guy's hand even harder and tells Ian that there is one thing he has learned well since childhood. The guy screams very loudly in pain and calls the knight for help. Ray doesn't pay attention to this and says that when someone tries to assert themselves at his expense and bullies him. Lancey calls him by his first and last name and says that he is ordering him to stop. Ray still doesn't pay attention to this, puts pressure on his hand and says that the offenders need to be given what they deserve. The guy starts screaming very loudly because of the pain. Students notice this and ask in horror what is happening. What's the matter? This is very creepy. Ray let the guy go and says that he must understand. That's the only way they can at least understand and learn something. Ian was very embarrassed about what he had done to this guy and timidly agreed. Lancey is very angry about what he did and asks why he ignored his order. Ray apologizes with a sly smile and tells this Sir Knight that his ears, like his, sometimes fail him. He hears only what he wants to hear. He leaves Lancey, takes Gary with him and says that they should go eat. They can't let these idiots spoil their appetite. The students quietly say that. However, those two guys were really the first to bully them. Namely, although they constantly create problems, this time they got what they deserved. Lancey began to shake due to the very strong anger he was experiencing. He looks at Ray and is very angry about what he did. Sometime later, the three main knights enter this hall and the students notice them. They look at them and ask, "Is this Sir Delbert? Is it time to prepare for distribution?" Winford raises his hand and asks the students to be quiet. Old men in different masks enter the hall, and he says that he will introduce them to the deans of the Avrian Academy, the 6 elders. The students look at them and say that these are 6 elders. Are they really that powerful? What should they do? He suddenly started to get nervous. No one warned them that 6 elders would come to observe the evaluation process. Ray looks at the elders and thinks that their aura is very powerful. It looks like those who killed him in his previous life. One of the knights says that today, in the presence of 6 elders, they will pass the test to receive the rank of knighthood. Depending on the results of this assessment, they will distribute knight belts of different colors to everyone. Winford says that, as some of them may have already heard, doing poorly on the test will earn them a red belt. This means they are one of the worst. But he also wants to point out that even if they get a red belt today, they may well end up in his place in the future. The fact that they became academy students at the age of 5 already means that they are more talented than ordinary people. Subsequent training will allow them to develop these talents, so they should not give up. Ray looks at him with a small smile and thinks that giving pep talks is clearly his forte. I wonder if he'll be surprised when he gets the red belt. Winford turns and says he'll leave the rest to him. Lancey says he doesn't have to worry about it. He glares at Ray and says that he always does his duties well. After this, he says that there are 5 exams, each aimed at demonstrating different knightly skills. These include Gem of Power, Ignite the Earth, Metasonic Pursuit, Eye of Precision, and Will of Truth. After some time on the first test of the Gem of Power, Lancey points to a large stone with his hand and says that the rules are very simple. You need to push the stone with all your might, and when it reaches the mark, they will complete the test. Each of them is given 2 attempts to pass the test. If they fail to complete this test the first time, then during the second attempt they can use this magic glove. It will help increase their physical strength, and this will help them pass the test. And of course, using the magic glove will affect their final scores, so the decision whether to use it or not is up to them. Gary says quietly that it seems like everything is as easy as shelling pears. Ray agrees with him and says that it is very easy. But it doesn't seem to him that there are those who really don't want him to go further. Lancey says now is the final announcement before testing officially begins. Gary asks what is he talking about. Lancey says that he is exercising his right as an examiner and is not allowing Ray Tharan to participate in this test. He looks at the examiner and says with a small smile that they can look at it themselves. Gary is outraged by this and asks why he won't let him. Scavia says that's not fair. Why doesn't he let him pass the test? Lancey asks if they think it's not fair. He just once again wants to remind everyone who is going to become knights that they will have to obey their superiors for a long time, both on the battlefield and within the walls of the academy. If someone does not agree with something, then they can turn to his superiors, and then he will unquestioningly follow their order if such an order comes from them. After they heard this from him, they immediately fell silent. Lancey says that now they can start taking the test. All the students immediately agree with him. Gary says it looks like this knight has a grudge against him. Scavia says he should talk to management. He can't do this to him. Ray says that it will be even better, because this is what he wanted, so they don't have to worry and get ready for their exit. They will participate together in the next challenge. He smiles and thinks that this is very opportune. This knight's trick only further guarantees that he will receive a red belt. Scavia is very worried about Ray and timidly calls him by name. Sometime later, Gary tries hard to pass the test and is told that he passed the test. Scavia also put in a lot of effort and passed this test. Ian easily lifted this stone and the testers, surprised by this, say that he passed this test. Gary comes back and says he got over it. Ray says he'll enjoy the next challenge even more then. Gary is confused by this and asks why he thinks that. Ray points to the old man and the knight and asks if he sees the examiner of the second test standing there. He's clearly from Roland Academy. The old man says that he has not seen him for a long time. Lancey greets him and tells him that he should let him know when he's ready to start. Gary was surprised by this and said that they had no training in magic at all. How will they pass this test? Ray says that the enemy on the battlefield won't care what they learned and what they didn't. He suggests that the second test will be for magic resistance. Most often, people who are more physically gifted have less pronounced abilities for magic. It seems to him that all these 5 tests are aimed at identifying their strengths and weaknesses in order to later build a plan for future training from them. Gary thought about it and says that what he said makes sense. Maybe he is that super talent. Ray thought about his words and said that he had a hard time believing this assumption. After some time, on the second test, the earth ignited. The old man put his hand to Gary's head and held it there for a while. He finished the test and says that he lasted 57 seconds. The next one should come to him. Ray looks at him and says he did good. He lasted long enough. Gary says he's sad that he lasted less than a minute. Dan helps him go back and says that he has shown a good result. After all, an hour in a magician's fiery illusion in the real world is only a minute. Skavia came next, and the old man also cast an illusion on her. She is transported into this illusion and says that she knows that it is an illusion. This won't scare her. Sometime later, the students are surprised to say that a full 5 minutes have passed, which is much longer than the previous student. She lasted this long, it's just incredible. The old man says that's all, she showed her strength. The students are surprised by this and ask who is this girl. It was amazing. It's not for nothing that she is a goddess for him. He must shut up and calm his thoughts. The old man says Ray Tarun will be next. Skavia walks back and wishes him luck in this challenge. He walks past her and agrees. The old man put his hand in front of him and asked if he was ready to start. Ray agrees and says they can start. He thinks that 20 seconds will be enough, although it seems better to fall right away. People look at him from the stands and everyone notices that he has red hair. Ray finds himself in an illusion and wonders, has the test already begun? He thinks that now he will succeed. Suddenly he notices a huge red dragon flying towards him with its mouth wide open. Ray finds himself in a stream of fire and wonders what this means. Isn't that him? He got out of this illusion. He was pushed away from this old man, and they were both thrown away from each other. This greatly surprised the knights who were present at this exam. The other knight was also surprised when he saw what happened. The elders silently stare at what happened. The old man who conducted the test is very afraid of what happened and says that he is cursed by the red dragon. The students were embarrassed by this and asked what happened. Why did the examiner suddenly fall? He, of course, guessed that if he was near him, sooner or later trouble would happen. Didn't he hear? Damn, the examiner said he was cursed. So he is even more dangerous than other red-haired people. Ray is worried about what happened and asks if he's okay. Winford approaches the old man, who has lost consciousness, and says that nothing serious happened to him. He was probably just too tired. He too should go and rest. Ray agrees to this. After this, Winford looks silently at the old man and thinks that this is strange. He has exhausted his entire supply of mana. Sometime later, when he entered the room with the elders, one of them asks, did he find out the reason for what happened? Winford agrees and says that it is a mana disease caused by magic depletion. He'll be fine after a little rest. The elders ask if it is because he spent too much mana on the students he was evaluating before. He doesn't think so. How could the mage from Roland Academy use up all his mana on a test like this? Winford says that he has arranged for him to be given a place to rest, and will look into the reasons later. Let another magician finish the test. The elder agrees and says that he entrusts all organizational issues to him. After that, Winford left him and the elder called another knight. He says something to this knight, and he agrees and says that he will take care of it. The knight leaves and the elders continue to observe the test. They look at Ray, who leaves to join the rest of the students. Sometime later, someone asks what is mana disease. Scavia says that when a mage runs out of mana, but still continues to release magic, it has an anti-magic effect on the mage. This is the disease of mana. Ray says he gets it. Gary asks, does that mean the magician spent too much mana on the students in front of him? He was unlucky. Ray exhales, grins, and says that he can only envy other people's talents. Scavia looks at him silently and thinks that this is strange. How could this even happen to a mage from Roland Academy during the exam for novice knights? And what is this curse that he then shouted about? Suddenly they hear loud noises and react differently to something strange that is happening here. People loudly ask what's going on. It's an earthquake. Suddenly trees begin to grow from underground. After a short time, a forest has already grown at the exam site, and surprised students ask what it is. They notice a magician who uses magic, and one of them says that the entire training ground is overgrown with trees. This caused a lot of dust to rise. Gary coughs and asks what is going on. Scavia also coughs and says that someone used magic. The examiner jumped onto a branch of a tall tree and loudly said that the third test begins right now. The students were confused by this and asked who it was. The masked man says he is the examiner for the third test. All they have to do to complete it successfully is to follow him and copy all his movements exactly. This is the third test, Meta-Acoustic Pursuit. The examiner moves very quickly and says that the test has begun. Gary is surprised by this and asks if it has already started. Ray looks at the examiner and thinks he is very fast. Monk immediately followed the examiner, and Dan noticed this and was very surprised by it. Ray and Gary immediately ran after him. Dan was very surprised by this and asked why this guy is so fast. Scavia runs after the others and says that she will not lose to him. They will see each other at the end of the challenge. Dan is left standing alone and asks if no one is going to wait for him. The examiner continues to move, jumping on tree branches, and thinks that this is too difficult a test for these children. He turns around and wonders if he should wait for them a little. He turns around and is very surprised when he notices someone behind him. He notices Monk, who quickly runs after him and says that he is doing well. Gary follows them and says they are catching up to him. The examiner continues to move through this forest and says that it seems that there is no need to cut them any slack. He quickly jumps from tree to tree and says that they must keep up with him. The students continue to follow him through these trees. Someone is about to shoot 5 arrows from a bow and says that they are approaching. Ray follows Scavia and Gary and thinks he's not very good at chasing. He watches them and thinks that he still prefers to move on all fours. He notices the arrows that were shot at them and wonders what they are. He tells the others that they must be careful. Someone is shooting at them. The rest of the students stopped on their branches, and next to them, arrows hit the branches of the trees they were on. The girl who shot the bow says that he shouldn't do them any favors. She can track down each of them without any problems. The examiner runs next to her and says that these children are really good. She can go and see for herself. The archer smiles and says that he must not hold back and continue to move forward. Otherwise, he will not cope. She runs away from the platform she was on and says the test has begun. Ray jumps onto this platform after the others and says that it looks like they decided to do 2 tests at the same time. Gary checks the bow and asks if this is to test their archery accuracy. Scavia runs after the examiner, taking his bow and arrows, and says that this is most likely the case. She runs after Monk and says that she will go first. The archer conducting the exam is next to them and says that all the targets they need to hit are in the forest ahead. 3 shots should be enough for them. She smiles and says that, of course, with her assistance. The 4th test of the Eye of Precision began. Ray continues to follow the others and thinks that although they want to get a red belt, he also doesn't want to be the worst. He uses the Dragon Gaze skill and thinks that now he will start the performance. He notices an arrow with strong energy flying towards him. Ray pushes Gary away and says he has to be careful. He looks at this arrow that is flying at him and realizes that he will not be able to dodge. Suddenly, someone fired a bow and knocked down this arrow to change the trajectory of the arrow, which flies towards Ray. He turns around and sees an arrow that has pierced 2 large trees and continues to fly further. He wonders, is it really necessary to hit students with such force during an exam? Gary says it was close. Someone asks, are they okay? He notices the student and says that he is grateful to her. Everything is fine with them. It was a great shot. The girl says that they don't need to thank her. She wouldn't have been able to knock the arrow off course if she wasn't nearby. Rei notices several more arrows flying at them and says that she should be careful because they are being shot at. He avoids and thinks that something is wrong here. There was a distinct feeling of Kai from the arrow that had just been fired. This arrow and the one the examiner shot are clearly different. Someone really wants to kill them. Or even, perhaps, just him. Someone is about to shoot a bow aimed at him. The examiner also notices that someone else is present at this exam. Rei looks around, pulling the arrow, and notices someone. He finds the man who shot them, is about to shoot him, and says that he found him. Suddenly, his bow begins to crack and breaks from his strength. His bow breaks into 2 parts, and this greatly surprised the students who were next to him. Rei was very embarrassed because his weapon was broken. The examiner notices this man, shoots his bow, and asks who this is. The person who shot dodges her shot and runs away from this place. The examiner ran to the place where this person was. She looks at her arrow stuck in a tree and thinks that this man has amazing speed. This man was able to dodge her all-out attack without leaving a single trace behind. Who in this world would want to attack their students? Thinking about this, she pulled out her arrow from the tree. She waves to the students and says that she is sorry for scaring them. One of her shots accidentally went astray. They should just continue with the test. The students agree with her. Rei thinks that since she apologizes so much, she obviously didn't shoot the arrow. Gary turns to him and says they should move on. Rei follows the rest of the students with a new bow and thinks that it looks like they are being followed by some really dangerous people. Sometime later, people gathered near the examiner of the 3rd test. Dan tells Monk that he is a traitor because he didn't even wait for him. He tells him that this is a test after all. Juan asks if he can run faster next time. Duo says he is lazy. Scavia stands not far from them and asks what did they say. So that's what happened to them. Why don't they tell the knights about this? Rei says he thinks it's better they don't do this. She was surprised by this and asks why he thinks so. Gary says he agrees with him. The examiner did not reveal the truth to them only because he did not want to influence their assessment. Or it could be a deliberate attempt to hide something. If someone really wants to eliminate them, it should be someone who has access to the examination room. He is afraid of what this person might be. He does not have time to finish because Scavia guessed about this and says that this is either an examiner or a knight associated with her. Then what are they going to do next? Rei says they need to take things one step at a time. He would like to know who this man is that lurks in the shadows. When he said this, his face was very serious. Sometime later, the man who tried to attack Rei has come to the entrance of the building and is about to enter. The girl who conducted the 4th exam aims her bow at him and loudly says that he must stop. She keeps aiming at that person and asks, "What does he need from newcomers?" This man turns and looks at him silently. He put his hand on his weapon. The examiner notices this and says that he should not move. From this distance, she could just shoot him in the head. This man turns to her, with his eye glowing, and says that she can try it then. He is about to attack, taking his dagger, and the examiner immediately shoots from his bow. At the same time, Delbert stands in front of a sword with a gem on its pommel and says that this test will test their willpower and control over Kai. The Will of Truth begins the 5th test. Delbert pulled out this sword and channeled his energy and says that this sword is made from the crystal of a top-rank monster. The Firebird, when they pick it up, the sword will release flames. Perhaps they have not yet learned to fully control their Kai, but they need to try to concentrate and direct it with their willpower in the right direction. The first participant must approach him. Ian comes out to the square and agrees with him. He picks up this sword and the gem begins to emit a glow. Suddenly, the sword releases a very large flame, which he has little control over, and this fire burns him. Delbert writes something down and says that the next student should come now. Sometime later, the man says that he failed to cope with the murder, and the examiner found out about it. Another man kneels and says it's his mistake. Elder Gibby looks at the man and says that he didn't expect to be able to solve this problem the first time. He puts on a golden mask, which allows you to change the appearance of the wearer, and says that, however, at least now it will be possible to give a signal to their comrades. His appearance is changed, and he says that the Pureblood Guild, never disappeared anywhere. Sometime later, Gary took the sword in his hands and controls the flames that the sword releases. Delbert says he did well. The next student should come here. Gary leaves the square, waves his hand, and says that this is the last test, so he has to try his best. Ray also waves at him and tells him that he doesn't have to worry about it. Scavia says she's always wanted to know, is Ray really that strong? Gary thinks about this and says that, at least as far as he can tell, he really is very strong. Dan was surprised by this and said that, however, his results in his first 4 tests were simply terrible. Scavia asks why he thinks Ray is strong. Gary says that even though the last time they fought, he won easily. But 10 years ago, he was attacked by a mid-level demonic wolf, and Ray was able to defeat this monster and save him. Dan laughed at this and said that he shouldn't lie. 10 years ago, they were only 5 years old. How could he defeat a mid-level monster, and a shadow wolf at that? Scavia remembers what happened in the swamp and wonders if he is really so strong. Then why is he hiding his strength? Ray takes the sword in his hand and Delbert says he can begin. A system window appears in front of him in which it is written that he received a large monster crystal. Does he want to absorb it? Ray was surprised by this, agreed, and the crystal on the top of the sword went out. The students were surprised by this and asked why no flame appears. He swings this sword that doesn't emit fire energy and asks what's going on. Delbert was very confused about what was happening. The students say that perhaps this sword is broken. It is broken, and besides, the light that came from the sword has disappeared. Why is it that all sorts of problems always happen to him? Delbert is worried about what happened, snatches the sword from his hands, and says that he should move away and give it to him. He looks at the sword in horror and says that it is a weapon created from a top-rank beast crystal. It is the treasure of the Errol Kingdom. He grabs Ray's clothes and asks what he did with that sword. He asks with a calm expression, what could he even do with this sword? This is, after all, a weapon made from a top-ranked beast crystal. Not to mention the fact that he was under his constant surveillance. Delbert was very angry with him and wants to tell him something. But a knight comes running to him and says that he must allow him to report. He has something important to tell him. An angry Delbert turns to him and asks where he has it. The guard came up to him and quietly said something in his ear, which greatly surprised him. He leaves and says that all the tests are completed. Now they can return to their rooms. The students quietly say that it's finally all over. They were very tired. Delbert says they will meet for dinner, where they will be presented with knight belts. The students quietly say that he definitely did better than that guy, so he definitely won't get a red belt. He should speak more quietly. Delbert starts to leave and says that he should go to his room too. Ray looks at him and agrees with him. He looks at the knights who are leaving this square and thinks, is what that knight said true? The knight said quietly that the examiner of the 4th test had just been found murdered. Sometime later, the guards say that when they were informed about everything, she was already dead. Winford looks with horror at the body of the murdered examiner and thinks that the body has not yet cooled down. Everything happened not so long ago. Who did this? He says with a serious expression that they must immediately report everything to the elders. The guard hits his armor with his fist and agrees with him. After some time, to a meeting of elders. Someone asks, does that mean she's dead? The guard agrees and says that the cut was even. She was killed with one precise blow, which is an indicator of the work of the master. Moreover, the criminal did not activate the security mechanism. One of the elders says that it seems that there was action, and indeed, someone from within. After all, rumors about some organizations never died down. The elders begin to discuss this and asks if they think the Pure Blood Guild or the Dark Guild is behind this. The leader of the Green Belt Knights was killed during the exam. The attacker was too bold. They must complete the investigation. One of the old men sitting at the table turns around and asks the elder what he thinks about this. The old man looks out the window for a while. He turns around and says that they should keep it a secret and not talk about it too much. They must tell the knights to continue the investigation and find the real culprit. They agree with him. After some time, in the hall where many students had gathered, they say he is very worried. I wonder what color belt he will get. Skavia asks if her name is Martha. Great, she finally has a girl neighbor. What is her last name? Gary asks if her last name is Warwood. Could it be that Anne is her relative? Martha was surprised by this and asks how they know her mother. Ray thinks that if even the examiner was killed, it means that the killer was a very unusual person, and of the suspects now only the high-ranking elite remain. However, if you think about it, in the academy only the head of the knights and the elders have such power. Gary calls him and asks if he remembers the mercenary they encountered when they went to the city of Ren. She was Martha's mother, an amazing coincidence. Ray ignores him and thinks about what happened. Gary grabs him and, a little angry, says that lately he has his head in the clouds too much when he talks to him. Ray is embarrassed by this and says that he should leave him alone. He is thinking about the exam. Skavia asks, perhaps, about the identity of the one who shot that arrow? Ray says that's not true. He was thinking about why there was no reaction to the completion of the 5th test. He thinks that it is better not to tell them about the murder of the examiner. After all, the more they know, the more dangerous it is for them. Skavia says it was just a strange coincidence and he was just unlucky. But except for the sword test. Also the previous fiery test too. She doesn't have time to finish because the students notice the knights and loudly say that the main knight is here. They worry about it and say that they have finally arrived. Winford says he is announcing the start of issuing knight belts. Those whose names he calls must take turns to go on stage. Gary Brubard. He was distracted when he heard his name and turned to him. Ray thinks that he has finally left him behind. People look at Gary and say that's the guy. He was the best at everything, right? He will definitely get a white belt. Who told him that? Their goddess Skavia performed best of all. Whoever it is will definitely get a white belt. Winford says that after careful deliberation among the knights, the decision was made to award him the black belt. Gary was very surprised that he did not receive a white belt and looks at his belt in disbelief. Winford hands him the belt with a smile and tells him that he should accept it with pride. Gary looks at him with confusion and tries to think of what to answer. He accepted the belt with a sad expression and agreed with it. Students quietly ask what's going on. Shouldn't he have gotten a white belt? By the way, what do black belts usually do? He doesn't know. He's never even considered anything other than the red belt, so he doesn't know. Winford calls Ian and says that he has received a white belt. The students were surprised by this and quietly said that it was surprising that this red-haired monster received a white belt. He should speak quietly. Has he already forgotten what kind of block he then easily lifted into the air? Skavia also took her belt, and the students quietly say that he knew that his goddess would receive a white belt. And he has a red belt. He would no longer be able to be near his goddess. Martha took her green belt and thanked her for it. Dan cries with a red belt in his hands and asks why this happened. Even Monk received a black belt. Winford's name is Ray Tarun, and he immediately took notice. The students around him say that it is him. What will he have for his belt? He will definitely get a red belt. Ray goes on stage and thinks that it's finally his turn. Winford hands him the belt and says that after difficult discussions, the knights have decided to award him a black belt. Ray was very surprised that he received this belt. Dan was even more shocked by this and asks how this guy was able to get a black belt even though he passed the tests so poorly. Monk, whom he shakes, laughs and says that he has a hidden talent. Dan asks what does this mean. It turns out that he's the only loser here. Ray looks at his belt and wonders how come he got a black belt. Maybe this is some kind of conspiracy. Winford says all the knights' belts were awarded. Whether they accept it or not, these are their current results. From tomorrow, after completing basic training, they must follow the knight captains according to the colors of their belts to begin training. Gary looks at his belt and asks what do knights with black belts even do. A man with a cigar in his teeth looks at the document in his hand. The names of students with black belts are written there, and he says that he was assigned 2 people with red hair. He looks away and says that he hopes they don't cause him any trouble. He thinks about the future Dragon Knight. The next day, at the training area, the guy with the green belt waves and says they'll meet later. The guy with the white belt waves back and agrees with it. Other people leave, and one of them says that they can go. Finally, they can go back to the hostel. Kale says that everyone else has already left. Why hasn't their mentor come yet? He hopes that he is at least a normal person. At the same moment, their mentor came to him from behind and asked, "Is he talking about him?" He went further and says that he is their future mentor, they should follow him. Kale raised his hand and agreed to this. The students follow their mentor, and they all say nothing. Kale asks, "Did Sir Knight just introduce himself?" Ray says that's not true. He doesn't think so. Gary asks, why don't he go and ask him? Kale immediately raises his hand and asks Sir Knight how they should address him. Ray is embarrassed by this and thinks that this guy is too straightforward. The mentor raises his hand and says they can call him K. Ray says his name is weird. Kale says he doesn't think that's his real name. Delbert walks towards them, greets Sir K, and says that it is such a coincidence that they met. He smiles and says that he has two people with red hair. It seems that he will have a very difficult time. He stops in front of Ray and asks, he must be incredibly proud of being a black belt, right? If everything depended only on him, he would never have allowed someone like him, even before entering the academy. Ray smiles and says it's a good thing he doesn't make decisions like that. Delbert gets very angry about this and says that he has to be careful, he will be constantly watching him. Suddenly Kay put his sword in front of him, which greatly surprised him and says that he should remind him of something. Ray Turin is now a member of his team of Black Belt Knights. He looks at him intently and says that he would not want prejudice against some to provoke conflict between them. Delbert looks at him and says that very soon they will see whether this is bias or not. Sooner or later, everyone will find out that that prophecy was false. He leaves with a dissatisfied expression on his face and wishes them luck. Gary asks what prophecy he's talking about. Monk says he's never heard of such a thing. Kay silently exhales smoke from her mouth and looks at Delbert as she leaves. Some time later, they have come to the right place, and he says that they must follow him. Here they will undergo special training. Students say there is a strong draft here. He cannot open his eyes because of this. Gary covers his face with his hand and opens one eye. They see a very old and neglected building and say that this place is so miserable. Monk looks around and asks, "Where did Sir Kay go?" Kale was also confused and says that he didn't pay attention either, but when did he manage to disappear? Suddenly the door closed behind them and Gary asks what was that. Ray immediately uses the Dragon Eye skill and realizes that he has disappeared. He can't believe that he can't be tracked even with the Dragon's Eye. Gary calls him and asks if he can see where he is. Ray says he doesn't see him. Kay hugged them from behind and asked if they were looking for him. This frightened them greatly, and they screamed loudly in fear. He lights a candle and says that from now on their training will take place in complete darkness. They must improve their skills, improve their senses. They must sharpen their skills and sharpen their senses, until the day they become one with the darkness and turn it into their most powerful weapon. Gary asks, he heard that in the future, Black Belt Knights will mainly do murder. Is that true? Ray wonders. Murder? So that's what worries him. Kay agrees and says that compared to other students, they have skills that make them the most suitable candidates for assassination missions. Gary looks down and asks why they weren't appreciated like the others. Kay says that they were chosen as Black Belt Knights because, compared to others, they have something special about them. He put his hand on his shoulder and says that if they want to fight with someone openly, then they must believe that they will definitely be able to do it. Gary blushed because of what he told them. Kay throws some bracelets to everyone and says that they should take this. He holds one of these bracelets and says that from today, they can fight the way they like best. Ray looks at the screen of his bracelet and it says that his rating is 300. His training is 100% complete for today. He thinks that it turns out that this thing can display the current rating. According to Sir Kay, the rating will be updated every day after the completion of training. Students from the same class can challenge each other to a fight at will. If a student with a lower rating wins, then he receives the rank of the student with a higher rating. And the higher the rank, the more resources they can get. Ray stands up and asks how many students they have in the course. Gary thinks about this and asks, probably about 300. Ray is embarrassed by this and thinks that it turns out that he is at the very bottom of the rankings. He asks, what place does he have? Gary was embarrassed by this, and on his bracelet, it says that his rating is 1. Completion of training for today is 100%. Dan was very surprised when he looked at his bracelet and says that all this time they were discussing who was in first place, but it turns out it was him. He laughs and says it's very funny. First and 300th places in the same room. He will go and take a walk. Skavia from Ratings 3 looks at them and says that boys are so shallow. Martha, rated 89, laughed at what she said. Ian looks at Monk and says he seems very happy. What is his reason for this? He looks at his bracelet and says there is nothing wrong with it. His bracelet says his rating is 65, an assurance of 100% training for today. Monk thinks he's overwhelmed by the desire to keep working hard. 10 days later. Ray walks down the hallway and thinks that today's hunt wasn't very productive either. He will very soon absorb 100 small beast crystals. He enters the room and Monk asks loudly what does he mean by this. Thanks to these special exercises, he was able to improve his ranking. He has indeed improved his ranking and is ranked 50th. Gary says he just thinks they're all pretty superficial and aren't helping him at all. Monk says loudly that just because he doesn't understand, it doesn't mean they're useless. Gary says he was able to maintain his ranking even without these exercises. Ray asks what's going on here. Dan says it's the first time he's seen Monk so excited. They were arguing about whether the special training to become a black belt was useful or not, so he was interested in what exercises they were doing. Ray thinks about it and says that this is special training. He thinks that the black belt's stealth, assassination, and disguise skills are actually what Gary isn't so good at. However, Monk showed amazing talent in them. However, Gary is also right. His basic training is much better than Monk's in every way. Even though Monk's skills are rapidly improving, Gary still remains the best student. Monk says he won't let him denigrate his efforts like that. Gary asks if he ever said something like that. He can think whatever he wants. Skavia comes up to them and tells them that they have to stop this. Ray should talk to them too. He noticed this and looked at them. He spread his arms to the side and asked why don't they decide everything with a duel. Dan was surprised by this proposal and says that this is a great idea. Skavia was surprised by this and asked if they were here to separate them or vice versa. Monk chuckles and says he's okay with that. They can have a ratings battle. Gary closes his eyes and says he doesn't care, but since they fight, he'll show him if the skills he values are really that useful. Some time later, students gathered on the street and asked if they wanted to go and see it. There seems to be a battle of freshmen going on there. Is this the blonde one? Who is he going to fight? He heard something about him. He is a dark horse who is also a black belt and seems to be ranked quite high. Sebastian, the youngest son of the Knight Delbert, asks if they will have a fight. The guy next to him says there's nothing to see there. These are just hillbillies from the city of Wrens. Kale walks next to the students and tells them that they can place bets. The rising star of Gary Academy against the dark horse monk. They can come and see who can have the last laugh. Dan comes up to him and says that he is betting 10 silver coins on Gary. Kale asks who will win this battle. Skavia turns to them and asks how can you bet on your roommates. Martha hands him 5 silver coins and says that she will also bet on Monk. Maybe this time he will surprise her. Kale thanked her for her trust. Skavia was surprised by this and asks, why is she betting too? She turns to Ray and asks him if he thinks Monk has a chance to win. Kale comes to the center of the arena and says that the moment they have all been waiting for has come. The long-awaited battle will begin very soon. They will witness this moment together. Ray asks if she thinks she'll beat Gary too. Kale raises his hand and says that he will start the battle. He puts his hand down and says they can start. They both run towards each other to fight. People who look at this rejoice and root for those they bet on. As the students begin to fight, Ray says that Gary is very talented and well-versed in different techniques. Academy teachers were also among those gathered. And Monk worked harder than anyone else on his special training. We can say that now for Gary, he is the most suitable opponent. Monk strikes very hard with his sword, causing a large cloud of dust to rise. He holds his sword, looks at his opponent and thinks he's caught. People who watch this ask, did he lose? He should wait. He shouldn't rush into it so much. Monk was surprised when he noticed that his opponent was able to block this attack. Gary channels his energy into the sword to block the attack and says that he should give up because he can't defeat him. Ray watches their fight and says that even though Monk's technique has improved a lot, to the point that Gary has to be careful with him. He yawns and says that, however, he still thinks he can beat Gary. Scavia looks at their battle and says that it appears that there is a gap in his basic training that cannot be fully compensated for by special skill training in the short term. Monk throws a lot of punches, trying to hurt his opponent, but he doesn't succeed, and this makes him very angry. Gary looks at him and says it's his turn now. He strikes very quickly with his sword and breaks Monk's sword. He was very surprised when he noticed a fragment of his sword flying to the ground and asked what it was. This sword fragment falls to the ground with a loud sound. Gary turns to him and says it's over. Monk fell to his knees and asked, "How did this happen?" Gary gets ready to leave the arena and says it's pretty sad, but that's the reality. Monk gritted his teeth because of the pain, took his broken sword, released energy into it, and said that this is not the end. Ray is surprised when he notices it and asks what it is. Monk runs towards Gary, who has turned away from him, still channeling his energy and loudly saying that he is not done yet. Scavia is worried about this and loudly says that he should be careful. Martha calls Monk loudly and tells him that he must stop. He almost stabs Gary in the neck with his broken sword, who notices this at the last moment. He turns around and notices that someone stopped this blow with his hand, grabbing the sword and blood flowing from his hand. The students who were watching this were very surprised by what they saw. Ray was the one who stopped this blow and says he has to stop. Monk was very scared when he came to his senses, threw his sword and asks for his forgiveness. Scavia thinks she didn't even realize what was happening when Monk ran at Gary, but Ray moved very quickly. How did he do this? Monk is very embarrassed about what happened and says that he is very sorry for what he just did. Ray says it's okay, it's just a scratch. Monk says it was because he was too impulsive. If he hadn't stopped him, he would definitely have been in big trouble. Students who followed this ask, so who won? He doesn't know, but it seems that Gary has won. Who said that? If his shot had not been blocked, he would definitely have had a hard time. However, the battle was over even before that. Kale says they shouldn't be so upset. This is because a third party intervened in the battle. The result of this fight will be announced later, and then they can get their money back. Students throw garbage at him and ask, did he do this on purpose? And now it's their turn to play. He shouldn't be collecting bets if he's going to do that. Kale says that they should calm down. He said that he would return everyone's money. Ray looks at this and remains silent. The students loudly say that they must stop this. He set it all up from the very beginning. It can only create problems. What's the point of him just giving them their money back? He won after all. They need to leave the academy, you bunch of red-haired freaks. Someone throws a rock and hits Ray in the head. After that he falls and Gary catches him and calls him loudly. Dissatisfied students speak that these damn red-haired people should leave the academy. Monk stood between the students and asked them to calm down. The students don't want to listen to him and say that he should shut up and leave here. Gary asks, how is he feeling? Ray says he's fine. Martha stands up in the crowd of students and says the game is over and they shouldn't worry. Scavia stands next to her and says they shouldn't do this. One of the students took a brick in his hand, grinned and said that he wanted to use something bigger. Someone threw a small stone and knocked the brick out of his hand. Monk did it and asks him not to do it. The guy got angry and said that it was all because he was so untalented. He remembered it. Monk says that Ray is not to blame for what happened. Sebastian looks at everything that is happening with great anger. The students continue to throw stones at Ray and say that he is vile and should leave the academy. This freak should never have been born. The problem is that he is here, so he must leave here. Ray gets really angry about this and wonders why this is happening again. All these dirty people are the same. Someone says that they should stop this. They are all classmates. How is he feeling? Someone says that he doesn't want to be this freak's classmate. Ray gets very angry and thinks that the insults he heard are like sticky poison enveloping and suffocating him. He is shaking with anger, and the students say that he is a red-haired freak. He's a disgusting idiot. He shouldn't waste their time and leave here. Ray begins to fly into a rage and thinks that it is all their fault. Someone came to them and loudly said that they should calm down. The students immediately turn to the person who said this. They look at Winford, who is walking between them, and say that this is the same night. What is he doing here? Did he also bet? He shouldn't say such nonsense. It can't happen. Gary says Ray has lost a lot of blood and needs medical attention as soon as possible. Winford approaches him and, with a worried expression on his face, says that he can help him stop the bleeding. Ray shrugs it off and says he shouldn't do it because it's just a scratch. He can handle this himself. Winford looks at him and says that his mother has arrived. Ray was very surprised when he heard this news. Sometime later, Scarlet walks in the academy hall and looks out the window. Her son comes running to her and calls her loudly, which attracts her attention and turns to him. Ray looks at her and says in surprise that it really is her. Scarlet comes up to him and says that they haven't seen each other for a long time. He has grown so much. Ray agrees and says he's gotten taller. Winford stands at the entrance to this hall and listens to what they say. Scarlet wants to say something, but Ray interrupts her and says that it would be better if they don't talk about him. Does the fact that she arrived mean that Dad is getting better? Scarlet says his dad left. Ray was very surprised by this and asked if Dad died. She was embarrassed by this and says that this is not so. She did not mean it at all. She wanted to say that he left their house and left the village. Ray asks how is it possible that he left? Wasn't he bedridden after contracting the shadow plague? How could he suddenly move on his own? Winford listens to this and thinks that he didn't have the heart to tell him the whole truth about the shadow plague. Most infected die within a year, and only a few, like Jack, survive. But still, in the end, the strongest survivors are enslaved by the disease and become its active spreaders. And this has been happening for many years. Scarlet says that in fact, one day he accidentally learned that his father had been fighting the shadow plague for the last 10 years. Some time ago. She walks through the kitchen at night with a candle in her hand. She heard some sound and it attracted her attention. Jack sits at the table and a can of ink rolls along the floor next to his foot. Scarlet came to him and saw him sitting at the table and writing something on paper, and she called him loudly. Jack turns to her and calls her name. They hug each other, and a very joyful Scarlet says that he has finally woken up. This is wonderful. Jack faints and says she can't do this because he's losing control again. He asks her to kill him. Because of what she heard, Scarlet's mood immediately worsened. She began to cry and an expression of horror appeared on her face. She moves away from him and says loudly that she will never do this. She won't be able to do this. Jack looks at her and wants to ask her to kill him again, but stops. He suddenly became worse and he screams loudly in pain, and his eyes are filled with dark energy. He grabbed his head and screamed loudly in pain. Scarlet is very worried about this, calls him loudly and asks what is happening to him. Jack screams loudly in pain as his body begins to change and dark energy bursts out of his body. He continues to scream loudly and releases this strong energy, which pushes Scarlet and the candle she brought away, and his clothes are torn due to mutations. Because of the fallen candle, the room in which they were located began to light up, and Scarlet fell to the ground and began to cry. Jack asks her to kill him as quickly as possible. She turns to him with tears in her eyes and loudly calls his name. Jack, who is captured by shadow energy, goes towards her and asks her to kill him. His eyes were completely captured by this energy and says that it should kill him faster. Currently, Ray says that. However, she never managed to do it. Scarlet is worried about what happened and says that his father actually left him something. She hands him the letter and says that's why she thought it was important to at least give it to him personally. Ray opens this letter and asks if he gave this to him. In this letter, Jack wrote that he was very sorry that he could not see him grow up. From the moment he and his mom first met him, they knew he was special. He knows that he was accepted into the Knightly Academy and he is trying very hard. He is very proud of him. He is incredibly sorry that he will no longer be able to be with him. but he hopes that he can do whatever he wants in this life. He is grateful to him for the fact that he became their child. They love him very much. Rei tries to contain his anger and says that his father is stupid. He thinks it's like a suicide note. What kind of nonsense is this? He will definitely find a way to save him. Sometime later, Rei lies in his room with his hand on his head. He remembers that some time ago Scarlet said that she was going to go in search of his father. No matter what he turns into, she will definitely find him. She promises it to him. Rei says that in that case he will go with her. Scarlet refuses and says that he has a lot of things to do, and besides, it seems that his father would be of the same opinion. Rei wants to object, but she interrupts him and says that she is very glad to see him again. He doesn't have to worry about them, he just needs to do what he has to do. Having said this, she hugs him and strokes his head. In the present, Rei closed his eyes and thinks that, however, 10 whole years have passed, and he still hasn't been able to do anything. Besides, the people around him did not become any better. He was unable to avenge the death of his people and was unable to protect those he wanted. All this depresses him very much. The door to the room opens and Gary walks in and notices him. He approaches Rei and asks, since he has already returned, has he already seen his aunt? Which she said, what is his father's condition? Rei leaves the room and goes along with it. Gary looks at him with concern and realizes that something is wrong with him. He turns around and notices a note that has fallen to the floor. He begins to read it, but does not notice that someone has approached him and is reaching for this note. Dan took this note, laughs and says that it seems that since he made such a serious face, it must be a love letter from some girl. Gary is very embarrassed about this and says that he should give it to him. Dan hugs him and says he shouldn't be so shy. He must let him see his love tortures. Gary refuses and says that he said it wasn't a love letter. He should give it back to him. Scavia is with the other inhabitants of this room and asks what they are doing. Are they discussing a love letter? Gary says it's a letter that was given to Rei. This surprised her very much, and she asks what did he say. Some time later, he explained everything to them and says this is what happened. Scavia says it turns out Father Rei was infected with the Shadow Plague. Dan says he can't believe this guy had such a rough childhood. It seems they should have been kinder to him. Monk is worried about what he heard and is worried about him. Sometime later, Rei walks through the cafeteria where the other students were. Scavia approaches him and says that it is a great coincidence that they met. Is he going to dinner? Marta approaches him from the other side and offers to go with them. This confused Rei a little, and he looks at them with incomprehension. After some time in the room, he sees his things neatly folded on his bed and asks what is wrong with his bed and clothes. Dune asks what he thinks of Scavia. She's a good girl, isn't she? Ian came up to him and said that it was she who tried. Rei was embarrassed by what was happening and their terrible acting skills. He was very embarrassed by what happened and wondered what happened to these guys. The next day, Gary placed a bouquet of freshly picked lilies on the nightstand and became confused when he noticed Rei asking if they were doing this again. Gary says he just thought that looking at flowers made people feel better. He doesn't think so. Rei is very embarrassed by this and asks him that he didn't fall in love with him, right? Gary is very confused by this and asks how is this even possible? Rei says he's been wanting to ask them for a long time. What are they doing these days? Gary is worried about what happened, apologizes, and says that it was all because he accidentally read his letter. Rei is embarrassed by this, calls him by name, and wants to tell him something. Gary immediately says he's sorry. He really is very guilty of it. A letter is a personal thing. He shouldn't have read it. He didn't invite anyone specifically to read his letter together, it just happened that way. In short, he alone is to blame for making his personal information public. He apologizes again and wants to tell him something. Rei smiles widely and says he is grateful to them all. Gary was happy about this and asked if he was angry. Suddenly, they both hear someone loudly saying that they should bring it in faster. They have to get out of the way faster. Ian and Dan bring the wounded monk into the room, and he says that they are already in the room, so he must wait a little longer. Scavia is worried about this and says that they should put him to bed. Gary looks at them and asks, what does this all mean? Dan says it's all because of this guy named Sebastian. He provoked Monk and arranged a rating fight with him. Ray was surprised by this and asks, "Did they have a rating fight? Doesn't it end when one side accepts defeat? How could he get hurt like that?" Dan says Monk was unconscious. It was too late to admit defeat. But that guy didn't stop. He just kept hitting him. He clearly did it on purpose. When Monk was laid on the bed, he called for Ray. He immediately approached him and asked if he wanted to tell him something. Monk apologizes to him for not being able to help him these days. He only made his bed. Scavia says it looks like he has broken arms and legs, and they need to call a doctor right away. Ian agrees and says that then he will run to find a doctor. Ray silently looks at the badly beaten Monk. He gets up and leaves the room with a very serious expression on his face. Gary turns to him and asks where he was going to go. Ray turns to him and with a very angry expression on his face says that of course he is coming to avenge Monk. In the hallway, Gary grabs his hand and tells him that he should wait. He shouldn't be so impulsive. Ray looks at him and asks if he wants to come with him. Gary says that he would also like to avenge Monk, but Ray asks him what the but is. For him there is one rule, an eye for an eye. Scavia approaches them and says that it is because Sebastian is a member of the Delbert family. Gary agrees and says that he is the youngest son of this knight, so they cannot afford to touch him or his friends. Ray leaves them and asks, so what? Since he started it first, he deserves revenge. Gary raises his voice and asks if he still doesn't understand. This is not the first time he has done this. No one in the entire academy would want to mess with him. He may even be expelled. Ray waves at them and tells them not to worry, he's not that stupid. Once he passes the official qualifiers, he will be able to take proper revenge on him. Scavia is worried about him, as is Gary, and he calls out to him loudly, trying to stop him. After some time on the street, someone tells Eric that he is doing great. He should continue in the same spirit. Sebastian walks past people from his group who are training with each other. Two guys notice Ray and asks, he's not one of them, right? They are training here, so if he needs something, he will have to wait. Ray asks whose name is Sebastian. These guys ask, is he looking for him? He doesn't remember ever having a red-haired friend, does he? If he is lying, it will be better if he leaves here. The guy got angry when he noticed this and asked what was going on there. The guy notices Eric, who comes towards them and says that this guy just decided to break into them. He said he was looking for Sebastian. Eric says he doesn't know the red-haired freak. Didn't his parents teach him manners? He gets very angry and asks if he really can't see that they are training. Ray asks if he is the one he was looking for. If this is not so, then he does not need it. Eric was very angry with him and wants to tell him something, but Sebastian called him and stopped him. He extends his hand and says with a smile that he is the one he is looking for. Looking at his black belt, he can assume that he is here because of his comrade. Ray says that now that he has found the person he needs, there is no need for him to indulge in all sorts of nonsense. He pressed the screen of his bracelet and says that he should accept his challenge. Sebastian notices the system window that appeared in the air and asks if he decided to do this right away. In the system window, it is written that Ray Tarum, rating 280. A request for a rating match has been sent. Does he want to accept this offer? Sebastian laughs, apologizes, and says he'd better forget about it. Ray looks at him and asks, is he scared? Sebastian is about to give up this fight, and with a big smile says that seeing his rating, he really doesn't think there's any point in them fighting each other. He thought that this guy with a black belt was just an ordinary smart guy even among them, but he never expected that he would be so stubborn. He apologizes and says that he didn't mean to hurt him. Perhaps this is the natural difference between people from ordinary families and them. He turns around and says that he doesn't want this to happen again, so he should just leave. Eric says he has to wait. Someone like him might not want to fight him, but he's totally fine with it. He smiles and says that he is currently ranked 9th, so if he can beat him, maybe then others will want to take up his challenge. He turns around and asks if he minds. Sebastian grinned and said that he doesn't mind. He can do what he wants. Ray asks if he can beat this guy. Will he accept his challenge? Sebastian says that first he will have to defeat him. The students gathered around them and said that now there will be a fight again. And also such an amazing person. They would watch every day how someone challenges others. He hopes that this fight will last longer. Rei stands without a weapon and says that they should quickly stop this useless talk and start. Eric took his wooden sword and says that he should not cry later and not look for someone who will avenge him. One of the students asks why this red-haired guy didn't take out his sword. Eric runs to attack and thinks this is the perfect opportunity to show off, using the same trick he was just taught. Sebastian grinned when he saw what he was about to do and said that he was in his repertoire as always. He is bullying the younger ones again. Eric continues to run towards his opponent and says what he is about to get. He strikes quickly with his sword, but Rei easily dodges his blow. Eric was very surprised by what happened and wonders how he was able to dodge. He swings his sword again and says that this is not the end. He keeps trying to land at least one punch and asks, is this how he keeps doing it? He keeps trying to strike, but he never manages to do so. Eric notices that Rei is behind him and thinks that this blow is his fastest attack. So how was he able to deal with it? Suddenly, Rei punches him in the face very hard, and he immediately loses consciousness. Eric was thrown very far away due to such a strong blow. The students who followed this fight were surprised by this and wondered how this was possible. Eric is lying on the ground with a very large bruise on his face, shaking due to severe pain and foam flowing from his mouth. Rei turns to Sebastian, points his finger at his opponent, and asks if he is now good enough to challenge him. The students who ran up to Eric called him and said that for good reason, he urgently needs to be taken to the infirmary. Sebastian asks what's the point of defeating him. Rei took out a pair of crystals and says that if he wins, then these 2 crystals of the middle monster will belong to him. Sebastian is surprised by this and asks if these are the crystals of the average monster. Where did he get this from? If he suddenly got crystals from an unknown source, he would have a lot of problems. Rei says that his parents are mercenaries, so they gave him this. So now what? He still has a chance to get it before he turns it into weapons and equipment. Sebastian agrees and says that he accepts his challenge. But he has one more condition. This fight will be held in public because he doesn't want anyone to think later that he took these beast crystals from him by force. Rei immediately agrees to this. Sometime later, students gathered near the arena and tell Sebastian that he is the best. He will easily defeat this red-haired one. Kale walks next to Rei and asks if he's really going to fight this guy. He heard that this guy is in 2nd place in the ranking. If that's true, then he doesn't think it's a good idea. Even if he planned to hit the jackpot by betting on his own defeat, this guy will not show him an iota of mercy. Rei says he shouldn't worry, collect his bets, and do what he tells him. Kale accepts this and says that he still won't be able to stop him. They punch each other, and he says that then he must promise him that he will at least beat this guy until he bleeds. Rei says he will definitely do it. Kale walks next to the students and says that they can place a bet. A knight with a black belt, Rei, against a knight with a white belt, Sebastian. Which of them will win? They can place a bet and see the result. Dan looks at the arena and asks how long they think Rei will last. Ian says he hopes he doesn't get hurt. Skavia says she has a completely different opinion about this situation. Dan turns to her and says that love is so dazzling. She was very embarrassed by this and asked what he was saying. How can she like this Rei? That's not the point at all. If he doesn't realize how strong he is, he will lose all his money. Gary looks at the arena and thinks instead of worrying about whether Rei can do it or not, he is more worried about whether Knight Delbert will be furious after this battle. At the same time, Sebastian stands in the arena and says that the children of knights will become knights, and the children of peasants will become peasants. This is the essence of class inequality. He knows that he defeated Eric, and this gives him some confidence. But thanks to this battle, he quickly realizes how great the difference is between them. Rei says he can save his speeches for the people around him. The guy who stands between them says that both sides should take their places. He begins the countdown and Sebastian immediately took a fighting stance, taking the sword in both hands. The students look with worry at the arena where the battle between the 2 students is about to begin. As the countdown ends, Rei pulls the mask over his face and holds the sword in one hand. The guy says that they should start a fight and Sebastian immediately rushes to attack and is about to strike with his sword. He delivers a very strong blow that raises a large cloud of dust, and Gary immediately loudly calls out to Ray because he is very worried about this. Sebastian turns around and says with a smile that he is lucky. Usually only from the first seconds, the battle does not go beyond his first attack. Ray looks at him and says that he hasn't had any luck yet. At the same moment, a small scratch appears on Sebastian's face, which he draws attention to. He wipes it off, laughs, and says the wound isn't too deep. If all his attacks continue to be only at this level, then at this rate he will never defeat him. Ray asks why he talks so much. Did he win all his battles with his mouth? Sebastian is hurt by this. He runs very quickly towards him and says that he was just lucky. He strikes with his sword, but Ray easily dodges the attack. Sebastian was surprised when he noticed that he had 2 more wounds on his face and arm. Dan is surprised by this and asks if that was just Ray's attack. Why does Sebastian look like he was hit before he attacked? Ian was surprised by what happened and says that he doesn't know this. He didn't have time to notice anything either. Gary looks at the arena and wonders when did he learn something like this. The techniques he just used to avoid Sebastian's attacks are similar to those used by Sir Kay. He looks at Ray and imagines how their teacher would do it. Sebastian releases his energy and says that now he will see how he dodges this. Students who watch this fight say that they must watch it. He gathered Kai energy at the base of the sword. Today they will see something really interesting. Sebastian runs towards his opponent with strong energy and is about to strike with his sword. He throws a punch, but Ray was able to dodge the attack again. Sebastian smiles and says that's what he thought he'd do. He must continue. Ray was surprised when he noticed the Kai energy suddenly approaching him. Sebastian releases 2 more streams of his energy and asks if he can fight it off. Ray runs around the arena and blocks Kai attacks from his opponent. The students were surprised by this and say that Sebastian took the initiative. He had to give the little red-haired freak a good fight. Dan was surprised by this and says that this is very bad. If he continues to attack Ray in the same spirit, then sooner or later he will get to him. This freak is too cruel. Ian is very worried about what is happening in the arena. Gary says they don't have to worry. He thinks Ray will be fine. Dan asks what does this mean. Scavia says they should take a closer look. The one who's really losing ground isn't Ray. Sebastian falls to the ground with many small wounds all over his body. He is in great pain and asks why is this happening. Dan was very surprised by this and asks how is this even possible? Wasn't Ray just dodging this whole time? Gary looks at this in surprise and says that it's quite the opposite. In fact, he attacked. Dan was very surprised by what he said and asks when did he do this. He didn't notice anything at all. Gary says that every time Ray dodges Sebastian's attack, he makes at least one counterattack. He constantly tried to exhaust his enemy so that he would finally stop holding back. Sebastian stood up and said with great anger that even his father had never beaten him like that. He will destroy it. He rushes to the attack, swinging his sword and screams loudly before attacking. Ray dodged his attack and punched him in the face, causing blood to flow from his wounds. Dan was very surprised by what happened and asks if he really did this. Scavia says that Ray clearly has a chance to end this here and now. But why him? Gary understood what she wanted to say and said what he thought. He does this on purpose. He looks at the arena, imagining Ray as a dragon, and thinks that this is like a beast flirting with its prey. He is simply torturing his opponent. After all, he wanted to avenge Monk. Sebastian cries over what he did to his face and asks this stupid bastard how he dared to do this. Ray doesn't answer him at all and simply lands another blow to his face with his sword. Sebastian grabs his face and screams loudly because his mouth hurts. He must wait. He won't dare to leave so easily. If he had any courage left, he may consider himself a corpse. The students with white belts look at what happened in surprise and listen to what he says. Ray swung his sword and said that the words of people like him are empty words to him. Sebastian notices that he was about to hit him in the face and says that he should stop. He's about to say that he's giving up, but he doesn't have time. Ray did not listen to him and struck him in the face with the side of his sword with enormous force. He continues to punch him in the face and thinks that he should not admit defeat because he wants him to get what Monk owes him in full. Scavia looks at this with concern and says that this could lead to trouble. Gary agrees and says that if he keeps this up, he doesn't have time to finish because someone came into the stands and said that he should stop. Ray heard this voice and immediately stopped. Monk is breathing heavily due to fatigue and asks him to stop. Ray turns to him and wonders why he's saying this. Why does he want him to stop? Sebastian notices that he has stopped beating him constantly and immediately says that he is giving up. The guy says the fight is over. Winner Reincarnated. The students immediately run to Sebastian, call him and ask how he feels. Gary runs to Ray and calls for him, but he runs away too quickly and disappears from the arena. Students with white belts run up to Sebastian and say that they must take him to the infirmary first. His wounds need to be stitched up quickly. He gets very angry about everything that happened, pushes them away and says that they should leave him. He is shaking because of his strong anger at Ray Tarum and says that they will still see who defeated whom. After a while, the council met on the top floor of the central building of the academy. Someone said that they shouldn't just let it all get away with it. Sir Kay said he thought he should calm down. If you look at this fight from the point of view of a knight, then Ray Tarun did not break any rules. He waved his hand and, turning his gaze to Delbert, said that he should not ignore them. Sir Delbert slammed his hand on the table in a rage and said that if he had ignored the rules, he would have beaten this bastard long ago. They should have seen what he turned his son into. His whole face is bloody. The elders remained silent and Sir Delbert exclaimed that he had done this on purpose. He was already born a devil. Elder Gibby said he thought Knight Delbert was right. If the prophecy comes true, the red-haired boy will destroy all existing kingdoms. The other elder cleared his throat and said that he would like to add something. The prophecy also said that the red-haired boy could become the savior of the world. Elder Gibby, who was sitting on the other side of the table, addressed him as Elder Feng and asked if he thought that the child could cause a disaster. Elder Feng replied that this is why he thinks they should proceed with more caution. Expelling him, of course, is not difficult, but what about the consequences? Perhaps it is this decision of theirs that will become the trigger for the destruction of humanity. Elder Da said that there was absolutely no point in arguing about this, and since their opinions differed, they needed to vote. Everyone who is in favor of expelling Ray Tharon, let them raise their hands. Knight Delbert was the first to raise his hand and look at the others with a dissatisfied look. After him, Elder Gibby and Knight Master Akiro also raised their hands. No one else raised their hand and Elder Da said that since everyone had voted, he now asked for a show of hands of those who opposed the boy's expulsion. After his words, he himself raised his hand, followed by Elder Feng. A second later, Elder Hancock raised his hand, followed by Knights Bernardo, Winford, and Kay. The chief elder said there were 3 yes votes, 6 no votes, and 2 abstentions. So he rejects the expulsion proposal. Meanwhile, Ray was relaxing on the roof of the dorm, enjoying the rays of the sun. Suddenly he heard footsteps and noticed a shadow next to him. Scavia approached him and said that she didn't find him in the dorm, so she thought he might be here. Ray sat down and replied that he just wanted to be alone. Scavia awkwardly asked, "He's thinking about Monk, right?" Ray looked up at her and asked how she guessed. She didn't answer and said she didn't even know what to say. Maybe he really doesn't think like others. He himself is not very sociable. Moreover, he does not fully understand other people's joys and experiences. Ray walked to the very edge of the roof and, looking into the distance, replied that it didn't matter. He didn't care. Scavia became flustered and said that wasn't what she meant at all. She just wants to say that in this case, she realizes that he is not a bad person. She raised her hand to her chest and said with admiration that every time she sees that he is confused and angry, she wants to help him with something. She wants him to trust more, to trust his friends. Ray remained silent and thought, "Friends?" A second later, he quickly approached her and pushed her against the wall, making her nervous and embarrassed. Ray used his dragon eye, looking at her with a scary face, and quietly said her name. Noticing his strange eye, Scavia lost all her embarrassment and became nervous. Then Ray asked, "Is she afraid of him?" This question made her more nervous, but she soon calmed down and said that he was sometimes frightening. But like she said, she doesn't think he's a bad person. She smiled and said that his eye is very beautiful. It suits him. May he never think of himself as a monster. Hearing these words, Ray's dragon eye disappeared, and he thought, is he not a monster? He immediately turned away from Scavia and went back to the edge of the roof, thinking that every time he felt that he saw through the whole true essence of people, everything immediately changed. It seems that he still has a long way to go in understanding humanity. Finally, the meeting ended and Sir Delbert, dissatisfied, went out into the street, cussed loudly, and thought that this was all a stupid prophecy. Someday he will kill this boy. Elder Gibby slowly came out after him and called out to the knight. Sir Delbert immediately stopped and turned around, asking how he could help him. Gibby replied that it was nothing special. He approached him and, putting his hand on his shoulder, said that he knew. He believed that knights should be of noble birth. This is a very interesting point of view, so he will watch it closely. Hearing the elder's praise, the knight bowed to him and said that he understood. Time passed. A young knight in a white uniform arrived at the academy dormitory and, meeting Scavia on the stairs, apologized and asked, "Does Ray Taran live here?" She answered, confused, that if he was looking for Ray, he was upstairs. The young man thanked her with a smile and went upstairs, and she looked after him with a slight blush and said that she was glad to help. She stopped to look at him from behind and thought that he looked somehow familiar. Is he from their class? A few minutes later, the young man climbed to the roof of the hostel, where Ray was basking in the sun. Hearing footsteps, he asked, "Scavia? Why did she come back?" The young man who was holding 2 wooden swords smiled and said that it seems that he is a little different from who he took him for. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Ray immediately stood up and wanted to ask who it was, but the young man answered his question faster. He approached him and said that his name was Harry. Harry Delbert, second-year student. Having heard this surname, Ray repeated it displeasedly and said that it means he is his relative. Harry replied that that was true. The person he defeated today is his brother. Ray asked, so he came to take revenge. Harry waved his hand negatively and said that he had misunderstood him. That was not the point at all. In fact, he would like to thank him. Ray asked incomprehensibly, "Thank you." Harry laughed and said that he knew his brother was a bit of an idiot. To be honest, his manners are a little lacking. So it was only a matter of time before he lost, and that would be a good lesson for him. After listening to him, Ray turned away and said that if that's all he wants to say, then let him leave. Harry asked him not to rush. He handed him the sword with a smile and said that even if he couldn't participate in the ranking battles between different courses, then let him teach him a lesson. After all, if the younger brother is defeated, and the older one simply cannot stay away. Ray silently took the sword from his hands and asked, and this after he had just blabbered about how he was not here for revenge at all. Harry walked away from him and asked him not to talk like that. He just wants to see in person the strength of the one who was able to defeat his brother. They stood at a sufficient distance from each other, and he said that now he will see what he can do. Ray got into a fighting stance, looking at his opponent and thinking that he usually doesn't like to take the initiative, but this guy is a completely different matter. He pounced on him and raised his sword with the thought that he was making an exception for him. As soon as he rushed towards him, he threw a punch, but Harry blocked it. Continuing to press on the sword, Ray met Harry's confident green eyes. This made him a little nervous, and, gritting his teeth, he thought, what's wrong with him? Realizing that he could not penetrate his defenses, he decided to increase the distance between them, and Harry said that he was surprised that he made the right decision. Having caught his breath a little, Ray realized that he had some strange feeling. Usually when he hits such a strong blow, the opponent's sword breaks. He grabbed the sword, pointing the blade back, with the thought that this time everything was different. If they continue like this, his sword will break first. Harry raised his index finger and said with a smile that he didn't seem to know how to use Kai. Ray ignored him and charged again, thinking that if he couldn't win by force, he would have to rely on the skills of a black belt knight. He threw several blows using black belt knight techniques, but Harry easily fought them off and said that it was not bad. At one point, Ray ran near his feet and swung his sword again, but Harry parried this blow and asked, "Is this all he can demonstrate?" Seeing that the blow had no effect, Ray became nervous and thought, did it not work? At that very second, Harry swung his hand and said that he should look more closely. After that, he lunged forward and delivered a powerful blow, which Rei tried to hold back, but failed. Because of this blow, he was thrown back and, sliding along the tiles, he cried out in pain. As soon as he stopped, he began coughing up blood. Seeing his condition and trembling body, Harry sighed in disappointment and said that it was all over. He turned around, heading towards the exit from the roof, and said that that was enough for today. Rei still continued to cough, but before Harry left, he leaned on the sword and helped himself up, asking him to wait. Harry immediately stopped, and Rei wiped the blood from his face and asked if he was in first place in his second year. Harry turned to him slightly and laughed, asking if that was possible. He continued to head towards the exit and finally waved his hand, saying that in his second year, he was 50 in the ranking. Hearing these words, Rei was very surprised and froze in place, looking after him. Before leaving, Harry invited him to fight again when he had good command of Kai. Rei looked at his hand and, remembering the recent fight, thought, Kai? Could he become that strong just by learning Kai mastery? Night fell, the sky was covered with dark clouds, and a thunderstorm began. The chief elder was in the high tower and discussed with the knight Winford the missing knights on the border. Winford turned to the elder and said that he was afraid that they had problems not only externally, but also internally. There are rumors that a dark guild has infiltrated the academy. The elder who was looking out the window replied that, unfortunately, these were not rumors. Winford asked, then shouldn't they take some measures to at least prepare students for this? Elder Da replied that this was necessary, but now they had more pressing problems. Lightning flashed in the sky, illuminating the dark room with a short flash, and the elder turned to face the knight and said that he should bring those 5 children to him. It's time for them to learn about their mission. At this time, Rei was sitting on the roof of the hostel and concentrating. He tried many times to concentrate the Kai in his body, but he was completely unsuccessful. Feeling the raindrops on his body, Rei suddenly opened his eyes and thought that it had started to rain. Then that's enough for today. When he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed on one of the streets an old man in a robe and several people hiding on the roofs. Rei took a closer look and thought, what are those people even thinking about? Sneak attack is pretty bad. The old man who was walking along the alley did not even suspect that masked people were waiting for him around every corner. Rei used the dragon's eye and saw that a purple aura was emanating from these people. Seeing this color, he realized that it was a shadow plague. He pulled his hood over himself, took off his black belt, and thought, could these people have something to do with his father? Meanwhile, the old man reached the end of the alley and masked people came out to meet him, saying that his path ends here. Elder Feng's face was hidden under the hood of the robe. He was not afraid of the ambush and said that it seemed that the rumors about the penetration of the Dark Guild into the academy were true after all. The guy from the Dark Guild who was sitting on the roof said that they were late. The Dark Guild will soon take over the entire Avrian Academy. No one can stop it. After these words, he jumped down and the elder, turning to him, asked, 4 against 1? He hasn't trained for a long time, so it looks like it won't be easy for him. Suddenly, the silhouette of Rei flashed over the heads of the guys and asked, then what about 2 against 4? He landed behind the old man and took out his sword. He took off his hood and said that it looked like he was a student at the academy. He's glad he decided to participate too. The guy from the Dark Guild pulled out a blade and exclaimed, what the hell is this? His comrade, who was standing behind, said that it did not matter. They will all die anyway. The guy said he was right. Suddenly, streams of power began to emanate from the elder, and he, spreading his arms to the sides, told Rei that now, since they had sorted everything out, let him help him delay these 2 a little. It will all be over soon. The members of the Dark Guild were surprised, and Rei, briefly turning around and looking at the old man's strength, thought that this old man was simply amazing. 2 assassins from the guild, whose path Rei blocked, suddenly rushed to attack and told the little one to die. One of them swung his blade to attack, but Rei quickly jumped and pulled his legs towards him, thinking that their condition was different from his father's. They are still conscious. While the killer was swinging his blade, Rei suddenly disappeared into view and suddenly found himself behind one of them, raising his sword above him. But this guy noticed him behind him and turned sharply, parrying the blow. Rei had to step back, and the guys told each other that this kid doesn't know how to use Kai. His partner breathed a sigh of relief and said that he understood. He was not a professional. Rei took the sword between his teeth and wondered if they could see right through him. One of the enemies rushed to the attack and asked, "Did he take the sword in his mouth? What kind of movement is this?" His partner also rushed forward and exclaimed, "What the hell does it matter? They need to deal with it quickly." Two enemies immediately attacked him, but Rei was more agile and easily dodged. He dodged one blow by jumping, and as soon as he landed, he was attacked again, but this time he ducked. One of his opponents said that this scoundrel moved well. He's not easy to catch. As they tried to keep up with his movements, Rei quickly climbed onto the roof using the barrels below. The guy told his partner that he should follow him. They couldn't let him get away. Suddenly, there was a roar from behind, and they immediately turned around and saw how one of their comrades fell to the ground and did not move anymore. Elder Feng, who had previously seemed like a harmless old man, suddenly appeared to them without his outer robe, under which his muscular body had been hidden all this time. He put his foot on one of the enemies, threw the second one over his shoulder, and, engulfed in flames, said that let them allow him to further observe what talents this boy had. Rei and his enemies froze in shock when they saw the drastic changes in the old man. One of the Dark Guild members then asked, "What now?" His partner asked if he wanted to take advantage of this. They both turned to Rei, and the guy told his partner not to panic. First, they would get rid of the small stuff. After seeing the old man's strength, Rei thought that it looked like he was worrying in vain. And now that he has a chance, he will still take the risk. He made a decision and quickly rushed forward, intending to attack his enemies. His enemies also attacked, but he again deftly jumped over them and ended up behind them. One of the members of the Dark Guild cursed, and meanwhile Rei climbed onto the wall of the house and hung there. Immediately after that, he pushed off the wall with his feet and jumped towards the enemies, and one of them shouted to his partner to be careful. While Rei was in flight, this guy hit him with a blade and protected his comrade, which is why Rei let go of the sword from his teeth. The guy said that he was a little brat. Don't let him get impudent. Rei landed on the ground and saw that the sword flew to the side. He became nervous and tesked in displeasure. A second later, an enemy attacked him and said that he would watch how he spins now. But Rei was able to dodge, and suddenly the old man's voice came from the side, saying that he should grab him by the hand and pull him towards him. Rei was momentarily taken aback by the advice, but a second later the old man told him to turn around and throw him over his back. Collecting his thoughts, Rei began to follow his instructions and grabbed the enemy's hand, which surprised him. After that, he turned sharply and threw him over himself, causing him to fly back upside down. At the same moment, Elder Feng attacked him from behind and clenched his hand into a fist, gathering strength in it. Before the guy had time to notice him, a powerful blow was heard, causing streams of power to flare up in the area. A second later, the member of the Dark Guild was thrown back, and a strong explosion occurred from the collision. Rei, fascinated by how the old man was throwing everyone around, thought that he was so strong. Suddenly, from the side, the heavy steps of knights in armor, and their voices were heard saying that they needed to go quickly. The elder, turning towards the voice, said that it seemed that the knights had finally arrived. Hearing this, the members of the Dark Guild hastened to hide, and Rei noticed this. He immediately shouted that they were running away. He was about to follow them, but the old man told him to stop and not run. Rei obeyed him and stopped, and then the system suddenly announced that the reward had been received. He unlocked the third ability out of 1,000 mana draw. Rei was very surprised and, staring at the system window, thought, "Has a new ability appeared?" Meanwhile, the knights approached the elder who was carrying the surviving members of the Dark Guild and asked if he was okay. The elder said that another one had managed to escape. Let them go after him. And he's fine. He'll leave these guys to them. The knights obeyed him, and after that their commander told the two teams to continue their search. He must not be allowed to leave the academy grounds. Under the leadership of the commander, the remaining knights headed to the alley where the battle was taking place. The elder pulled his robe back on and approached Rei, thanking him for his help. He is a very gifted student. Rei, putting his sword behind his back, awkwardly said that he was curious about something. Why did these people attack him? The elder replied that there was nothing special about it. Over his long life, he was sure to meet a lot of strange people. Hearing this, Ray thought it sounded like the truth. But he still feels like he's deliberately avoiding the topic. Elder Feng put his hand on his shoulder and said that he thought he didn't know how to use Kai yet. He will wait until he reaches his 2nd year and joins the martial arts club. Ray asked, "Martial arts club?" The elder passed by him and said that he promised that he could get a lot of benefit out of it. Ray turned to him and asked him to wait. But at that very moment, the elder dissolved in an energy stream, which then disappeared into thin air. After the old man left, Ray finally took off his mask and thought that he couldn't believe that he escaped so easily. What a strange old man. Time passed. Ray returned to the dorm, having previously put on a black belt, and as soon as he entered there, he came across Knight Winford. Noticing Ray, Sir Winford asked if he had returned. He was just looking for him. Elder Da wants to see him. Ray repeated, "Elder Da." He thought he wasn't discovered so quickly. At this time, the chief elder stood in the room of his tower and looked at the downpour that was falling outside the window. There was a knock on the door and Winford's muffled voice saying that he had brought them. The elder turned to the door and invited him to enter. Having heard permission, Winford, who had gathered all the red-haired guys in advance, told them to go inside. Ray, who was among them, wondered how it happened that these guys ended up here all together. Having greeted the children, the elder thanked them for giving him some of their time. Ian scratched his head and said they were welcome. Kale even became happy and said that he must have some important task for all of them. Ray asked what they should do for him. The elder laughed at their words and said that the young people, as always, were very impatient. He assured that they will only get tired of listening to the long explanations of an old man like him, so he will be brief. He called them here because of the contents of the prophecy. Ray crossed his arms over his chest and, raising one eyebrow in confusion, asked, "A prophecy?" The chief elder said that 10 years ago a divine prophecy was announced. The prophecy says that a red-haired boy will save the earth when it is on the verge of complete devastation. Kale smiled and asked, "Is there a chance that this boy could be one of them?" The elder said that they constantly send knights on search operations. It was thanks to them that they were able to discover 10 children matching the description of the prophecy. Ray exclaimed in surprise, 10. So much. Kale spread his hands to the side and asked, "But aren't there 5 of them here?" "Then where are the others?" The elder replied that the other 5 teenagers, unlike them, had awakened their magical abilities and were now studying at Roland Academy. Suddenly Ray remembered Amy's face and thought that this was the same academy where Amy was studying. It turns out that she most likely already knows these guys. He is interested in how she is doing now. Ian said magic was so cool. Kale happily clenched his hands into fists and laughingly asked, "So one of them should save the world?" Juan rubbed his chin with a grin and repeated, "Save the world?" His twin brother just sighed, and after that the elder said that it could be one of them. It could be all of them. So that was the reason why he called them all here. A long time ago, 5 dragon knights saved this continent from disaster. They fought monsters, built Avrian Academy, and protected ordinary people. They left them a priceless legacy. And now the task of preserving this heritage falls on them. Of course, this means that they will have to try hard. In the future, in addition to basic and special training for belts of different colors, they will have to undergo many additional trainings. The 5 of them will become the new Dragon Knights of Avrian Academy. After talking with the chief elder, they left his room and Juan laughed and said that they would become saviors. His brothers slowly followed him and said that he should finally calm down. Kale asked him, "What's the difference? Aren't they both happy?" Duo replied that not at all. Ray, who was walking behind, decided to approach Ian and called out to him. Ian asked, "What is it?" Meanwhile, Kale, hearing Duo's answer, said that he is such a strange guy. At that moment, Ray told Ian that he wanted to ask a question. Has his hair been red since birth? Ian confirmed Ray's words, and he thought that he was already interested in Kale and the others. All of them have red as their natural hair color, but he doesn't. His hair turned from black to red. Not to mention whether he should be classified as one of the so-called Dragon Knights. It's hard to say how much of what the elder said was true. he probably meant something a little different. They continued on their way to the dormitory, while Winford remained with the elder. He said worriedly that he really didn't understand why he revealed the contents of the prophecy to these children now. After all, they are still children, and they have enough worries right now. The elder who was looking out the window turned to him and said that some knowledge has a certain time allotted for the appearance of light. Upon hearing this answer, Winford gave in and bowed slightly to him, saying that he understood. Time passed, winter came. Since that day, Ray has learned a lot of information about the Dragon Knights. Surprisingly, in the modern world, dragons are considered a symbol of evil, and few people believe that such creatures ever existed. But there are those who believe that there was no shadow epidemic in the ancient world, mainly because dragons were considered the guardians of the earth. In most bibliographic sources, the story of the Dragon Knights tells about them and the same events. But in different ways, he had already managed to find only one special book that had an accurate description of the Dragon Knight. Their uniforms, combat skills, and even personal qualities. Another difference from this book is the mention of divine guidance. Since writing books related to gods is taboo among people, he could not find any more reliable information. He had heard only a little about the existence of God. He lives in the capital of the Kingdom of Errol, not far from Roland Academy. If it weren't for the ban on free exit from the academy until he completed training to become a knight, he would have gone to talk to this god right now. And then he would have learned from him why he turned him into a man. The first year at the academy flew by. The end of hard training and a busy hunting season was approaching. The second year of study begins tomorrow. It was night and Ray woke up in his dorm bed due to hearing his neighbor muttering. He slowly opened his eyes and realized that it was Gary's voice, muttering something and telling someone not to move. Ray got out of bed and walked over to him, telling him he was awake. He thought, was he having a nightmare? Suddenly Gary woke up abruptly and opened his eyes. He asked in fear, "Is it him, Ray? What is he doing here?" He replied that he woke up from his mumbling. "He is okay." Gary rolled over and, adjusting the blanket, replied that everything was fine. He laughed and said that he was just having a nightmare. Let him go to bed. It's early to get up for the ceremony tomorrow. Ray went to his bed and said that he was glad that he was okay, then let him sleep. He stopped by the bed and, looking at his friend, thought that he was so stubborn. What did he dream about that brought him to such a state? Morning came, they went outside and Ray, looking at the bruises under Gary's eyes, thought that it looked like this nightmare was truly frightening. In the courtyard they met Scavia, who wished them good morning and asked if they had already decided which club they wanted to join. Ray asked, "Club? What other club?" Scavia suddenly became angry and, showing him the list of clubs, exclaimed that he did not listen to lectures at all. All second-year students at the academy must choose a club of interest in which they will undergo additional training. He looked at the list and asked, "Has she already decided where she will go?" She replied that she had decided to go to the medicine club. Gary said that he had already decided too. He wants to join the fencing club. Ray was surprised at how quickly he responded and said that he had already decided everything a long time ago. He thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and said that it seemed like someone had already advised him to join some club. He was told to join some club, but where is he? And the martial arts club he was advised to join was located in the oldest traditional building on the outskirts, which was already covered with cobwebs. Ray went looking for a club and thought that the old man was saying that he wanted him to join some club there. Dancing? Struggle? No, a martial arts club. What is this anyway? He doesn't want to join any club, so he'll only go to see. If he suddenly gets bored, he will go secretly to hunt monsters. Suddenly, he received a notification about receiving a new skill releasing mana. A new mana volume indicator has appeared. So far, the mana indicator was at 0. Looking at the system window, Ray thought that after gaining a new skill, he realized that he had no value in terms of magic, and it was not surprising that then he had no reaction to awakening magic. Maybe when he absorbs the monster crystals, the situation will change for the better. The battle with Sebastian attracted a lot of attention, and he could no longer move so freely. He looked down at the bracelet on his wrist and checked the ranking. It was in 10th place. He thought that he was still ranked too high, so he would have to give up several fights. After a few minutes of walking along the path, he finally saw an old traditional building among the green forest and thought that this place was located on the outskirts. He walked closer to the building and, seeing the inscription on the building that this was a martial arts club, he thought that this was it. He was silent for several minutes, looking at the dilapidated building, and in this silence a light whistle of the wind passed. Ray, looking at the building in front of him with a dissatisfied face, said that this was somehow too much. He opened the door slightly and, sticking a crack through his head, looked inside and asked, "Is there anyone here?" He comes in. Having gone inside, he found himself in the courtyard and thought that there was no one at all at the entrance. Looking around, he didn't see a soul and thought, "Is there really anyone in this hole who knows martial arts?" He walked along the stone path and, entering one of the rooms, asked, "Is there anyone here?" He noticed an old man inside and said that he came to perform at the martial arts club. Seeing that the old man did not react to him at all and was sitting with his back to him, he thought that he was not reacting. Besides, he could not even smell him. He is dead? To check this, he decided to approach the old man and extended his palm to touch him. But as soon as his palm touched the old man's shoulder, he sharply grabbed him by the arm and then threw him over his back, causing Ray to hit his back on the floor. The furious old man exclaimed, "Who is it? Who dared to invade his domain?" Ray became very nervous and, recognizing him as the old man who was ambushed, said that he had come to the martial arts club. He himself told him to come. But Ray didn't know that it was Elder Fen. The old man suddenly stopped and asked in surprise, "Red-haired?" He immediately let go of Ray and, patting him on the shoulders, said with a smile that he was the same student who had come to his aid. "He's such a good boy." Ray, surprised by his sudden change of mood, exclaimed, "He attacks all strangers without even asking what they want from him." He already thought that he was dying. The elder laughed and said that lately there have been too many strange people hanging around him, so it's hard not to get nervous. He's glad he took his advice. He will become his first student in recent years. He pointed his hand to the floor and said that he should sit down. Let him sit on the floor with the old man for a while. Ray exclaimed, "First student?" So there was no one here before him? He turned to look at the exit and thought that this old man had fooled him. How can he escape from these individual lessons? Elder Feng laughed and said that the last time he saw him, he didn't even know how to use his own Kai. So, perhaps, he will start his training from the very basics. Perhaps he heard the expression that when fists and sword meet, the sword strikes the fist. When the Kai is concentrated in the fist, the sword breaks. If they are both saturated with Kai, then victory will again be on the side of the sword. Ray, who had already sat down opposite him while he was speaking, said that it is not surprising that people leave for other clubs, because it turns out that there is no advantage in hand-to-hand combat. The old man said that it was because they did not understand the true nature of martial arts. Ray asked displeasedly, "Are you serious?" He doesn't believe in it. Elder Feng smiled and said that when he mastered his skill, he would understand that the best weapons were his hands. Ray said he had one more question then. Who exactly attacked him then? The elder replied that these were people from the Dark Guild. Ray repeated, "Dark Guild?" Elder Feng said that he would learn more information in his second year of training. The Dark Guild is an extremist organization seeking to destroy the kingdom of Allure. At one time, the guild leader was a high-ranking member of the Avrian Academy. After he was expelled from the academy for some reason, he founded this organization. Ray remembered the aura color of his father and the guild members, and realized that the aura of the Dark Guild definitely had something to do with the plague. Perhaps with this, he will find a clue to what happened to his father. He said worriedly that they seemed to be quite dangerous people. Why are they chasing him? The elder stood up and said that some things are better kept secret, but since he is indebted to him, he will tell him a little secret. He showed him his chest muscles and told him that the reason they were so eager to kill him was because he was Feng, one of the 6 elders of Avrian Academy. He completely took off his outer garment and, flexing his muscles, said that despite his advanced age, he was still confident in his muscles. He called Ray a Dragon Knight and said that he should show him what kind of stuff he is. Ray immediately rose to his feet and thought that it looked like this old man was aware of his capabilities. He took a fighting stance and said that then he would try. He clenched his hand into a fist and prepared to strike, thinking that since he was an elder, he might not hold back. After that, he struck him with all his might, causing streams of energy to scatter around. The elder was surprised by his blow, and Rei became nervous and thought that he had such a hard body. He hit the steel plate nicely. The elder asked in surprise, "Did he just hit, releasing Kai?" Rei shook his hand and replied that it was not so. Suddenly the old man laughed and, with eyes shining with admiration, said that he was doing well. He has simply animal strength. He sees incredible potential in him. As soon as he masters Kai, he will immediately transform. Rei looked at his admiring eyes and thought that it didn't look like this elder could be trusted. The elder tapped him on the shoulder and said they would get to work. Hearing this, Rei indignantly asked, when did he agree to join here? But the old man ignored his words and said that they were starting. Rei excitedly asked him to wait and thought, is it too late to leave here? After that, he sat down on the floor, and the elder sat behind him and put his palm on his back, saying that the so-called Kai is the energy emanating from his body. From birth, they generate Kai with every breath, and the stronger they become, the more Kai they can apply. The key to mastery is to start the circulation of Kai. Now he will pour some of his Kai into his body. Rei turned around a little to see what he was doing, and the old man, starting to pour in energy, said that let him use this external source of power to start the movement of his internal Kai. Let him not resist and feel the flow of it with all his heart. Suddenly the little fiery dragon noticed streams of energy around Rei, and he himself sat with his eyes closed and thought that this energy was so warm. It turns out that you can train Kai this way. Suddenly there was a roar behind him, and he turned around and saw that the old man had lost consciousness. At this time, the fire dragon released air from its mouth, due to the fact that it quickly devoured all the energy, after which a notification came that the mana skill was activated. His mana bar was completely filled, and he thought, what the hell? Why did the system come out now? But now what was more important to him was that the elder had fallen unconscious. He immediately started shaking him and asked what was wrong with him. Let him wake up. He thought that if he died, he wouldn't get away with it so easily. What should he do? He leaned his ear against his chest and listened. After a few seconds, he sighed with relief and thought that this was great. His heart was beating. He pulled back from the old man and thought that he had the feeling that he had fallen because he had suddenly become weak. What happened anyway? Is it possible that the reason why his skill was activated, even though he didn't use it, was that when the old man started pouring his Kai into him, the system involuntarily absorbed the mana from his body? He looked at the mana bar again and thought that it was completely filled. He couldn't have accidentally sucked all the mana out of him, could he? He waited 5 minutes, but the old man still didn't get up and then asked why he still hadn't woken up. He sighed and said that even in his sleep, he didn't look like a good person. 10 minutes passed. The elder was still lying on the floor, and Rei's patience ran out, and he said that the old man still wouldn't die so easily. Instead of wasting time on him, he would rather practice on his own. Moving away from the old man, he used the dragon's eye and thought that this was great. He could see the Kai flows clearly. He sat in a meditation position and, looking at the currents that came from his body, thought that he should try. He needs to concentrate the flow of Kai with the help of his consciousness. He closed his eyes to concentrate and thought that he needed to focus and shape, as well as fill the Danshin Kai. After that, the energy swirled around him in a powerful stream, and then began to flow to the bottom of his abdomen, and he, feeling how the Danshin was filling, realized that it was ready. Now he needs to spread it throughout his entire body. When he tried to do this, all the energy suddenly dissipated, and he opened his eyes with the thought that as soon as Kai begins to move, it immediately disappears. He tried it again, but it didn't work. After that, he decided to try again, but this time he concentrated even more. He closed his eyes and, imagining streams of energy in his head, began to spread them throughout his body, without being distracted by anything. But he didn't succeed again, and, wiping sweat from his forehead, he thought, what's going on? Why is the flow so unstable? Maybe this is not enough. He needs to try adding more Kai this time. He concentrated again, and after that bright streams of energy flashed around him. Sweat had already begun to flow down his face, but he continued to pour in more and more Kai, sparing no effort, Suddenly he felt something and opened his eyes slightly, thinking, "It seems like he's even in a little pain." Suddenly the energy flared up even brighter, and Rei's loud cry was heard in the room, in pain. The elder also woke up from this scream. He turned his gaze to Rei, and as soon as he saw what was happening to him, he immediately jumped up and ran to him. He put his hand to his back and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" "He can't move." He removed his hand from him, drawing out all the energy, and shouted that he should stop. Feeling that energy was coming out of him, Rei screamed, and after that the old man waved his hand towards the door and released a powerful lump of energy onto the street, which immediately flew forward with lightning speed and began to knock down everything in its path. At one point, this energy clot collided with the building, and a powerful explosion occurred that destroyed everything around. The excited elder said that the Kai taken from him alone had amazing destructive power. He almost got killed. Rei tried to catch his breath and wanted to ask what it was, but he suddenly felt ill and fell unconscious on the floor. As time passed, Rei finally began to hear someone's voices above him. A female voice said that judging by the symptoms, it looks like a mana disease, but this is simply impossible. He is not a magician. Hearing voices, Rei began to slowly open his eyes and dimly saw Scavia and Kale in front of him, discussing his health. Scavia said his physical condition had already returned to normal, so he should open his eyes soon. As soon as she noticed that he slowly opened his eyes, she said that he had finally woken up. Kale agreed with her, and Rei, squinting his eyes from the bright light, asked where he was. Kale responded by asking, "Where else?" "In the hospital, of course." Rei repeated, "In the hospital?" Scavia confirmed his words and said that they were shocked when the elderly man brought it here in a hurry. Kale smiled and said that he even persuaded the dean to come and examine him personally. "And he's great. When did he first meet such an influential person?" Scavia became nervous and asked him to be quiet. He needed to be quiet in the ward. Kale apologized and asked, "Who was that old man?" so that the dean himself would rush to him. Rei laughed nervously and thought that Kale's loudness was something. Scavia said that the old man was still very worried about him, after he examined him and said that she did not see any serious problems, and his physical condition was recovering quite quickly. He calmed down. Rei wondered, was old man Feng really so worried that he wasn't even afraid that others would find out his true identity? He asked, "Is this the old man from the martial arts club, like that?" Kale repeated quietly, "Combat?" Rei interrupted him and asked why he was here. Kale smiled and said with a slight blush that it was all because he joined the medicine club. He was always interested in medicine. Of course, he decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Rei asked, "Is he serious?" While they were discussing this, Gary, who was also here, looked out from behind the curtain and began to watch them, but he looked very tired. He pulled back the curtain and told Rei that he had finally woken up, but he was just dying from all the noise. Seeing him in the hospital bed, Rei asked if their dorm room had completely moved here. "What is he doing here?" Gary lay down on the bed again and, throwing his hands behind his head, said that it was nothing. He just didn't get enough sleep, and his training had knocked him down a little, so he came in to rest a little. Kale kept sitting on his ears and didn't let him sleep. Kale exclaimed that he was trying to find out how sick he was. In response, Gary exclaimed that he had said that he was not sick. Rei looked at his friend in slight surprise and said that he understood. He thought, so he also has his own dream. After recovering, Rei returned to the martial arts club and, before he could go inside, asked the old man if he was here. Suddenly, the elder ran up to him from behind and hit him, saying that he was an idiot, and he still has the nerve to come back here. Rei screamed in pain, and then rubbed the bump on his head that appeared from his blow and said that he should not be so angry. The elder exclaimed, "What does he even know? If he hadn't been there yesterday, he would have been dead by now. Either way, he would never be able to use Kai again." Rei replied that he knew he was wrong. After that, the old man calmed down a little and, pointing to the floor, said that he should sit down. But he can't deny that he's impressed by how much Kai he was able to gather on the first day. Rei sat down on the mat and asked in surprise, "Does that mean he has talent?" The elder sat down behind him and, putting his hand on his back, said that he should not flatter himself. Now he wants him to practice concentrating on controlling his Kai. It can be the size of a fist, no more, no less. And when he succeeds, they will move on to the next stage. After his touch, a clot of energy appeared in front of Ray, and he, closing his eyes and concentrating, thought that he would start with simple exercises, as the old man said. Within 5 days, Ray could use Kai to strengthen any part of his body. Over the next few days, he tried to move the Kai to where it was needed at double the speed. It was a difficult time, but it was because of this that he learned a lot. And so the additional classes at the club continued, and then the day of the expedition arrived. All the new second years gathered at the south gate of Avrian Academy to begin their day-long expedition. Lancey, along with the other knights, stood opposite the students and said that today was their first expedition after entering the second year. He hopes they listened carefully to all his explanations. All this for their safety. Kale laughed in anticipation, and Lancey said that there were 3 hunting grounds near the academy that were safe enough for free hunting in the second year. There you can get monster crystals for trading or creating new weapons. But there are also several places where monsters breed, so if they want to stay alive, he advises them to be careful and not go there. They began to go deep into the forest, and he said that today 3 teams would go to each of these areas and then switch places. This will allow them to learn about the different types of monsters they will have to fight. Marta looked at the notebook and said that according to the information, the hunting grounds they are currently in are called the Insect Forest. Kale shuddered a little and said that he hated insects. Dan asked how any bugs could possibly harm them. Ray walked behind with Gary. He turned his gaze to him and, looking at the huge bruises under his eyes, thought that he was still not back to normal. Suddenly a buzzing sound was heard in the sky, and Skavia, noticing the beetle, said that it was approaching. Everyone needs to prepare. Dan told her not to be so nervous. This is just an ordinary ladybug. You shouldn't make a big deal out of a mountain. As soon as the beetle approached them, Kale swore loudly and exclaimed, "Have they ever seen an ordinary ladybug larger than a human head?" Seeing the size of the insect, even Dan was scared. And a second later, a sharp arrow pierced the body of the beetle, which Martha released, and Skavia told the others to be on alert. Although beetles may seem weak, they most often move in swarms. As soon as she said this, several more huge ladybugs flew out of the forest and the battle began. Martha turned sharply and, releasing an arrow, warned the others about the danger behind, while Ian waved his axes. Kale and Dan fought with the bugs on the other side, and Kale, waving his sword in horror, shouted that this was so disgusting. Let them leave him alone. Dan attacked and asked why they were so fast. At that moment, Ray was a little further from the group, and, seeing the beetle that was rushing towards him from the sky, he ignited energy in his palms. Skavia saw the bug and yelled at Ray to be careful. But Ray was confident in his abilities and stood firmly in place, and the energy that hovered around his hands took the form of a clawed hand. After that, Ray rushed forward sharply and, waving his hands, easily cut the body of the beetle. He moved to Dan and Kale and began to help them. Seeing him, Kale was happy and said that he had learned to control his Kai. Ray laughed and said that now they will look at the results of their training. Dan tried not to be distracted from the battle and said that since they had time to show off, they better use their weapons for their intended purpose. Suddenly Gary's scream came from somewhere from the side. Monk and Ray immediately turned towards the sound and exclaimed, "What is there?" They saw that Gary was lying on the ground and writhing in pain, and a huge ant was gnawing on his hand and dragging him along with it. Ian immediately came to the rescue and, swinging an axe, cut off the ant's head along with several legs. He helped Gary sit up and told him to hold on a little longer. Seeing her wounded comrade, Skavia became very worried and ran towards them, shouting Gary's name. Gary looked at his wound and sighed, saying that everything was fine. It's his fault. He made them all worry. Skavia, who had already managed to run up to him and sit down, examined the wound and said that his wound was not too deep. She turned to Ian and asked him to help her remove the armor, and she would provide him with first aid. Ian replied that he understood, and then got down to business. Gary thanked them, and Ray, looking at his wounded friend, thought what happened to him. Normally he wouldn't even be touched by a monster as weak as this ant. Besides, he hasn't looked like himself lately. He would have to find out from him what happened when they returned. Skavia began healing with Kai and Gary's arms slowly began to heal. Dan said in surprise that she was quite good at healing. Did they learn this in medicine club? Kale, taking out a bandage, replied that this was true. Kai can not only strengthen the body and weapons, it also accelerates cell growth and can be used to treat simple wounds. Ray thought it looked like he wasn't the only one with new skills. He needs to try even harder. After the treatment, Skavia wrapped a bandage around his arm and said she was done. Feeling relieved, Gary sighed and thanked her. A little time passed. Dan began to collect crystals from monsters, and Ray wandered next to him. Dan picked up the blue crystal and said that before noon today, he only managed to get the crystal of a weak monster, so he doesn't think he even has enough to collect it. Ray asked incomprehensibly, gathering? What other fee? Dan immediately turned a surprised look at him and asked if he was listening to the instructions in another place. He put the crystal in his pocket and said that 10 of the crystals obtained from the hunting grounds would be confiscated as a collection. If he gets less than 10 crystals per outing, then there will be no need to give anything. Ray said it was surprising they made a rule like this. Dan turned away from him and asked how else. In his opinion, would the Academy make money? They will do this again and again. Hearing this, Ray glanced at Lancy and thought that they should figure out how to deal with this. This Lancy is one tough nut to crack. 10 or less, right? He looked thoughtfully at the fiery dragon that was flying next to him, and it, noticing his gaze, shuddered. Evening came, the sun began to go below the horizon, and the guys came out of the forest and approached the entrance to the training ground. Lancy stood at the entrance, holding an open bag in his hands, into which everyone leaving threw crystals. Ray was the last to leave, and Lancy, counting his crystals, said that he was the last to leave, and with only 5 small crystals. Ray shrugged and said he was probably just unlucky. Lancy said disgruntledly that he was just trying to fool him. Let him unload all his equipment. Ray took off his belt, bags and weapons, and then his outerwear. Lancy started checking his things, and Ray asked, "Well, did he check? Are they really not there?" Lancy exclaimed that this could not be. He probably hid them in the mountains. He's seen a lot of people like him. If he suddenly finds out that he is hiding the crystals, he will definitely receive a slap in the face. Ray got dressed and, following the rest of the guys, waved his hand at him with a smile and said that no matter what he said, if he found anything, he could take it all for himself. Lancy got angry and shouted that he shouldn't get impudent. It would be better if he really should be like that. If he ever caught him, he would be in big trouble. Ray did not take his threats seriously and replied that of course they would. He approached the guys and Monk asked with a smile how he did it. He probably managed to get more than just small monster crystals. In response, he laughed and said that it was a secret. The secret was that some time ago, while hunting, Ray realized something. He killed the boar and, looking at the stone in his hand, thought that after he transfers the monster's crystal into the system, the real crystal turns into an ordinary stone, which is no longer good for anything. Ray realized that when killing a magical beast, the crystal could always enter the system directly, while others had to dig through the remains of the killed monster. While Monk was collecting crystals and rejoicing, Ray did not give the system dragon crystals to absorb. To deflect suspicion from himself, he controlled the system to prevent it from directly absorbing the crystals while he was with others. Moreover, once a monster's crystals enter the system, it can no longer be removed. To go to the virtual store, he needs to leave a few physical crystals. He has 5 left, and he is not required to turn them in at the end of the test. He knew that in this way he could evade the collection. While he was following the guys, he stopped briefly to look at his inventory, where there were 10 crystals of a small monster, 2 crystals of a medium one, and 1 crystal of a higher monster. He just thought that during the last test, he thought that the system would be ineffective for the already created weapon, but did not suspect that it would directly absorb the crystal of higher monsters. Thinking about this, he passed by Gary, who stood still, and the thought flashed through his mind that he needed to be more careful in future. If Delbert suddenly finds out about this, he will never leave him alone. He finally noticed that Gary was standing still and said that the others had already left. It was time for them to return too. But Gary did not answer and continued on the spot. Then Ray asked worriedly what happened. Did he lose something? His friend continued not to answer him, and then he walked up to him and put his hand on his shoulder, saying his name. Gary, as if under hypnosis, said that he must open the red gate. Ray asked which red gate. What is he talking about? Suddenly Gary sat down on the ground screaming and covered his ears with his hands, shouting that he didn't want this. He began to cry, still continuing to scream, and Ray sat down next to him and asked him to calm down. Meanwhile, Monk, who had already reached the academy with the others, noticed their disappearance and said that it was strange. Where did those two go? Dan said that they were just walking behind them. Where did they go? Monk became very worried and went back into the forest, saying that let them go, and he would come back and look. Skavia asked him to wait and said that it was better together, but Monk replied that everything was fine. He would be back soon. After these words, he immediately disappeared and went in search. He finally found them and ran to them, asking what was wrong with them. The rest are long gone. Ray, who was looking worriedly at his friend sitting by the tree, turned to Monk and said that Gary seemed crazy. All he talks about is... Suddenly, he became silent when Gary started talking about the red gate again and told Ray that he needed to go to the red gate. This voice was calling him. Monk also began to worry and asked, "Are there red gates? Is this the place Gary was talking about? This is the Avrian Academy prison." After some time, Ray opened his eyes and, seeing in front of him a huge mirror sphere that was floating in the pitch darkness, he thought, "What kind of place is this?" Suddenly a voice was heard in this space, saying that he was finally here. Ray asked, "Whose voice is this?" The voice said that he was waiting for him. Let him find him, and he will reveal the secret to him. Ray asked who he was. The sphere, which was previously empty, suddenly shone with a bright golden light, and the voice said that it would reveal to him all the secrets about him and this world. Ray looked at the sphere and asked, "What other secrets?" Suddenly an open red gate appeared behind the sphere, and it flew there. As soon as the sphere was behind the gate, it slammed loudly, and Ray, quickly running up to it, asked the owner of the voice not to run away. Let him wait. The dream ended and Ray woke up, sharply stretching his hand forward, trying to hold back what was in the dream. He thought, was this a dream? So realistic. He sat up on the bed and, looking at Gary, who even in his sleep continued to talk about the red gate, thought that this was the same red gate. Are they dreaming about Gary now? He remembered what happened the day before. Monk suggested that Ray take their friend to the medical bay for an examination, and Ray looked at Gary worriedly and asked what he was dreaming about. Gary grabbed his head and replied that he didn't remember. He didn't remember anything at all. That day he happened to pass by the red gate and briefly looked at it, and then every night he began to have nightmares that he could not remember when he woke up. In those dreams he experienced only utter horror. He looked up at his friends and said that it seemed to him that there was someone behind those gates who was calling him. This feeling is getting stronger and stronger. He thinks he should really go and check. Monk exclaimed, "Is he crazy? There's a prison there. It is forbidden. If he goes in there, he will be expelled." Gary, who was already very tired of all this, replied that he knew, but he had no other choice. If things continue like this, that voice in his head will just kill him. After thinking a little, Ray said that the main thing is not to get caught. Gary was slightly surprised, and Monk looked at him and exclaimed that this was not just about expulsion from the academy. If they are not careful, they could easily die. Ray asked, "So what? If they use their skills, they will be able to get there at night. Is he with them?" Monk became agitated and exclaimed, "Is he kidding me?" Gary asked Ray not to anger Monk. He would already appreciate it if he went with him. Ray said that he could do makeup better than any of them. It can be quite useful. Gary replied that he was somehow embarrassed because he seemed to force him to follow him. After listening to them, Monk made a decision and said loudly that he understood. He will go too. He will repay them for the last duel. Ray smiled and said that was great. Then they agreed. They will develop a plan a little later. Remembering all this, Ray lay down on the bed again and, looking at the ceiling, thought that the red gates of the Avrian prison were the source of Gary's nightmares. Now he dreams of them too. Is it really possible that all the secrets of this world are kept in prison? The next day came, and the guys gathered at the prison late in the evening, where the red gate was guarded by 2 guards. 3 shadows flashed through the bushes, but they did not notice them. Ray asked, "Is everyone ready?" Gary confirmed his words, and Monk asked him if he was sure they wouldn't notice him. These guards looked quite impressive. Gary remembered watching them earlier and said that if the guards were black belt knights, then they would definitely not get inside. However, after making some observations, he discovered that every Tuesday from 10 to 11 p.m., they are replaced by regular white belt knights. This will be their chance. Monk said it looks like he's been trying to get inside for a long time. So why do the knights change at this particular time? Gary replied that he didn't know. Maybe they have some kind of general fee? Ray said it doesn't matter to them why they do it. He used his dragon eye and began scanning the entire building. He looked at the gate, and then at the huge staircase in the tower, which led somewhere down, and the light of the torches could not reach there. Ray thought it was just pitch black down there. Not even the dragons I could see what exactly was there. There must be something very, very strange there. In addition, the prison is underground. He frowned and thought it was a little alarming. Some time passed, the moon was covered with clouds, and the guys got closer to the gate and began to watch. 2 others approached the Black Belt Knights and said that the time had come for the general gathering. They would start it here. Gary said quietly that it was finally time for the changing of the guard. Suddenly, behind the barrels behind which they were hiding, there was a rustling sound, and a knight of the Dark Belt, leaving the guard, stopped and took a closer look. His partner asked, "Is there something there?" After listening, he replied that it just seemed to him. 2 knights left the guard, and one of them said that they need to hurry. The elders are waiting. Monk, who had been hiding on the other side and watching them leave, hid around the corner. Ray, meanwhile, said that it was good that they left as they had planned. Gary said then they'll get started. Suddenly someone grabbed his hand and told him to wait. "What are they doing here?" Ray and Gary turned around in fear and froze in place. But luckily for them, it was Jasmine, a 3rd-year black belt student. They asked what she was doing here. She replied that she should ask them. She was just training nearby, and then she saw them sneaking around. Gary began to get very worried and mumble something, wondering how to answer her. Jasmine asked, "They're not going to get in there, are they?" Gary became even more nervous and said that she was just in time. They were just planning something. Suddenly barrels and weapons fell on the other side, and Monk, who contributed to this, quickly disappeared around the corner. The Knights of the White Belt heard the noise, and one of them tiredly asked why something always happens while they are on duty. His partner told him to stop complaining and help. They both approached the barrels and the knight, putting them in place, told his partner that he had told him to bring weapons and supplies, and now they would also have to arrange them. His partner stood nearby and said that he had definitely tightened all the ropes on the tarpaulin. Maybe it's because of a bad rope. Ray looked at the knights and told Gary that Monk was on his way. They need to hurry. Jasmine exclaimed, "Did they even bring Monk into this?" She grabbed Gary by the hood and asked if they were crazy. Do they even realize what this place is? It's against school rules, not to mention it's too dangerous. Gary asked Ray what to do with her. Ray's face suddenly darkened, and he apologized to Jasmine, saying that now that she had spotted them, they would have to do this. She became worried and asked if he was trying to silence her. They are classmates, they should help each other. How can he? Suddenly Gary hit her with his palm from behind, and she lost consciousness. After that he said that he was such a talker that he simply had no other choice. Maybe they'll leave her here? Ray threw her over his shoulder and said that if she suddenly woke up and told everything, they would have big problems. They'll have to drag her inside, so they need to get going quickly. While the guards were putting the barrels in place, Ray and Gary approached Monk, who was picking the lock, and said that they would be back soon. Hasn't he opened it yet? Monk moved the master key and said that he should be patient a little longer and not push him. Suddenly something clicked inside the mechanism, and he said that everything was ready. They opened the gate slightly and quickly went inside, and one of the knights meanwhile said that he asked him to tie it tighter this time. If he had laid them out more carefully, they would not have fallen so easily. His partner said that he was not guilty. It's probably all these ropes. Tomorrow he will ask for new ones. The red gate finally slammed shut, and they were inside. Meanwhile, on a hill nearby stood a subordinate of Elder Gibby in the armor of a dark belt knight, who had been watching them all this time. He smiled and said that this time he himself went to certain death. He put on his helmet and said with a grin that Lord Gibby would be pleased. Meanwhile, they were already inside the prison. One of them said that they finally got inside, but there was not a single window. Gary lit the crystal and said it was a good thing he had brought a lighting stone with him. The crystal illuminated everything around and Monk took off his hood, but suddenly his gaze stopped at Ray. He noticed Jasmine next to him and asked excitedly, "Is this Jasmine? What is she doing here?" He didn't even notice her right away. Gary replied that she spotted them, so they had to take her with them. Monk exclaimed, "Did he knock her out?" Jasmine began to come to her senses and sighed heavily, slowly opening her eyes. Gary held out his hand to her and asked if she was okay. Jasmine exclaimed indignantly that he dared to knock out the eldest. "She'll give them all up." Gary fearfully said her name and asked her to listen to him. They really had no other choice. Ray calmly said that she could report it, but they were already here, so she could scream at the top of her lungs. But then the guards will notice her, and they will all be kicked out of the academy. Jasmine realized that she was now also in the same position with them and fell silent, unable to find the words to answer. Monk called out to Ray with displeasure and asked him not to exaggerate the situation. Let her not listen to them. Ray sighed and went to the stairs, and Gary said that they had already made their way here anyway, so they'd better look around and get out of here quickly. Don't they wonder what's in this prison? Jasmine, who was still upset, looked after Ray, and then snatched the glowing stone from Gary's hands and said that they should know that she really didn't care if they got in trouble for this. Gary closed her eyes and said that of course it was. They would take care of themselves just fine. Jasmine went ahead and said that she was older, so she would lead them. They all must obey her. Do they understand everything? Gary replied that he understood, and after that Jasmine led everyone down the stairs. Monk said it was like there was no one here at all. It's a prison, but there are no prisoners. Gary said he didn't know. Nothing is known about this. He had never heard of prisoners being transferred here. He doesn't even know why this prison is so heavily guarded. Suddenly Jasmine coughed, drawing attention to herself, and said that she thought they heard something about this place and infiltrated here to find out what was really going on here. Ray became interested and asked if she had heard any rumors. She confirmed his words and said that this place is called Avrian Prison. According to legend, there are not real prisoners in it. Some say the Academy calls the place a prison to hide what they don't want to show. And when it comes out, it will be a huge shock. Ray said that they don't know what's really going on here. Jasmine looked up at him with a dissatisfied look and said that in the end, it was just a story, a legend. No one had ever been inside, except perhaps the 3 horsemen or the 6th elder. Suddenly a strong wind rushed from the very bottom of the tower, carrying barely noticeable green smoke. Because of such a wind, Jasmine's hair rose up, and she said that there is such a strong wind here. The others covered their noses and said it stank so much. Ray became wary and, looking down at the very bottom of the tower, thought that some noise was coming from there. Monk turned around and said that since they had gotten here, it would be better to return. He doesn't want to go further. Jasmine, who was afraid of such an unusual strong wind, laughed nervously and said that this was a good proposal. Gary continued walking down and said he didn't care. They should all go down together. Nevertheless, they all continued to go down together, and after some time they finally left the stairs. One of them said that they had finally reached the very bottom. They stopped and, looking at the huge door in front of them, asked, "Is there another door here?" Monk lifted his head to appreciate the size of the door and said that it was so huge. Jasmine came closer and asked what this door is made of. It seems so old. Gary ignited the kai in his palms and asked, "What difference does it make? They need to open this up quickly." He touched the door with both hands and began to press, trying to open it, but he couldn't. Monk started to get nervous and said he didn't think it was a good idea. Gary didn't want to give up, and he shouted that he shouldn't stand there like a pillar, but would rather help. Monk and Jasmine rushed to help, and Gary, counting to 3, said let them push. They tried to push at the same time, but they didn't succeed, and Jasmine said that she thought he could handle it just fine on his own. If he's not sure what to do, maybe he'll give up on this idea. At this time, Ray used the dragon's eye and tried to see what was behind the door. But this door did not allow him to see anything. He thought that even with the dragon's eye, he still couldn't see what was inside. This place must be enchanted with high-level magic, or some special shield has been placed. They tried to open the door a few more times, and then Jasmine said that it was simply impossible to unlock. It was as if it was tightly locked. Monk wiped the sweat from his face, breathing heavily, and said that they needed to go back. There must be something very important behind that door. Gary continued to push the door and told them to stop. He wasn't coming back. He called out to Ray and said that he simply had to help him. Hearing his name, Ray hurried to him and then touched the door with his palm, and a system window appeared in front of him with a question: does he want to unlock the door? Ray thought, is this possible? He agreed, and the mechanisms inside the door immediately came into action. The huge door swung open in front of the guys, and Gary exclaimed, "Did it just open?" Monk asked Ray what he did. He shrugged and replied that he didn't know. He just touched it, and the door opened. The gear moves inward with a characteristic sound, and the magic crystal illuminates only part of what is right in front of their eyes, so it is almost impossible for them to see what is inside. Gary, looking at the pitch darkness in front of her, thought for a moment, and then confidently told the others to go. Monk was also nervous, but still agreed. Fear of the unknown instantly took over the entire group, but they continued to walk. As they walked forward and lit their way with one single weak source of light, Monk nervously looked around. Suddenly, there was a sharp crunch that echoed throughout the dark hall. Jasmine hugged Ray out of fear, and he asked her to let him go, and Monk flinched and asked what that sound was. Gary, who also looked scared, replied that it was him. He just stepped on something. He crouched down and extended his hand with the crystal forward and saw a huge skull, which he stepped on. Monk asked excitedly, "Is this a skull?" Gary looked at the bones and said it was most likely some kind of animal. "Does it look like a dragon?" "But it doesn't have horns." Monk said he looked amazing. "But how did the dragon die?" Jasmine suggested maybe the knights did it. Ray sighed and thought that dragons don't die that easily. They continued on their way, and, seeing the turn, Ray said that it looked like they were getting closer to their goal. Jasmine said that they could finally get out. They walked around the corner, and Gary told the others to look. "It's so spacious here." In front of them, they saw several cells built into the rocks. Jasmine said that these were some kind of cells. Monk added that there are too many of them here, like a nest of mosquitoes. Some of the bars of the cage were dented or even completely broken. Ray said it was completely empty inside. Monk walked up to one of the cages and, seeing the broken bars, said he was more concerned that it looked like the occupants had escaped. Well, since they've already searched everything here, maybe it's time for them to return. Jasmine agreed with him and said that if monster fights really take place here, then the owner of this place is not an ordinary person. Gary remained silent, and Jasmine said that if they all escaped, it becomes even more dangerous here. Ray agreed with them and, crossing his arms over his chest, turned to Gary and said that they had already gone far enough. They needed to return before the guard changed. Gary, who felt something in the distance, began to walk forward and told Ray that he did not understand. He went down, slid down the slope, and said that to get to the bottom of the truth, they just needed to go a little further forward. Ray began to worry about his friend and ran after him, yelling at him not to go any further. But Gary continued to walk forward. He said that he heard a voice calling him. This voice comes from there. He entered the cage, where the bars were already broken, and Ray ran after him and asked him to stop. Others also followed them, and Ray shouted that he was delusional. Suddenly, a powerful stream of wind rushed towards them along with a stench, and Monk exclaimed, "What is this?" From the direction where Gary went, there was a roar, and Ray was scared for a moment. And the next moment, an unknown force threw Gary back, and he hit his back against a rock. Monk called out in concern and ran to help. While the others were dealing with Gary, Ray stood up and took out his sword, thinking it was a bad aura. In a huge cage ahead, he saw the silhouette of a huge monster with horns heading towards him. Suddenly, there was a roar and the ringing clatter of the hooves of a monster that was walking towards him and breaking the stone floor under it with its weight. Jasmine looked at the monster in shock and said that this couldn't be true. She can't believe it. This is a king-level monster, a lost cow god. A huge minotaur came out to meet Ray, whose appearance alone inspired wild fear. The huge minotaur screamed, a strong wind rose, and because of this, the guys were thrown back, and they were unable to stand on their feet. But the minotaur's gaze fell on Jasmine, who also fell from a sudden gust of wind. The monster walked towards her, quickly rearranging its hooves, and she backed away and Monk ran to her aid, telling her to be careful. She shouted that her legs were not obeying her. The monster did not hesitate and grabbed her with his hand, causing her to scream loudly. But Monk came to the rescue in time and, cutting the monster's hand with a sharp blade, shouted that he should let it go. Because of the wound, the minotaur screamed and unclenched his fingers, and Jasmine fell down. After that, Monk flew forward, cutting the monster along the way, and landed next to Jasmine. She said that she already thought that she was finished. He put one dagger on his belt and said that something irreparable had almost happened. Can she get up? He wanted to say something else, but suddenly bright sparks flashed above the minotaur behind him, and he shouted that this was a magical attack. He threw Jasmine's hand over his shoulder and asked her to quickly get up, otherwise they would both die. Around the monster, the sparks flared up even stronger, and it opened its mouth, allowing these sparks to enter inside. The next moment, the minotaur sharply rushed forward and extended one arm to strike, which was engulfed in sparks. Noticing this, Monk became very frightened, and a second later there was a strong roar and dust rose. Gary was thrown back by the shockwave, and then he slowly rose to his feet and, clutching his wounded arm, asked, "What is this?" What kind of monster was this? He wondered how Monk and the others were doing. But as soon as the dust settled, he saw that Ray had stopped the monster's blow, and the huge wolf had protected them. Gary saw that they were safe and thought that they were all fine. Monk looked at the wolf behind him in confusion and asked why this monster was helping them. Ray, who was using his last strength to hold back the minotaur's blow, shouted that there was no time to explain. All they need to know now is that this wolf is on their side. They don't need to be afraid. He told Noel that he should first escort Jasmine to another, safer place. As soon as Noel heard the order, he took Jasmine on his back to another place. Monk stayed next to Ray and asked if the wolf really obeyed his orders. Each other received a new blow, from which they were thrown back, but Ray managed to slow down with his sword, and Monk managed to jump back and land next to his friend. Ray told him to hold his breath, and then when he grabbed the monster, he would slaughter it with his daggers. Monk replied that it was simply impossible to do. He also realizes how strong this monster is. Ray confidently rose to his feet. The Kai filled his body with a bright glow, and he told Monk to trust him. Monk remained silent, and after a short pause, disappeared into the shadows in an instant and said that he understood. Let him be careful. Ray told him to start, but a second later the minotaur rushed forward and butted him with its horns, causing him to let go of the sword. Ray grabbed the monster by the horns and used his Kai to try to stop it and thought that this monster was incredibly powerful. But the minotaurs were stronger. It easily pressed Ray against the wall, causing a roar to be heard. A dent appeared on the rock from the impact, and Ray continued to hold the minotaur by the horn and said that let it die already. He won't let it escape. He called out to Monk and told him to act now. Hearing the command, Monk jumped out of the shadows and pounced on the minotaur from above, pointing the tip of the dagger down. He landed on the monster and plunged his blades into its neck, telling him to go to his forefathers, but the unexpected happened. He could not break through the skin of the minotaur, and with horror in his eyes, thought that it was absolutely impenetrable. Is your skin as hard as steel? At that moment, Noel and Gary came to their aid, and he, despite his injury, leaned forward and shouted to Monk to get out of the way. Monk called out to his friend in surprise, and after that Gary hit the monster with his sword, but the blade immediately broke into several pieces. Gary thought it was amazing. His sword simply shattered into pieces. Suddenly the minotaur used magic and sparks flashed from it, which threw the guys off its body, and they all flew off in different directions. Meanwhile, Ray continued to hold back the minotaur and decided to activate mana replenishment. As soon as he did this, the system began sending notifications one after another about the increase in mana. The shining stream that was on his hands passed onto the minotaur's body, and immediately after that it roared and he had to jump. In flight, He waved his hand, and the system reported that the mana was replenished. Energy began to glow around Rei's hand, and he thought that he needed to concentrate his Kai and then put it all into the attack. With this thought, he fell straight down to the Minotaur, and the energy had already embraced his two hands. As soon as he landed, he delivered a powerful blow that was able to pierce the monster's skin, and it roared. Rei was delighted with his success and thought that he had succeeded. There was something in this old man's special training. While he was rejoicing, Gary noticed the danger and told his friend to be careful. Rei did not have time to react. After the warning, the Minotaur angrily hit him with an electrified fist, which knocked him back. He fell to the ground and thought that he couldn't even control his body properly. The torpor caused by the monster's electric shock does not count. It was because it splashed out too much mana for its body to quickly adjust to. This body is still not strong enough. He sat on the ground, unable to move, and when he saw the Minotaur slowly heading towards him, he thought that if they didn't do anything, then... Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by what he saw behind the Minotaur. Sir Kay stood on the rock, smoking a pipe and telling his disciples that they had contacted the enemy beyond their strength. He took out his blade and told them to get out of here. All the guys were very happy to see their mentor, and Monk said that they were saved. Sir Kay said that let them not flatter him. He would deal with them later. After these words, he jumped from the cliff and attacked the Minotaur from behind, hitting it on the horns. At the moment of the next blow, he grabbed the sword more comfortably and, waving his hand, managed to cut off one of the Minotaur's horns. But just as he was about to move away from the monster, it grabbed his leg and pulled him towards it, which made the knight nervous. The Minotaur sharply waved his hand and hit the ground, causing a loud roar to be heard. The students worriedly called out to their mentor, but at that same second his blade cut off several of the Minotaur's fingers. This caused the Minotaur to back away and scream loudly in pain, and the knight landed nearby. Out of rage, the monster immediately rushed forward, pointing its head with its horns forward to strike, leaving behind only clouds of dust. But Sir Kay had already managed to disappear somewhere, and the monster did not notice it. Not feeling the blow, the monster looked around furiously in search of the enemy, and a second later a knight's voice was heard from somewhere above. Sir Kay, who stood on the back of the monster, asked if it was looking for him. Realizing where he was, the Minotaur immediately turned around, but Sir Kay did not hesitate and immediately cut off his head. The huge horned head fell to the ground with a dull sound, and Gary and Monk said that the problem was solved. He succeeded. Rei, meanwhile, approached Null, who was hiding behind a stone, and told him to come back. Null hid, and the system suddenly announced that a reward had been received: absorption of elements. 4th ability out of 1,000 unlocked. Rei thought, new ability? Is it due to absorbing electrical damage? Sir Kay, who was carrying Jasmine in his arms, approached his students and said that fortunately, this king-level monster had little magical power left. Otherwise, he would not have gotten out of its clutches unharmed. Let them follow him before they get into more trouble. They walked back to the stairs, and their mentor asked if they all had nothing to say to him. Monk asked hesitantly, will they be expelled? Sir Kay sighed and said that they should be glad that they would simply be expelled. How did they even dare to get into the dungeon? And how did they even survive? Gary and Monk looked down guiltily at the floor and said that they were very sorry. Sir Kay was silent for a moment, pondering something, and then turned to them and said that he had no desire at all to expel them for surviving an encounter with a king-level monster. If they promise to keep everything secret, he will pretend that he did not see them. His disciples looked up at him with joy and said that they understood. After a while, they walked out the door through which they entered the dungeon, and their mentor asked how they managed to open this door. Rei replied that it was open when they got here. Gary hesitantly agreed and said that was how it happened. Sir Kay almost closed the door and asked if it was open. This is weird. Suddenly a voice came from the gap, telling Rei that he would be waiting for him. He was surprised and, looking into the pitch darkness behind the door, thought that he had already heard this voice in a dream. While the door was not yet closed, the voice said that he should return when he becomes stronger. After that, the door closed with a thud. After such a battle, the mentor and his students came to the academy hospital. The doctor bandaged his wounds and said that it was impossible to train like that, and also send 4 students to a hospital bed at once. He's always nothing but trouble. Kay said that of course he didn't want to bother him again, but it was an accident. The doctor said that he should not even start. He will come to the morning council and explain himself there. Sir Kay told Dr. Humphrey that these were just scratches. Meanwhile, his students were lying on hospital beds in a separate room, and Gary, whose hand had already been bandaged, looked at Ray and said that he was sure the mentor would stand up for them. Ray looked at the ceiling and replied that he hoped. He thought he was so scary when he was angry. He rolled over on his side, facing Gary's bunk, and asked why he kept going deeper into the cave even though they were stopping him. Gary suddenly became worried and apologized to him, saying that he couldn't explain it. He looked down guiltily and said that he just felt like he had to go there and couldn't control his body or his mind. Monk, who had read a book before, sat down on the bed and, showing it to them, said that he knew why. He just learned from this book that the king-level monster, the lost cow god, in addition to the magic of the elements of thunder and lightning, has a power called the mental labyrinth. Ray and Gary asked at the same time, mental labyrinth. Monk said that legend has it that the queen of a certain country and a white bull once gave birth to a monster with a bull's head, which was to be sacrificed to the gods. Having learned about the creature born of the queen, the king became furious and ordered the construction of a huge labyrinth guarded by vigilant guards on an uninhabited island at the end of the world. The born Minotaur was trapped in this labyrinth for the rest of his life, and even after death his soul could not find peace. This Minotaur possessed truly divine power. As it grew to escape its imprisonment, it eventually gained the ability to emit an aura that influenced people's hearts. Bewitched people lost control of their minds. Their actions were dictated by their strongest emotions. During the story, Ray moved to Gary's bed and thought, "What kind of legend is this? How can a child be born to a human being?" Gary sat down, dangling his legs, and said that he even somehow felt sorry for this Minotaur. What happened then? Monk replied that there was not a word about this in the book. Maybe he managed to escape. Otherwise, they would not have discovered this monster in the underground prison. Gary thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and said that it makes sense. It must have had a large offspring. So maybe it was because of this Minotaur that he had such dreams? Monk agreed with him, and Ray thought, is this true? If the Minotaur really was the cause of the dreams, then what was that voice that he heard? Sir Kay came into their room and told Gary that the doctor said that everything would heal like a dog, so in a few days he would get better and be discharged from the hospital next week. Monk and Gary tensed up a bit and thought he was still mad at them. Ray hesitantly called out to his mentor, and he asked if he was worried about his injury. He winked and said it was nothing. Just a couple of broken ribs. For people like him, it's just a routine. Ray said that's not what he's talking about. Actually, he wanted to ask if he still had the king's stone and would they get a piece of it. After this question, silence reigned in the hospital room. Sir Kay became even more angry and exclaimed that he should not even remember this. This was payment for his labors. Whose fault does he think he suffered? Hearing his scolding, Ray immediately backed down and never brought up the topic again. After that, their mentor headed towards the exit and, waving his hand at them, said that they should rest, and tomorrow they would go for a full examination of the whole body. Ray said he had one more question. How did he know that they had entered the prison? Gary agreed with his friend and said that they were the only ones who knew about it. Even if Jasmine wanted to tell someone about it, she simply did not have enough time. Sir Kay turned his head slightly towards them and said that they, the children, have so many secrets that they just want to unravel. One of the sleepers told him about this. Ray asked, sleepers? So that means they were being watched all this time. Monk suddenly remembered something and said that he had heard about it. They say that certain people are assigned to the students from the academy. They mingle with the crowd, protecting the students from trouble. Gary said that to simplify it, they are simply reporting on problem students. Sir Kay waved his hand again and said that that was probably all they needed to know about them. Let them no longer pester him with questions and better take care of their immediate problems. Ray looked after him and sighed, with the thought that the secrets of this academy were much simpler than they seemed at first glance. After a while, they decided to go to bed, and Ray, remembering his skill, thought that the ability he recently received was the absorption of elements. A system window appeared in front of him with a description of the skill. The ability to attract the magical properties of an enemy and enhance the power of his own spell. He thought, using an opponent's magical abilities to enhance the power of his own magic of the same type. Now, this ability is of little use. Maybe he should try to learn magic. He looked at his friends and thought that he had asked them to keep what had happened a secret, and Sir Kay had not asked him anything, so he thought they never guessed. Gary doesn't seem to have nightmares anymore, so it was all really the influence of that monster. Morning came. Ray returned to the martial arts club and started the day by training outside. He, as usual, took the sword into his mouth and began practicing punches. Elder Feng walked up to him and praised him, saying that this technique really suited him perfectly. Ray took the sword in his hands and asked, "Is it true?" But he thinks that in this state his sword is used mainly for protection, and attacks with fists are not very powerful. The elder replied that he was, of course, right about that. Suddenly he remembered something and, hitting his palm with his fist, said that he would give it to him. Ray asked what else is it? The elder began to rummage through the boxes and look for that same it, wondering where they had gone. He remembers that he left it here. Ray said that if he couldn't find it, he should just forget it. He thought, what good could be hidden in such a place? Suddenly the old man exclaimed joyfully that he had found it. He showed the weapon and said that these were dragon fists. Ray thought, what kind of name is this? He put huge gloves on his hands and asked, are they really that good? The elder told him not to worry. They changed their size to suit the owner's dimensions. Immediately after his words, the gloves began to sharply decrease in size and finally stopped when they reached the desired size. Ray raised his hands in surprise and examined his fists, and then asked, are they made of monster crystals? The elder proudly put his hands on his belt and asked with a smile, not bad, right? It's just a pity, of course, that this is only a mid-level crystal dragon horns. If these were high-level crystals, they would be even more powerful. He would love to give him this top-level equipment, but it would be somehow completely unfair to the other participants. Ray asked, other members? The elder asked in response, does he know anything at all? Does he rarely attend classes? Ray confirmed his words and said that he should tell him. The elder raised his index finger and said with a serious face that all second-year students and above would participate in the Academy's annual tournament. The Academy tournament is a one-on-one battle in which the 5 strongest students of the Academy are determined. These 5 students will represent the Academy and compete against the best from other countries in the world in the Tournament of Nations. He will lend him these gloves. He wants him, his student, to enter at least the top 10. Ray laughed and said he was really excited about it. The old man pointed to his gloves and said that if he used them wisely and could get a good place in the ranking, he would give them to him. Ray gave him a thumbs up and thanked him in advance. And after that the elder said that he already had a weapon, so he better look for something that could protect him. A breastplate, shield, or something similar, they will always come in handy when completing tasks. Ray thoughtfully raised his hand to his chin and, narrowing his eyes, asked, what will protect? Time passed. He went to a shopping street and, looking at the prices, exclaimed, is it so expensive? The seller said that this is the price here. If he thinks it's too expensive, then let him go elsewhere. Ray said that last time he quoted a completely different price. The seller turned to him displeasedly and said that he always set absolutely childish prices for mid-level protective equipment made from monster crystals. It costs 10 small crystals or 1,000 yuan. He slammed his fist on the table where Ray laid out the crystals and said that regarding the additional 10 small monster crystals that he had to pay, this was his payment for silence. He raised his palm to his face and quietly said that he was not at all interested in where he got these extra crystals from. Ray began to get annoyed by this, and he thought that although they, of course, would not be able to catch him in the red when he was hiding the crystals, but if he made a fuss here and attracted attention to himself, he was afraid. Then he would never be able to hunt in alone. He was forced to agree and, throwing the bag on the table, said that he should do his job. The seller took the bag with a smile and said that he could be sure that he would be satisfied with the work of their family. He got down to business, and Ray crossed his arms displeasedly and thought that slippery human nature really exists in all areas of life. Suddenly, Scavia's voice was heard from behind, saying that this was such a coincidence. Ray turned around and saw that she was wearing a new dress, but said nothing about it. He asked if she also came for new uniforms. She replied that there are no classes today. She approached him, and Ray, speaking in a whisper, said that he was offering to change the store. The owner of this place is not the most honest businessman. Scavia said in surprise that she now understood what had happened to him. Immediately after that, she slammed both hands on the counter and called out to the owner, asking if he was here. His voice came from the side. He replied that he would come up in 1 minute. He walked up to the counter and, seeing Scavia, said with a smile that it was Miss Hart. He's glad she's here. Scavia pointed her finger at him displeasedly and said that there was no need for that. She was here on an errand. She is interested in the price of making armor for mid-level beast crystals for her friend. Ray, watching her, thought, did this person call her Miss? Is she from some famous family? After exchanging a few dissatisfied words with the merchant, Scavia approached Ray and gave him the bag, saying that she had returned the excess. Ray thanked her in surprise and thought that the difference in attitudes towards people was simply amazing. He remembered Sebastian's words that the child of a knight will become a knight, and the child of a peasant will become a peasant. Although this guy is a disgusting person, what he said quite truthfully reflects how things are in this world. He reached into his pocket and said that he was giving it to her for her help. He took out Wally's medium bear crystal from his pocket and handed it to her. She exclaimed in surprise, was this really the average Wally bear crystal? She can't take it. It's more valuable than 10 small monster crystals. Ray said that let her take it. He already has weapons and armor. There is no point in keeping it. Maybe she will need it. After that, he turned around and waved his hand, saying that he would go look for something else. They'll see each other later. Scavia, her face red with embarrassment, looked after him, and then lowered her gaze and pressed the gifted crystal to her chest, quietly repeating his name. He returned for what he had bought from the merchant and said it was quite good. The merchant laughed and said that he was glad, that he was satisfied. He didn't know that he was friends with the eldest daughter of the Hart family, so he asks for forgiveness if he suddenly offended. Ray did not answer and examined the breastplate, thinking that he had already mastered his kai quite well, and with this breastplate and the gloves that the old man gave him, everything would be great. He smiled and thought that he couldn't wait to try his hand at hunting higher-level monsters. Evening came. Elder Gibby took off his mask and looked at the sunset outside the window, saying that he did not realize that he was lucky to get out of the underground prison alive. His subordinate, who was sitting in front on one knee, said that as far as he knows, the scout reported this to Kay, and it was he who saved them. Gibby said he didn't think this ancient system worked at all. His subordinate said that with the 3 horsemen on their side, and now the troublesome Kay, it wouldn't be so easy for them. Maybe they could use Delbert? Gibby replied that there was no hurry. You can turn to him, but he is one of the 3 horsemen. He will need to ensure his loyalty. The subordinate wanted to suggest something else, but Gibby interrupted him and said that he should leave him alone. It will be easier for them to manipulate him without Delbert's participation. Let him tell him that if he succeeds, the Pureblood Guild will reward him with a new position. His subordinate rose from his knees and replied that he understood. He would immediately give orders to his subordinates. He was about to leave and put on his helmet, but Gibby said there was something else. He looked at him with a threatening look and said that if things didn't work out, he shouldn't come back and report to him. His subordinate agreed and then left. As soon as the sun went below the horizon, all the guys went to the foothills of the hunting grounds. Dan said with a smile that today's production promises to be large. Gary chuckled and said that they should try to save up money to buy the necessary equipment. Someone behind laughed, and Martha looked around with a smile and said that this was just an ideal place for hunting. Suddenly Monk turned to Ray and said that he really didn't know what to say. He is very grateful to him. Ian also reached out to Ray and said that he would pay him back much more when the opportunity arose. Ray looked at them in bewilderment and, pointing his finger at himself, asked, "Is he telling him now?" Dan hugged him from behind and said with a smile that although he knew he was shy, they all really appreciated it. Ray suddenly realized what was the reason for their strange grateful behavior and asked Scavia if she had a hand in all this. Martha, who was walking next to them, said goodbye and said that she didn't really want to attract your attention, so she would leave. Scavia called out to her embarrassedly, and then turned to Ray and with an awkward smile said that it was all thanks to the bear crystal that he gave her. She traded it for gold and distributed it to all their teammates on his behalf. Besides, she already has a good shield, so she didn't really need this money. He remained silent, and she asked if he was angry that she didn't discuss this issue with him first. He immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and replied that this was not so at all. He said her name with a smile and said that he thought she would make a good leader. At these words, Scavia's face reddened even more, and then she pushed him away from her and exclaimed, "Why did he suddenly become so serious?" The rest of the guys turned around at the noise, and a slight blush appeared on their faces. Ray returned to the main group, and Gary sighed with a smile and asked him to tell him the truth. Was there really nothing between him and Scavia? Ray raised one eyebrow and asked, confused, what did he mean? Gary closed his eyes and said that he should forget about it. There is only sawdust in his head. Let him only promise him that he will not do the same to Amy when he meets her again. He walked further, and Ray stopped and looked after him in bewilderment. A few minutes later, several beetles flew out of the forest and Dan warned everyone about the danger. Monk drew his blades and told the others to prepare for battle. Ray, who used his dragon eye, saw what kind of insects they were and thought that they were just low-level monsters. It's okay. Dan swung his spear, cutting off the head of one insect, and said that it was somehow too simple. Is there anything more complicated? Gary smiled and said that this only meant that their fighting skills had improved. Dan laughed and said that sooner or later he would get a white belt. Monk, meanwhile, rushed forward, cutting several insects at once with sharp blades, and then stopped and stretched his shoulders. But he did not notice how something came out of the ground behind him. Seeing this, Ray warned the others about the danger and shouted that it was a Hercules beetle. As soon as he said this, a huge beetle crawled out of the ground and swung its claws to kill Monk, but he managed to jump in time and, looking down at it excitedly, asked, "Is it a mid-level monster?" Dan pointed his spear towards the monster and said that this mid-level magic monster was just some kind of bug. After these words, he immediately rushed forward and struck, causing the beetle to be thrown back and roll on the ground, but was not harmed. Dan was very surprised by this and said that he had no idea that the shell of this beetle was so hard. Ray used his dragon eye again and said that more bugs were coming towards them. The guys grouped up, covering each other's backs, and several beetles simultaneously crawled out of the ground not far from them. Gary was the first to strike with his sword, but could not wound the beetle and said that it had such a hard shell. Scavia, meanwhile, repelled the attacks with a shield and told the beetle not to even think about approaching her, and Martha fired several arrows at a time and said that she barely managed to shoot through their armor. Ian, Monk, and Dan, who stood with their backs to each other, were surrounded by bugs and they put their weapons forward. But suddenly there was a roar from the side and the beetle that was near them was thrown back with lightning speed and the armor broke. Ray, who was using new fire gloves, told the bugs that they should look here. His gaze immediately became fierce and he told them to get out of here. Uttering these words, he sharply leaned forward and pierced the monster's body with his fiery fists, splashing all the entrails around. Monk looked at Ray in surprise and said that this was so cool. Dan also noticed this and asked what kind of new weapon this guy has. And why is it so powerful? Monk said it looked like the master of the martial arts club lent it to him. Dan got upset and exclaimed, "But why? He feels like he has joined the wrong club." Ray, who meanwhile was holding the huge monster by the claw, thought how he should behave so as not to arouse even more suspicion in them. He turned his gaze to his friends and asked how long were they going to just stare. Let them finally help him. Monk got excited and said they were on their way. Martha also came to the rescue and jumped, launching an arrow straight into the monster's head, and Scavia followed her. She looked at the arrow in the monster's head and then hit it with her shield, pushing it deeper into the beetle's body. Monk was delighted and said that he understood how it was done. He thrust a dagger into the monster's body and called out to Dan, and he immediately approached and swung his hand and said that he was already here. He drove the blade deeper into the monster's body and it tore from the inside, and the claw fell off. Ian quickly picked up that sharp claw and then, with a scream, plunged it into the other monster's body and killed it. Time passed. The last beetle fell to the ground and Dan sighed with relief, saying that they had finally gotten rid of the last one. He approached this monster and, seeing the crystals there, laughed and said that they were rich. These are all mid-level monsters. The same crystals will definitely fall out of them. Monk picked up one crystal and said it was true. This is a mid-level crystal. Meanwhile, the system informed Ray that 2 medium crystals had been detected. Does he want to absorb them? Ray thought he already had 2, let them have the rest. But then again, the sudden appearance of so many mid-level monsters huddled together in a group seems like someone's well-thought-out plan. Suddenly, he heard some noise in the distance and became alert. He looked up at the sky and saw all the birds flying up from the treetops and thought, what's going on? Why did the birds fly up? Feeling something unkind, he immediately used the dragon's eye and saw in the distance of the forest a whole wall of flames that was approaching them. Ray immediately alerted the others, shouting that the flames were heading their way. Dan took a closer look and asked, is it fire? He doesn't see anything. Martha climbed a tree and, seeing flames in the distance, shouted that Ray was right. She saw flames. Gary put his ear to the ground and, feeling the vibration, said that someone was coming. These were monsters running. Dan got nervous and asked, what are they waiting for then? They need to leave. Ray replied that he was afraid it was too late. To confirm his words, Martha jumped from the tree and said that the flames were approaching them from all sides. She asked Scavia, she had the disaster gem with her, didn't she? Let her give the signal. They must call the knight for help. Scavia hit the gem several times and said that she tried to do it, but the stone didn't work. Dan said that couldn't happen. Was this stone about to break at just such a moment? Through the bright flames, Ray noticed 3 silhouettes in the distance. He immediately turned to them and shouted, who is it there? The rest of the guys turned around at his cry, and after that 3 people in masks of horned demons began to emerge from the flames. They continued walking, remaining silent, and Monk asked, are they here to save them? Ray replied that he was afraid. He wasn't. Gary sensed something was wrong and shouted, did they start the fire? What do they want? Suddenly one of them waved his hand, giving a sign, and the second masked man, whose hands were bound by chains, rushed forward, waving them. As soon as he waved his hand, the heavy weight at the end of the chain hit Monk sharply, and he wheezed in pain, and then fell to the ground. Another masked man attacked Gary and, fending off the blow, he called out to his friend in concern. Ray, meanwhile, stood still and suddenly noticed how a third masked man was attacking him. The enemy swung his hand, hitting him with his sword, but Ray was able to defend himself with his gloves. He used the dragon's eye to find out who was in front of him, but seeing nothing, he asked who they were. He continued to hold back his blow and, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, why is he doing this? He looked at the blade of the sword and thought that this guy's sword was not an ordinary weapon. He immediately recoiled back, and his enemy's sword burst into flames. Dan, meanwhile, helped Monk and asked if he was okay. He replied that he was fine, but Ray. Ian did not listen to him and shouted that he would go and help them. Just as he was about to do this, a huge wall of flame grew in front of him and someone told him to be careful. Ian called out to his friends who were on the other side, and Ray looked at the wall of fire behind him. He looked at his enemies and thought that they were deliberately trying to separate them. Is their target him and Gary? Or perhaps just him? He looked over at Gary, who was still struggling, and thought that he was already caught in the crossfire. Looks like he'll have to fight alone against the 2 of them. He shouted to his friends on the other side of the firewall that they should not worry about them. They needed to quickly go down the mountain and call for help. Ian wanted to object, but Ray shouted that it was not safe to stay here. They can only be saved if knights come to their rescue. Ian asked them to hold out a little longer, and Scavia headed towards the academy and said that Ray was right. They need to split up and call for help. Dan helped Monk up, and Martha ran after Scavia and agreed with her words. Ray, meanwhile, approached Gary and asked how he thought he could handle him. Gary replied that no problem, he would take care of the guy. He looked at his enemy, who fought with twin blades, and thought that he was fast, but not fast enough to defeat him. As long as he is protected, it will not be possible to mortally wound him. He attacked him with the thought that he would delay him. It will buy Rei some time. The enemy repelled his blow, and the rest of his comrades, meanwhile, went to attack Rei. He repelled the attack with a sword, but noticed the chain of the second guy near his side and thought that he knew that he decided to sneak up on him. He turned sharply and grabbed the chain, thinking that he was caught, and meanwhile the swordsman raised his hand again to strike. Rei, swinging the fire chain, suddenly noticed that the swordsman was attacking again and thought that he was so annoying. He dodged his sword and thought that whoever he was fighting with, the second one was right there to prevent him from dealing with him. At one point, he was unable to control the chain, and the heavy weight at the end of it hit him on the chest, causing Rei's breathing to stop for a moment. This blow threw him back right into the thick of the flames, but he managed to stop in time. He looked up at his enemies and thought that he had no idea that they worked so well as a team. He looked down at the crack in the breastplate, thinking that fortunately the breastplate had prevented a fatal wound. He needs to come up with a new plan. Suddenly Gary screamed behind him, and he turned in his direction in fear. Gary grabbed the wound on his right shoulder and asked the enemy if he even realized that he had just healed this arm. His opponent imposingly threw one sword over his shoulder and said that then he would make sure that he would not have such problems in the future. Gary transferred the sword to his left palm and told Rei not to worry. He will deal with him. Hearing his words, the swordsman with twin blades rushed forward and said that he would make it so that he would have a hard time. At this time, blue sparks danced around Rei, which contrasted against the background of the bright flame, and Rei himself released hot air from his mouth and with a gloomy face said that if he was going to die, then he did not intend to prevent it. His and Noel's experience reached 99% and the system asked, "Does he want to absorb 5 small monster crystals?" Rei agreed, and after that the sparks grew. Powerful streams of wind along with Kai, bright blue sparks, and bright red flames immediately swirled around Rei. His opponents froze in place and did not dare to attack, seeing such a spectacle. Fire horns grew on Rei's head, while Noel grew a horn only on her forehead. The system reported that the evolution was completed. He became a dragon knight, and the beast he summoned evolved into a horned wolf. Rei's fangs became sharper, his second eye also became a dragon's, and he told Noel to come out. After the order, a huge wolf appeared behind Rei, and he, flexing his fists, confidently looked at the enemies and said that it was time to have fun. One of the masked men said that intelligence had not reported anything about this guy's magic. His partner went on the attack and said that it didn't matter. The task did not change. They both ran towards Rei, and he, along with his wolf, prepared for battle. He saw a heavy weight at the end of a chain flying towards him and thought, the same trick again? Does he really think he can't break this thing? He grabbed the chain with 2 hands blazing with fire, and then called out to Noel. The guy with the chain tried to pull his weapon back towards him, but couldn't and said he was strong. Meanwhile, Rei had already climbed onto Noel and told him to move forward. The wolf growled, and then suddenly rushed forward and began circling the enemies while Rei threw chains at them. Noticing his maneuvers, the guy asked if he was trying to cut him off from the others. His partner suddenly cut the chains and shouted that he was a naive boy. Noticing this, Rei released the chains and told Noel that he was leaving the guy with the knives on him. Noel growled in response, and then Rei ordered him to move, and they both rushed forward. Rei jumped down and attacked the swordsman, and Noel carried him further. While the weapons of Rei and his enemy clashed, the second guy in the mask decided to help his comrade and told Rei to die. But he did not expect that a huge wolf would attack him from behind, ready to tear him to pieces. He quickly reacted and, putting his weapon forward for protection, told the wolf not to be impudent. He is just an animal. He packs hundreds of them a day. Meanwhile, the fight between Rei and the swordsman continued. They both stepped back, and Rei, dodging the blow of the fiery sword, thought that it was this again. This sword is such a thorn. He needs to disarm him. He looked closely at his movements and thought that it was somehow strange. From the moment the chained man moved away, it seems that he is trying not to let him get closer to him. Why did it happen? He decided to close the distance between them and thought that he needed to find out. He sharply approached his enemy and, looking into his eyes, saw fear and surprise in them. Ray dealt him several blows, which he parried, thinking that this was it. He was afraid of a head-on collision. Trying to increase the distance, the swordsman waved his fiery sword in front of him and pulled back, and Ray stopped and thought that he should already admit his weaknesses. Suddenly, a scream from another guy in a mask was heard from the side. Ray and his opponent turned towards the voice and saw that Gary had already knocked his opponent to the ground. The swordsman with twin blades screamed in pain and said that he was just an academy student. Why is there so much fuss with him? Gary plunged his sword into his chest and said that he was right. They are students of Averian Academy. He pressed harder and said let him talk. Why did they attack them? In response, the guy in the mask screamed in pain even more, and a second later Ray warned his friend about the danger. Gary looked to the side and saw a bright stream of fire flying towards him. Thanks to his friend, he was able to quickly react and move to the side, and a moment later the place where he had just been was covered with a powerful explosion. His opponent remained in place and was unable to escape. He reached out with his hand to the sky and screamed loudly, burning alive. Engulfed in a bright flame, with the last of his strength he asked for help, and then fell silent forever. Gary looked at the burning body in shock and thought that these guys did not even spare their comrades. Even at the limit of his strength, he slowly walked towards Ray, leaning on his sword, and said that he would help him. But as soon as he took another step, he fell to the ground and let go of the sword, and Ray told him not to worry about it. Let him have a good rest. He returned his gaze to his opponents and said that at this time he would crush these scum. He put the hilt of the sword in his mouth and said that scoundrels like him do not deserve to remain alive in this world. He rushed forward and shouted that this was unforgivable. He sharply approached the enemy and, starting to strike, said that he was one of those scoundrels who were ready to sacrifice the lives of their brothers. The guy in the mask was unable to block a single blow, and Ray, again delivering numerous blows, shouted that let him die. But the blows did not cause any damage to his enemy. He was able to stand firmly on his feet, and Ray, noticing this, became nervous and thought that his chest armor was so strong. Not only does he have a flaming sword, but he also has special armor all over his body. It looks like they were thoroughly prepared this time. His right glove was cracked, and he thought that if it went on like this, his uniform would not hold up, so he would have to look for another way out. Meanwhile, Noel and the other masked guy continued to fight. He struck and said that he thought he was strong, but it turned out that he was just a mid-level magical beast. Let him not worry, he will let him die before his master. In response, Noel only growled, and then began to circle around the enemy. The guy began to follow the wolf with his eyes, and asked if he thought he could confuse him with this. He picked up the chain from the ground, and then threw it over the beast and shouted that the simple trick was too simple for him. Noel became entangled in the chains and fell to the ground with a roar, and the enemy began to restrain him and ask where he ran. Gary, meanwhile, was crawling towards them with the thought that he had to do something. At that moment, the masked guy raised his weapon over the chained beast and said that let him die. But the next second Gary came to Noel's defense. He was able to block the blow with his sword, and with the last of his strength, he looked into the eyes of his enemy and said that he should stop. The guy said that even though he is a child, he is strong enough. With renewed vigor, he swung his sword, which threw Gary back, and he dropped the sword, and then said that if he was so eager to die instead of this animal, then he would help him. Noel was also thrown back, but unlike Gary, he was unable to land successfully. After that, Gary immediately ran up to the guy in the mask, and, grabbing his leg, shouted to Noel to grab the sword and fight like his master. His enemy called him a brat, and at that time Noel took the sword in his mouth and turned to them. The guy in the mask swung his hand and told Gary to die, and he shouted that he would not let him go even if he died. A second later, there was a blow. Blood gushed out of his body. The hand and head of the guy in the mask, which had been in place just a moment before, suddenly flew into the air, and he didn't even immediately understand what had happened. Noel, who had struck him down with his sword, looked up at his head. A second later, the masked guy's head and his weapon fell to the ground with a crash. His comrade, who saw him die, thought that he was useless. Ray at this time was waiting for an opportune moment. Seeing that he had turned away, he rushed to the attack and thought that now was the moment. With this thought, he threw the sword forward, but it flew past. While the masked guy was confused, Ray grabbed his sword hand with a burning fist and then hit him in the face with his other hand and said that he would see how he could dodge this. During the blow, half of the mask flew off his face and Ray was very surprised by what he saw. Gary squinted to take a closer look and they both saw half of their enemy's face. It was Lancey. Gary shouted, "But why did he?" Realizing that he had been exposed, Lancey took off his hood and the rest of his mask, and Gary exclaimed that he was a knight and their teacher. Why is he doing this? Gary was furious and started insulting him, shouting that he was an idiot. Lancey attacked him and shouted that it didn't matter at all, because they would die anyway. Seeing this, Ray warned his friend about the danger, and the next second Noel arrived to help. He jumped right under Lancey's blow, pushing Gary to the side. Having struck, Lancey stopped, watching the beast, whose fur suddenly flared up. But despite this, he continued to protect Gary. Very worried about Noel, Ray shouted at him to stop. Let him come back. He is canceling the call. Immediately after these words, Noel disappeared into the air, turning into magical streams, and Gary, who was already at the end of his strength, tried to recover. Immediately after this, Lancey attacked Ray and told him not to worry. He would get rid of him anyway. At the sight of his former teacher coming to attack him, his face darkened and he thought that there would always be scum like him in the human race. No matter what his intentions are, is it worth dragging others into this? Lancey swung his flaming sword and, saying Ray's full name, shouted that time was up. Ray grabbed his sword with his hand, holding the blow, and thought, does he like hurting others so much? Does he like to attack him so much? Then he will pay for it. He activated the element absorption skill, and after that the system began to notify him that he had received a fire element. He screamed as he continued to hold the sword, and Lancey was delighted and said that as long as he continued to hold this sword, he was draining all the strength from it. The fire will consume him. Hearing these words, Ray smiled and said that he would die. For some reason, Lancey began to get nervous because of his words and his joy evaporated. He continued to press with the sword and said that he would see how long it would last. Meanwhile, the absorption continued and Lancey noticed something was wrong. He looked at the fiery sword and thought, what's going on? The flame weakens. Realizing that this was all due to Ray's influence, he cursed and told him to let go of the sword. Why doesn't he just die? In response, Ray chuckled and said so be it. Lancey, unable to contain his anger, began kicking Ray and telling him to go to hell, telling him to die. But Ray continued to hold his sword, and at one point Lancey struck a little harder, shouting that he was just trash. From this blow, Ray was thrown back and he could not land successfully. Slowly rising to his feet and breathing heavily, he thought he already had several broken ribs. It's time for him to decide. The element of fire he absorbs is exactly the element he can use. He brought his hands to his chest and, gathering a sparkling clump between them, thought that if he could combine Kai and fire elemental magic, he could use it as his own weapon. Immediately after this, a bright flame instantly flared up around him. Lancey got scared and said that he really was a demon. They should have killed him. After these words, he charged, screaming loudly, and Ray looked up at him and thought that he was just a pathetic little man. Ray just waved his hands slightly, and Lancey's hand holding the sword immediately separated from his body. Feeling that his hand was numb, he confusedly thought that something was wrong. What happened to the hand? It doesn't respond. So as soon as he lowered his gaze, he realized that now he had no hand. He grabbed his shoulder screaming, and immediately after that Ray grabbed his head and said that time was up. The frightened Lancey asked him for mercy, but Ray did not change his decision. The hand that was holding Lancey's head instantly flared up even stronger and covered his entire body with flames. Feeling terrible heat and pain, Lancey screamed loudly, and Ray continued to hold him, not taking his eyes off him and despite the wounds from his own fire. Once the screams died down and his body was charred, Ray finally let him go and told him that he got what he deserved. Lancey's burnt body fell and crumbled into pieces, and then steps and the mentor's voice were heard calling Gary and Ray. With heavy breathing, Ray turned towards these sounds and saw his mentor running towards them along with the guys and asking if they were okay. Seeing that they had finally arrived, Ray fell to the floor from fatigue and did not say a word to them. Sir Kay looked at the corpses of the enemies and said that these were purebreds. They must report this to Winford. One of the guys asked Ray to hold out, and someone else said that his face and arm were badly damaged. They need to get him to the infirmary urgently. As he passed out, Ray thought he was glad they were all okay. Time passed. Ray woke up in the infirmary and saw the ceiling in front of him. His eye, head and body were covered with bandages, and he thought that he saw a familiar ceiling and smelled a familiar smell. It's the infirmary again, right? He felt some kind of heaviness in his legs and thought, why is it so heavy? He raised his head and saw Scavia lying on the bed near his feet. She slowly opened her eyes and seeing that her friend had woken up. She immediately rose to her feet with tears in her eyes and said that he had finally woken up. He asked how long he slept this time. She helped him sit up and replied that about 3 days. Let him not worry, his wounds were treated in time, so he will recover quickly. She went to the exit from the infirmary and said that she would call the others. They were waiting for him to wake up. At this time, Ray felt his face and thought that it seemed to him that his lips were going to burn, but now he was much better. After Scavia called the others, Sir Kay put a seal on the door and the entire hospital room was immediately covered with a soundproof barrier. He turned to his students and said that now they could be sure that their conversation was not being overheard. Ray looked around and asked what was going on here. He looked over at the table where the twins, Ian and Kale, were and asked, why are they here? Sir Kay did not answer and told the rest of the students that they were not participating in the hunt. That as they saw, 2 of their students had recently been attacked, which became a serious threat to their lives. He exhaled smoke from his mouth and said that he and Winford had discussed the matter and decided to tell them something. He looked over at Ray and said that before he did that, there was something he wanted to ask. Could he tell them who attacked them? Ray agreed and said that there were 3 of them, all wearing red masks. The identities of 2 were unknown to him, but the 3rd was Knight Lancey. Monk was very surprised by this news and said that he could not believe it. Ian asked how could this be? Kale became nervous and said that he had a feeling that he was not a good person. Scavia asked, are they from the Dark Guild? She read in one book that this is a banned organization. Kay replied that if this was so, then everything would be much simpler. They are from a guild called Purebloods. Unlike the Dark Guild, the Purebloods have many supporters from the academy. There are rumors that one of the elders is behind them. Gary exclaimed, Elder? Scavia also became nervous and asked how the elder could allow this to happen. Monk agreed with her words and said it was murder. The real crime. Kay raised one hand and said that he knew. She and Winford agree on this, but it's not that simple. Ray's face became serious and he asked what they were planning. Kay said he should have known. In addition to the victims, there are other red-haired guys here today. Ahead of the mentor's words, Ray said that they want to get rid of them. Ian asked in shock, do they want to get rid of them? Duo said that this was terrible, and his brother laughed and said that they could finally throw away the wooden swords and use real ones. Kale waved his hand and exclaimed that this was pointless. The prophecy says that they are saviors. What benefit do they have from being killed? Knight K replied that this is because the prophecy has a second part. Kale repeated, part 2. Kay said that 11 years ago, the prophecy said only this, and it was true. The red-haired child can either become the savior or the one who destroys the world. Despite the existence of this paradox, the situation is as follows. There are knights who highly value their bloodline and origin. They cannot come to terms with the fact that what their family has been proud of for many generations will be threatened by a few that have appeared out of nowhere, children. And, unfortunately, many people think so. On the other hand, there are fierce battles on the borders of the Allure Kingdom. They need knights to protect them from shadow beasts and invasion from other countries, and they also need to keep the academy running smoothly. In these conditions, the highest echelons cannot deal with the Pureblood Guild in any way because this could lead to a split of the kingdom from within, and then the end of peaceful life will come. Kale asked what should they do. Will they really allow these people to continue to do this to them? Dan looked away and asked, but it's none of their business, right? After all, it's not up to them to save the world. Scavia got angry and exclaimed, how can he say such a thing? They are their friends. Dan laughed and said that he was joking, just joking. She exclaimed that he was such an idiot. After listening to them, Kay said that whether they like it or not, he can say that now they are completely stuck. The incident had demonstrated to them that the Pureblood Guild would not give up so easily. They must never let their guard down. He made sure there were sleepers nearby, and he and Winford would keep an eye on them too. But he must note that there are too few of them to give them complete relaxation and duty calls. They can't be around them 247, so most of the time they'll be on their own. Monk said it seems like they have no choice but to train hard to get stronger. Gary smiled slightly and said there was no better way. Kay laughed and patted him on the shoulder, saying that was exactly right. In his experience, most guys who rely on others for protection are dead by the time they hear from them again. Martha laughed nervously and said that perhaps it was so. Skavia asked, "Is he the one who consoles them like that?" Kay looked down at Gary and said that they would call it a day. The guys can go, but he still has something to tell Ray. Ray was slightly surprised and asked him. A week passed. Ray finally left the infirmary and, finding himself on the street, stretched his arms up and said that he could finally get out of this hole. If he had lain there even a little longer, he would have simply gone crazy. He remembered the gloves and thought that the dragon gloves that the old man gave him were badly damaged, so he would have to give them for repair. Although Noel's life was not in danger, he would still need some time to recover. In order for him to recover faster, he will need a lot of medium monster crystals, and he will have to look for an opportunity to go hunting. He sighed heavily and walking down the street thought that after the words Sir Kay said to him, he now could not relax for a minute. He remembered the conversation that took place a week ago. Ray exclaimed, "Is this some kind of joke? Is he saying that he is the one most likely to be the one mentioned in the prophecy?" Kay replied that it was not a joke. He has something that sets him apart from others. Ray asked, "What is this?" Kay turned away from him and, lighting his cigar again, said that his body had been in a terrible state more than once, but each time it healed itself. He exhaled smoke and, turning his gaze to him, said that although he was trying to hide it, he guessed that he had mastered some kind of magic. Ray remained silent in thought. How can I explain everything to him? For example, that in a past life he was a dragon. He will take him for a madman. In addition, as a child he was dark-haired and also quickly recovered. He is afraid that all this is only because there is still something of the dragon left in him. Also this strange system. Kay said that it doesn't matter whether he believes him or not. The main problem is that the Pureblood Guild is sure of it. If he analyzes their actions, he can conclude that most of all they want to get rid of him. Ray remained silent and Kay said that from now on he would have to be more careful than the others. Continuing to walk down the street, Ray thought that dealing with Lancy was not so easy. The next one they send him will be much stronger than him. He can't just sit back and wait. Meanwhile, someone was watching him from a high tower. Gibby said he had no idea Lancy would be so useless. He had so much high-end equipment at his disposal, and he couldn't get rid of this child. But fortunately, having died, they were unable to give away anything significant. His subordinate said that Kay and Winford had already guessed everything. The city is too restless right now. He is afraid that in the near future there will not be a new opportunity to get rid of him. Gibby took out his mask and replied that it was no big deal. It wasn't that important, and it could wait. He put on a mask and, taking on the appearance of an old man, put his hand on the shoulder of his subordinate and said that let him bring Delbert here. He has been in the block for a long time. He came down the stairs and said that since he was so eager to prove his loyalty, let him first help them rock this boat. His subordinate obeyed the order, and after that Gibby left. Ray finally returned to the dorm and went inside to tell the others that he was back. Monk greeted him happily, and Gary said that he was finally discharged from the infirmary. Ray plopped down on the bed and Gary walked up to him and said that he was covered in bruises again. Ray said that he went to a martial arts club to train with an old man, and that's why the bruises appeared. Dan approached them and asked what kind of creepy club this was. The girls entered the room and Skavia, looking at the envelope in her hand, told Gary that it was for him. He thanked her, and Martha entered the room after her and, seeing Ray, asked if he had already been discharged. Hearing this, Scavia immediately went to Ray's bed and said with a smile that he had returned. "He is okay?" He smiled and replied that he was already back to normal. Martha looked at his hair and said that it was time for him to do something about his growing hair. Dan agreed with her and asked with a smile why not cut it like his. In response, Ray asked who even wants to be like him. Kale laughed and pointed at himself and said that he thought a shaved head like his would suit him better. Ray was not happy about this proposal and asked, what did he forget here? Ian said they had some free space in their room and Kale wanted to move in with them. Monk also approached them and said with a smile that Sir Kay had decided that it would be better for them to stick together, so they agreed for him to move in with them. Ray looked over at Gary, who was reading the letter, and asked if he was sure he wouldn't mind. They don't even realize how crazy he is. But suddenly he fell silent, seeing that the atmosphere around his friend had changed. He called out to him and asked what was wrong with him. Gary did not answer. He continued to look at the letter in his hand in shock, but his gaze seemed to be directed into emptiness. Without saying a word, he quickly ran out of the room and Ray called out to him, and Monk asked what was going on. Martha and Scavia asked what happened. Is it because of the letter? Dan said he thought it bothered him a lot that he was being used. Monk began to worry and reined him in, telling him to watch his words. Doesn't he remember what happened last time? Ray also ran out of the room and told the others that he was coming after him. While he was running, he used the dragon's eye and thought, where the hell is he? He scanned the room and looked up to see him sitting on the roof. He climbed onto the roof and, seeing his friend, called out to him. He approached him and asked worriedly what was going on. Everyone is worried about him. Gary quietly said with a gloomy expression that he had just received the letter. This letter says that his sister. He was silent for a moment, and then she said that it says that his sister Amy, Not finding the strength to continue, he fell silent. Ray waited a few more seconds and asked, is this letter from Amy? Did something happen to her? In the silence of the night, Gary's quiet words were heard that she had died, but these words were like thunder. Ray immediately remembered his childhood and Amy, who was in his life. He remembered the first meeting, her support and words that let him be himself. Now he will never have the opportunity to properly thank her. He imagined what she would look like at his age. He kept thinking that he would always have time to tell her this, but now in his head there is only a picture of her lying in a cold coffin filled with white roses, and her parents quietly crying nearby. All this in Ray's head broke into small fragments, and he, with tears in his eyes, quietly asked, did she die? Gary said he kept remembering a nightmare that he couldn't get out of his head. He clutched the letter in his hand and, looking blankly into the distance, said that he dreamed that she was torn to pieces by monsters at the Roland Academy, in the palm of the gods, under the gaze of the nobles, helpless as then. He clenched his teeth and, letting tears flow from his eyes, said that he now realizes that it was completely a nightmare. It was a prophecy. His parents wrote that the nobles of the academy offered their family a large sum of money as compensation. Ray remained silent, listening to his sobs. Gary asked, how did this happen? Why is that? Having squeezed out all the tears, his body suddenly trembled, and then in a rage he hit the stone fence on the roof and screamed. He looked at the debris that was scattered around and shouted that to them she was just some kind of dead hillbilly. A family that you can simply buy off with money. And tomorrow these aristocrats will dine on delicacies and plunge into their own lives. His sister, the death of his sister will not become ordinary gossip for them. He will never forgive them. A trembling ran through Ray's body, and tears flowed from Gary's eyes again, and he shouted that he would not forgive them, would never forgive them. He turned to his friend and said that he would find the man who killed his sister. He shouted that he would kill them. Ray put his hand on his shoulder with a grim look and said that he was in too. Gary said his name quietly, and then grabbed his shoulders and, as if distraught, said that strong magic had awakened in him. He can summon beasts and use fire magic. He saw it with his own eyes. Once he demonstrates this to the elders, they will allow him to transfer to Roland Academy. His voice became quieter, and he said that then he could. Ray interrupted him by quietly saying his name. He put his hand on his wrist and calmly said that his methods were indeed not the most ordinary, and if he told the elders about them, they would only begin to watch him closely. He removed Gary's hands from his shoulders and then placed his hand on his shoulder and asked, besides, even if he could enter Roland Academy, what would happen to him? What about him? Gary remained silent, and tears froze in his eyes. Ray said that they must find a way to leave Avrian Academy together. Gary looked down and asked, but what should they do? Ray walked to the edge of the roof, and Gary turned to him and said that until he graduated from the academy and volunteered there for 2 years, he was afraid his hands would be completely tied by then. Looking at the night sky, Ray replied that the academy tournament would start soon. If they take first place, they will be able to represent the academy at the Tournament of Nations. By then, they will be able to meet the people from Roland Academy. Gary repeated quietly, Academy Tournament? There was silence for a few seconds. Gary thought for a moment and said he understood. He is very grateful to him. Meanwhile, in the third-year dorm, Harry entered the room and asked his neighbor if he was alone. Where is everyone else? The guy with the white belt replied that they were preparing for the academy tournament. Harry smiled and, taking a glass of water, said that this happens every year. What does he think about this? Does anyone have a chance to win this year? He replied that not a single one. He knows these guys too well. He hoped that Kira would fight him, but now he is on a mission. Harry raised the glass to his mouth and said that was true. His neighbor smiled and said that he hoped they would see some interesting second years this year. Time passed. Gary practiced with the sword while his friends watched him. Kale said that lately he has not stopped his training. Monk asked Ray if something happened to him. He replied that they should just stay away from him for a while. Gary, meanwhile, continued to swing his sword and thought that this was still not enough. He tiredly thrust his sword into the floor, and he knelt down next to him and thought, why is he such a weakling? Sir Kay walked past him and said that he had been training a lot lately. Gary called out to him and he told him to follow him. He had something for him. They all moved together to the armory and Sir Kay laid out the weapons on the table. Someone asked, are these the weapons of those who attacked them then? Kay said that he brought everything possible into divine form so that each of them can choose whatever he wants. Kale looked at the table with weapons with admiration and asked, is this the equipment of Lancey's friends? Gary took the couple's clinics and said he'll take this. And Monk took the breastplate and said that this breastplate is so light. Kale took the chains and then looked up at his mentor and awkwardly asked, can he also choose? He didn't help them that time when they were attacked. Sir Kay replied that of course he could. The Academy Tournament is a great opportunity. The tournament is open to all students except freshmen, so he hopes they won't let him down. Every year, all noble families attend this tournament as spectators. If they perform well, they will probably receive an invitation from at least one of them. Upon graduation from the academy, they will become their knights, and this is quite a good job. Gary looked at the blades and asked, if they perform well, will they become knights of one of the noble families? Thinking about this, a smirk appeared on his face. Ray took the sword and asked, is this Lancey's sword? Sir Kay said that outwardly it was not damaged, but it had lost the property of fire magic. So now it is, in fact, a very ordinary sword. He suggested that he choose something else. Ray looked at the shining blade of the sword and thought that it had absorbed all the flames of this sword. If you look at it from the other side, absorbing elements can be very, very useful. Night fell. Ray went into the forest and, making his way through the bushes and using the dragon's eye, he thought that it must be here somewhere. He pushed a few bushes aside and, seeing a huge ice cave, thought that he had found it. He went inside and hid on a small rock, at the foot of which snow golems were wandering. There were several of them below. They were just wandering around the cave and did not notice Ray's presence. Within seconds, he made his presence known by striking one of the monsters with a burst of bright flame. The rest of the monsters looked up at Ray, who was standing above with a burning fist, and behind him was his faithful wolf. Ray said that with so many ice golems, it wasn't surprising that they would have to work hard to get there. He ordered Noel to move to the left, and the wolf growled. After that, loud sounds began to be heard from the cave and bright flashes of flame were visible. 3 weeks passed. The day of the Avrian Academy tournament arrived and people from all over the country began to flock to the castle grounds. Meanwhile, there were young knights in the waiting room. Jasmine asked Harry with a smile, this time he won't give in, will he? He replied that if they had to fight each other, he asked her to be gentler with him. Meanwhile, Eric whispered in Sebastian's ear that he had already agreed on everything, so all that was left was for them to do. Sebastian did not listen to him and said that he was aware. Some girl with a green belt at that time approached the twins and said that she had long wanted to ask them something. Which one is the elder brother? The twins simultaneously pointed at themselves and each said that it was him. At the same time, Marta returned to her friends and Skavia asked where she had been. Martha replied that she had just learned that the rules of the tournament had been changed this year. Monk asked, "Aren't there one-on-one fights first?" She replied that it was. "They say that it will be in the first round of the tournament." Before she could finish speaking, the knights arrived in the waiting room, and the students said that they were finally here. "Is it time to start?" "He can't wait anymore. The tournament is starting." Knight Master Akira raised her voice and told the students to be quiet. "Let the 5 best second-year and third-year students take a step forward." Skavia turned a worried look to Monk, who said he was wondering what they were up to. The top 5 of Gary, Skavia, Monk, Ian, and Dan, who was replaced by Ray, took the lead. The eyes of other students turned to them and someone asked, "Do they all live in the same dormitory? Why do they take so many with red belts? There are already so many of them, and all 5 of them are going." Sebastian just test, looking at them. As soon as the top 5 approached the Knight Akiro, she turned around and asked, "What about the third years?" 3 girls stood nearby. Yingtao, a girl with a rather large physique who stood in the middle and ranked 3rd in the ranking, raised her hand and said that Kira had gone on a mission. To her right stood Nei, a girl with pink hair who was in 5th place. And the third was Yace. She was the shortest of them and was in 4th place. Ian looked at Yingtao and quietly said that she was so strong. Monk also quietly replied that she was certainly stronger than him. Knight Akiro looked down at the list and asked, "What about Jay?" Suddenly there was a ringing laugh from the side and the students immediately turned in the direction of the sound, and Nei said displeasedly that he was an idiot. A joyful boy with a white belt was sitting nearby. He smiled and said that he was Jay Gurley. He gave everyone a thumbs up and said with a smile that he couldn't wait for them to challenge him. Someone asked, "Is he the one who takes 1st place in the academy?" Ray quietly said his name, and one of the students said that only legends had circulated about him before. He didn't think he would come to the academy tournament. Monk said he doesn't think he'll let the 3rd years down. Dan said that he somehow doubts they will win. Gary looked upset at the top 4 that were approaching them. And after that, the knight said that the best students listed will automatically advance to the next stage of the tournament and will not participate in the first round of selection. The rest of the students exclaimed in surprise, "What does this mean?" Kale, who was standing in the middle of this crowd with Ray, said that he was afraid that they would smear them all over the wall, but suddenly they were just picked up and pushed forward. Ray said that it was only his fault that he was not included in the top 5. Kale replied that they all live in the same dorm, so it makes sense for him to compete with them, although he is still confident that he can defeat Deng. Knight Akiro said that she would now read out the rules of the first qualifying match, a battle royal, in which the 2nd and 3rd years will participate separately, with 5 people in each match. One of the students exclaimed that this was a royal battle. Do they want them to fight against their own? The knight called Ian a big guy and said that he looked very strong. Will he fit here? Ian pointed a finger at himself uncertainly and asked, "Is she talking about him?" After that, he approached her and she pointed a bow with a wooden arrow at him and said that all participants in the elimination round would only be allowed to use the wooden weapons provided in the arena. Each of them will have 100 life points on their bracelet. If they are hit, their hit points will be reduced. To demonstrate this, she shot Ian and his life was reduced by 10 points. After that, she enveloped the wooden-tipped arrow with energy and said that if they use Kai to attack, the damage they cause will increase. Accordingly, if they defend themselves with the help of Kai, then the damage they inflict will be less. All the students looked at their bracelets, and she said that when their life points dropped to 0, they would be considered losers and would be removed from the battlefield. She clapped her hands and said let the 2nd-year students get ready. Let them hand over their weapons to the storeroom and choose another, and then enter the arena. After that, all the students went to the storeroom and Ray began to choose weapons. Sebastian noticed this and told Eric that they shouldn't give this guy a chance to get into the arena. Meanwhile, Ray took out a wooden sword and said that he would take this. The sword somehow suited him better. Kale took a chain with wooden weights and said that at least there was a metal chain. After all the preparations, the students began to slowly approach the exit to the arena, and from there a voice was heard that welcomed the audience to the Avrian Academy tournament. They announced the start of the first match of the tournament and introduced their participants to them. The entire crowd of students entered the arena and Ray, shielding his eyes from the bright light, looked around. They entered a huge stadium in the center of which there was an arena, and around the stands with spectators. A joyful hum was heard from all sides, and a screen with the participants of the first test appeared in front of the audience. The tournament organizers said that as they see, the screen displays the standard of living of each of them. When the life level reaches 0, the player is eliminated from the game, and this happens until only 5 players remain on the field. Kale said that he was starting to get a little nervous. Marta also began to get nervous and said that there were so many people here. The knights of the academy gathered in the main stands. The elders sat next to them, and behind them stood the knights assigned to each elder. The organizer said that the participants are ready. Now they will see which of them will emerge as the winner. Elder Feng noticed Ray in the crowd and thought it was time for him to shine. All the participants entered the arena and prepared for the upcoming singing, and the organizers said that the first battle royal match had begun. Immediately after this, students with white belts began to attack Ray from all sides, which he did not expect. Sebastian hit Ray, taking 10 points from him, and he thought, "What's going on?" Eric, meanwhile, turned to the others and told them to advance. Let them get rid of him first. Sebastian attacked Ray again and said that this time he would teach him a lesson. Ray parried his blow with his sword and asked what kind of nonsense this was. He was able to break through his defense and struck, taking 10 life points from him. Then he grabbed Sebastian by the clothes, which surprised him greatly, and at that same second the rest of the students attacked him. Ray quickly covered himself with Sebastian's body and all the blows fell on him, depriving him of 30 points. Seeing this, Eric exclaimed, "What are they doing? Can't they see the boss?" The students became worried and asked for forgiveness. This guy was too fast. Ray at this time ran to the edge of the arena, still holding Sebastian, and he asked why he was some kind of monster. Before he could finish, Ray threw him aside and said that he should be happy that he was the first to be eliminated from the game. He then kicked Sebastian, throwing him out of the arena, while his friends called out to him. Sebastian fell to the ground and rolled on it, and then stopped and, seeing the number of life points, said that this cannot be. After that, he disappeared from the arena and appeared in the waiting room, and the organizer announced that they had their first elimination. Upon seeing his son's defeat, Delbert slammed his fist on the table in rage as Elder Gibby took notice. Meanwhile, Ray turned to Sebastian's friends and asked what they were waiting for. The aura around him flared up with a bright flame, and he said that let them pull themselves together. Eric got nervous and told Ray not to get stuck up. After that, he turned to the other guys and said that they would all attack together. They agreed and rushed forward, but Ray was faster. Instead of repelling the attacks, he immediately rushed towards Eric. Seeing this, he became very frightened and shouted that he should not come near him. In a panic, he raised his sword forward in defense, but Ray quickly moved around him from the side and moved behind him, simultaneously striking his legs and twisting his left arm. This caused Eric to scream loudly, and the students who went straight to the second stage watched him from the stands. Jay smiled and said that the red-nosed guy was head and shoulders above them all. Nai folded her arms across her chest and added that he struck quite hard, but he did it even a little cruelly. Jay continued to watch Ray twist the arms of her opponents and said that the fight was originally intended to test the students' skills, but he did not think that watching the fight would captivate him so much. He didn't expect this from him. Mei thoughtfully raised her hand to her chin and said that each attack reduces their life points by a maximum of 20 points. If the battle continues like this, then someone may well die. Meanwhile, Ray's friends were also watching the fight. Scavia looked a little worried, and Ian said that they seemed to be in pain. Gary didn't share their concern and said indifferently that they deserved it. His gaze became arrogant, and he asked, "Were they really not 10 against 1? How ridiculous this is. At this time, Rei fought with several students at once, striking each one with a blow that took away 20 points. He twisted the hand of one student and he screamed in pain. Dan looked worriedly at the arena and asked if they didn't know how to use Kai. Scavia replied that they know, it's just that Rei is so strong. Some spectators did not like this spectacle, and one of them asked why he was fighting with such force. Another spectator said that this behavior was completely unworthy of a knight. The man sitting next to him said that he should not have been allowed into the tournament at all. At this time, Rei, who was breaking the arm of another student, looked up at them intently. The audience got scared and immediately shut their mouths and thought, did he hear everything? It can't be. He's so far away. Is this red-haired guy really some kind of monster? One of the elders asked if they should stop him. Elder Feng said that there was no need. He doesn't see 10 other people trying to beat up one student. Elder Gibby said the situations are completely different. What if this boy kills other students? Elder Feng folded his arms and asked, will he kill? It seems to him that he was simply intelligently defending himself against a possible re-attack. He is his student, so he himself will take responsibility for the outcome of the battle. Elder Gibby remained silent and decided not to bring up the subject any further. Rei continued to beat the students, causing them injuries, and Elder Feng watched him and was very concerned about his behavior. Meanwhile, the third-year students who were sitting in the stands watched the battle. Yingtao smiled and said that it looks like the top 5 have finally been determined. She looked at Harry and said that she was sorry to say so, but she did not think that his brother would be the one to leave the game first. He replied that he thought it was even better. Their father spoiled him too much. Jay laughed and said he couldn't wait for his fight. At this time, the rest of the students continued the battle. Martha fired an arrow at the enemy, and Kale fought with a chain with another student behind her. The twins worked together at this time, inflicting double damage on the enemy. The students who attacked Rei were now lying in the arena and shouting that he was a dirty idiot. They would kill him. Eric shouted that if only he would give him a chance, he would kill his parents. Suddenly Rei remembered Monk, who had suffered from Sebastian, and Amy, who was now dead. He looked at Eric. His words made him very angry. With heavy steps he walked towards Eric, and he backed away and asked in fear what he was up to. Rei grabbed him by the head, which scared Eric greatly. One of the elders, meanwhile, became nervous and said that he would kill him. Elder Feng remained silent as he watched his disciples' actions. Bright energy appeared around Eric's body and Rei said that he could no longer be a knight. Eric asked what he was doing. Rei used mana absorption and began to drain the magic from Eric's body until he understood what was happening. After Rei had exhausted all his mana, he released the greatly exhausted Eric, who wanted to ask what happened, but without waiting for him to finish, Rei immediately hit his head on the arena and took away his last points of life. From such a blow, Eric lost consciousness, and after that his body disappeared from the arena. The elder, who was very worried about him, suddenly calmed down. The chief elder told Feng that it looks like he was right. He didn't cause them much harm. Elder Feng laughed nervously and breathed a sigh of relief, saying that at least he didn't break his arms and legs. At this time, Rei had already begun to attack another student, but suddenly an arrow flew at him from the side. He noticed this in time and slightly tilted his head to the side, letting the arrow pass him. The girl with the green belt who shot that arrow looked at him in fear and said that he should let him go. Rei let go of the boy and looked in her direction. The boy himself, meanwhile, grabbed his sore shoulder and began to disappear, telling the girl not to come near. After that, the girl, with a slight movement of her hand, fired an arrow at Rei, but he dodged again, retreating back. This time she fired 3 arrows at him at once and stopped, and Rei, without making much effort, dodged all the arrows. She got nervous and thought, what is wrong with this guy? He defeated them all. It's simply impossible. She reached into her quiver again to get an arrow, but they were gone. Seizing an opportunity, Rei quickly pounced on her and extended his hand forward, grabbing her by the throat. Her head lit up with a bright stream of energy, and she asked him not to do it. Suddenly, from somewhere in the stands, a man's voice was heard, shouting Rei to stop. He's a monster. Let him take his hands off his daughter. Other spectators tried to stop him and said that he should calm down already. This is a competition. If he goes down there, his daughter Sura will be disqualified. Rei heard this and, turning his head towards the stands, thought that the man was her father. He remembered how he spent his childhood with his father and thought, what about his father? He did so much for this country, saved so many people. But what in the end? All he wanted was for his mother to kill him. What irony! He continued to squeeze Sur's throat, and directed his other hand forward and was about to hit her, but suddenly Kale threw chains on his hand. Martha and Kale stood nearby, and he said Rei was becoming. Rei looked at him full of anger and asked why he stopped him. Kale, with 77 life points, said that this girl is not to blame for anything, so let him not be so cruel to her. Martha, who had 60 life points, called out to Rei in concern and said that he should wake up. She didn't harm anyone here. The twins also decided to intervene, covering Sur with themselves. Juan said he had already gone too far. These idiots already got what they deserve. Duo said let him be a gentleman. Rei took a step towards them and asked why. He remembered the old days, how they were going to eat in the dining room, how he and Kale talked before the battle with Sebastian. From these thoughts, he tiredly covered his face with his hand and asked why everything ends this way. He looked up at his friends with a furious look and exclaimed, what do they even know? While he was shouting these words, strong currents of wind swirled around him, caused by his power. The twins immediately took out their weapons and prepared to fight. Rei, who was already on the verge of a breakdown, shouted that if they wanted to stop him so much, then why don't they just knock him out? After that, he immediately sharply waved his hand, which had chains on it, and Kale was pulled towards him. Martha called out to him in concern, followed by a blow. Rei hit his friend in the stomach using Kai and knocked off 20 life points. Immediately after this blow, he dealt another one, which knocked Kale to the ground and again took away 20 life points from him. While he was writhing in pain on the floor, Rei stood up and said that if he was going to beat him, he had better train harder and use his Kai. Martha intervened and shot 3 arrows at Rei at once. Noticing this, Rei moved forward slightly. One arrow flew past, and he caught the other 2 with his hand. Martha was very surprised by this and wondered how he could grab the flying arrows so quickly with his bare hands. After that, Rei turned around sharply and waved his hand, directing the arrows back towards her. She immediately moved to the side, dodging her own arrows, and thought it was too fast. Still, she did not have enough speed. Rei quickly appeared next to her, but she noticed it too late. He hit her and said that if she wanted to win, then she shouldn't hesitate so much. This blow took away 20 life points from her, and then she fell, rolling across the floor. Rei stopped behind her and said that she should learn to predict his movements, and not just the point where he moves. While he was instructing Marth, the twins decided to go on the attack. They both attacked him from behind. Noticing this, Rei immediately stamped his foot using Kai, and a powerful stream of energy burst out from underground, which threw the twins back. And Rei himself said that they were brave, but without a proper strategy, nothing would work. After such a blow, the twins managed to land, slowing down with the help of their weapons, but Rei immediately appeared behind them and said that this would lead them to inevitable death. Immediately afterwards, he struck the 2 of them, taking 20 life points from each. After the defeat of all his friends, he stopped, and Sura, standing nearby, trembled with fear and thought that he was so strong. One of the spectators said that this was too cruel. He has such a terrifying aura. Well, what kind of monster is this? Jay, who was watching the fight, smiled and thought that if this red-haired guy was not already in the top 5, then this very top 5 must have even more amazing power. Meanwhile, Ian looked worriedly at the arena and asked if they should. Dan interrupted him and told him to shut up. He knows what he's going to say. Monk also became nervous and said that it really wasn't the most pleasant feeling to be on the other side of all this action. Gary remained silent and continued to watch. At this time, Rei slowly walked across the arena towards Sura. Noticing his approach, she became very nervous and her body trembled. She realized that she was simply not able to compete with him. As Rei approached her, he ignited bright Kai energy in one of his palms and fixed his gaze on her. Her father in the stands became even more worried and shouted, Where is the judge looking? Let them stop him. He is going to kill his daughter. Even hearing this, Ray continued to walk towards her, 2 fingers extended forward. As soon as he approached her, he apologized and, contrary to the expectations of the audience, lightly touched her forehead with 2 fingers, taking away 40 life points. After that, he walked past her, and she turned around and looked at him in surprise as her body disappeared. Her father in the stands was also surprised and calmed down for a moment, and then asked what that just happened. The spectators who calmed him down asked, "Is it all over?" The fight is finally over. After that, on the large screen above the stands, the names and portraits of the students who advanced to the next round were displayed, and the organizers said that they were announcing the results. They congratulate the 5 participants who have advanced to the next round. Martha, Duo, Ray, Kale, and Juan advanced to the next round. They announce a short break while preparing for the next round. After lunch, they will continue the Battle Royal competition, but for the 3rd year. Have them take their seats at the start of the competition so they don't miss anything. Ray silently walked into the waiting room, and his friends became nervous and looked after him. Meanwhile, one of the elders said that this red-haired child is quite talented. Elder Gibby agreed with him and said that if he gave in to his anger, nothing could stop him. Elder Feng asked, "Really?" So he is sure that he can save many people. Winford approached the head elder from behind and whispered that the doctors were looking at the students. All showed signs of Mana disease. It seems like they won't be able to use their Kai for a while, and they don't know if they'll be able to recover in the future. The chief elder was silent for a few seconds, thinking about his words, and then said that he should not tell anyone about this. This guy already has enough to worry about. Winford agreed and then left. Time passed and students gathered in the training room. One of them looked at the student who was training and said that he was trying so hard. Another student laughed and asked, "Is this a sophomore?" The one they were talking about was Gary. He fought with a training dummy and deflected blows with a sword. At one point, the doll swung its sword sharply, but Gary managed to duck down in time, and then kicked the doll in the arm, causing a crack to appear. Immediately after this blow, he struck with a sword, and this caused the doll to back away. After a complete stop, it said that level 12 had been completed. Steam began to emanate from the doll, and Gary wiped the sweat from his face and caught his breath. He remembered Ray fighting in the arena and thought that it still wasn't enough. Following this, he remembered the words of his mentor, who said that every year all large families attend the Academy tournament. If they show themselves well at the tournament, they will probably receive an invitation from at least one of them. And then after graduation, they will be able to become an escort in this family, and this is not a bad job. Gary's hands shook and he pursed his lips, thinking that this was not enough, too little. Yingtao, who was standing nearby with her friends, glanced at Gary and asked Harry what he thought about the guy who ranked first among the sophomores. Harry thought for a moment, and then replied that he liked the second one better. Yingtao said that at least this one is cute and his style reminds her of him. Maybe he will still be the best. Before she could finish speaking, she saw Harry heading towards Gary. Harry walked up to the training dummy that was standing next to Gary, and he just looked at him with a sad look. After that, Harry raised the wooden sword with a smile and told the doll to launch level 12. Immediately after this, the doll suddenly rushed towards him, but he remained standing in place. As soon as it came close enough to him, he ducked slightly and struck the doll on the head with his sword, and then immediately kicked the doll in the arm. Then the doll received several crushing blows, causing wood chips to fall in all directions. After this, the doll stopped and said in a trembling mechanical voice that level 12 had been completed. Gary looked at the broken doll and thought that he had simply copied his movements. Harry walked up to him and said with a smile that it didn't seem that difficult. Gary remained silent, and after a short pause said that if he wanted to fight, then let him just say so. During the battle with the doll, a crowd of students had already gathered around them, and Yingtao said that it seemed like fun was in store for them. Skavia appeared on the other side of the crowd of students. She called out to Gary and said that she had finally found him. She immediately left the crowd and, grabbing his hand, led him along and said that they needed to go. The competition will take place today, so you need to hurry up and take good places. Gary excitedly asked her to wait and not drag him down, and Harry sighed sadly. After they left the training room, Gary waved her hand away and said that she should finally let him go already. Why did she stop him? In response, she asked him not to be a fool and said that he would be disqualified for getting into fights at such an important tournament. These words brought Gary to his senses, and he, guiltily lowering his head, apologized to her and said that he somehow didn't think about it. She turned away and walked back, saying that she knew he wanted to win and she believed he had what it took to win, but he had to remain calm. He smiled slightly and replied that he understood. He was grateful to her. They walked back together, and the organizer announced that the afternoon battle was about to begin, so let them prepare for the third years to come out. Skavia said that the third-year competition would begin soon. By the way, has he seen Ray? Gary replied that he disappeared as soon as the fight ended. They walked further along the corridor and heard the voice of the knight Winford from the other end of the corridor, who asked Ray, "What did he say?" Hearing this, Skavia peeked around the corner and, seeing Ray with Winford, told Gary that he was with Knight Winford. Gary also looked around the corner and asked what they were doing together. The conversation continued. Ray lowered his head and told the knight that he had said that he did not want to participate in the tournament anymore. His friends who were standing around the corner were greatly surprised by these words. Winford was silent for a while and then asked, "Is he serious?" Ray sadly confirmed his words, and the knight asked if he could tell him why. Ray remembered his behavior in the arena and sadly replied that he could not. Winford sighed heavily, and at the same time the organizer announced that the students were already ready for the last battle, so he asked the spectators to take their seats, and the overseer knights were already rushing to join them. Upon hearing this, Winford put his hand on Ray's shoulder and said that he would be watching the tournament, so they would discuss it later. He walked past him and said that he was an independent guy. He wants him to know that no matter what choice he makes, he will respect whatever decision he makes. After these words, he left, and Ray walked further along the corridor, still sadly looking at the floor. He walked around the corner, and, seeing his friends there, stopped, and Skavia said that they would like to explain themselves. Gary folded his arms and looked away, saying that they weren't going to eavesdrop. Ray asked indifferently, "So they heard everything?" Skavia replied that it wasn't much, but at the same moment Gary answered honestly that they had heard everything. Skavia immediately turned to him with a confused and indignant face at the same time, and then told Ray that they had indeed heard his entire conversation. He walked past them and said that they should not worry. They did not discuss anything so important. Suddenly Gary raised his voice and told him to wait. Ray stopped, and Gary turned an angry look at him and exclaimed, "Did their promise mean nothing to him? What about Amy? Would his sister's death be in vain?" Skavia, who didn't know about this, was very surprised at first, and then pursed her lips and became upset, thinking that it was no wonder Gary had been so gloomy lately. After this question, Ray asked how could he forget about it. She is a person, she is his first friend. He clenched his hand into a fist and, looking down, said that it was not that he did not want to help Amy. He's simple. Skavia interrupted him and asked if he was just confused, wasn't he? With these words, she surprised Ray, because she hit the nail on the head. He immediately turned around, and she said that she knew he was in pain. She looked down and said that deep down he was angry at those terrible people, and he feels guilty for being angry with his friends and innocent people. But he is not to blame for anything. Ray turned his body towards her and said her name quietly as she continued. She said they wanted him to know that no one blames him. After the fight, they went down from the stands into the arena and talked with friends. Kale laughed and asked, "Wasn't he cool just now in the arena?" Martha said Ray was so good, they couldn't even lay a finger on him. Monk told her that her weaknesses were clear to Ray, so she should continue her training. Kale folded his arms and said that next time he would definitely defeat him. Martha smiled and said that she would bet 10 coins that he would fail. Remembering all this, Skavia said that whether it was Kale or anyone else, everyone would follow his advice. Gary agreed with her words and said that he knows how much injustice he has suffered in the past. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that let him believe he will not always be alone. Ray called out to Gary quietly, and he smiled and said that they would always be his family. He won't let him be alone either, will he? After hearing words of encouragement from friends, Ray thought for a while and then agreed. After that, they came to the stands together, and the battle was already breaking out in the arena. Martha noticed them and asked why they were taking so long. It's almost over. Dan said that she doesn't understand anything. There's nothing better than a one-on-one fight. He turned to Ray with a smile and asked, "Is this true?" When he turned to the guys, the smile immediately fell from his face, and he said that Gary was here too. Well, he's a leech. Gary got angry and said with offense that he would forgive him for that. Not paying attention to their friendly squabbles, Skavia approached Marta and asked how things were. "Is there anyone to pay attention to?" She replied that the third years are very good, and each is good in their own way. That young man over there, Harry, fights with amazing grace and is the only one in the arena who is not hurt at all. Gio, who wields an axe, has incredible strength, not lagging behind the first in terms of physical fitness and Kai. Sisters Zedong and Liushui are wonderful in their coordinated work. They are quite good in both attack and defense. She feels that even the Huang and Duo brothers probably don't have that level of nonverbal communication. She looked to the side and said that there was another one. Where did she go? Ray looked at the arena and said she was over there. Martha followed his gaze and, seeing Jasmine fighting in the arena, said that it was Jasmine. She's also in the top 5. After the fight, Jasmine smiled and said that it was a piece of cake. With the last participant eliminated, the organizer began to announce the results. He said he had to congratulate the 5 third-year winners. Gary's gaze, who had been watching the battle in the meantime, became serious, and he thought that only the decisive battle remained. After this, all the participants in the tournament gathered below the high platform on which the Knight Winford stood. He said that after 2 rounds of selection, they had identified 20 finalists. In the first round, second-year students exceeded all the expectations of the jury. While he was speaking, he noticed Ray among the crowd, and he, meeting his gaze, lowered his head and nodded. Seeing him among the crowd, Winford realized that he would continue to participate in the tournament and nodded to him with a slight smile, and then continued his speech. He said that the judges had adopted new rules for subsequent competitions. He asked them to look at the big screen. Above is the final table of participants in the competition. The table showed that Gary was supposed to fight against Harry, Skavia against Jay, Monk against Jasmine, Ian against Gio, Dan against Yace, Kale against Naya, Martha against Yingtao, Ray against Kira, Huang against Zidong, and his brother Duo against Liushui. After seeing the table, one of the students asked, "Second year versus third?" Another student exclaimed that this was not fair. Even if second-year students are strong, they train a year less than third-year students. Someone else said he was looking forward to these fights. After looking at the table, Gary turned his gaze to Harry and thought that he could not believe that he was his opponent. He remembered how he fought with a dummy in front of him, and with a slight smile quietly said that this is exactly what he wanted. Skavia, meanwhile, worriedly raised her hand to her chest and thought that she was surprised that she would fight against Jay, who was recognized as the strongest in the academy. Will she cope? Jay got a little upset and said that it was a pity that he was unlucky to fight that guy. Harry replied that he might still have a chance. Ray has grown a lot since their last meeting, and he would also like to fight him again. Jay replied that he was right. To fight him, it doesn't have to be exactly the tournament rounds. Meanwhile, white belt knights stood in the stands and watched the arena. One of them said that he was sorry that he would not be able to watch the fight today. Another guy said it wasn't scary. They come here from time to time anyway, so they'd better ask for a tour of the academy. Another guy said that they can discuss this later. First he will go to the elders. The guy standing to his left called him Big Brother and said that he was very busy as always. Meanwhile, Knight Winford said that the final will take place in a day. There will be no restrictions on weapons and equipment, so let them prepare for the battle in advance. Dan said it was easy for him to talk. He doesn't need to fight against third years with their equipment. They are at a distinct disadvantage. Ian smiled nervously and said that he should just regard this as another special training. Monk, meanwhile, was thinking about his opponent. Jasmine is a senior black belt, but if he wants to succeed, sooner or later he will still have to fight her. At this time, Ray was looking at the table of participants and, looking at the portrait of Cyrus, he thought, did his opponent never show up? No matter, it would be easier for him if he didn't have to fight him. Evening soon came. Ray asked his friends if they were going to come back. Gary stopped behind with the rest of the guys and said they were going to practice again. Ray said that then he would go home and they should try not to stay too long. After that, his friends left and he, looking at Gary's back, thought that he could not afford to lose this fight. He went to the dorm and thought that Harry was quite strong. He hopes Gary will still beat him. He remembered the conversation with the knight Winford after the announcement of the next test. Winford smiled and said he was glad he had changed his mind. What a relief this is. Ray replied that a couple of people had talked to him, which is why he came to this decision. He asked hesitantly, did he want to talk to him about something else? Winford said he couldn't talk too much about it, but all he would say was that the 10 finalists would be given the right to represent Avrian Academy at the Tournament of Nations. Ray exclaimed in surprise, 10? He thought there should only be 5 finalists. Winford said that all he can tell him now is that it has something to do with the Pureblood Guild, and the elders will announce it after the tournament is over. At least, he hopes that it is not in vain that he gives his place to others. Ray looked down at the floor and sighed, saying that these purebloods are again. Okay, he understood everything. Remembering this, he reached the dorm room and lay down on the bed, sighing heavily. He looked up at the ceiling and thought that he had not imagined that one fight would cause so much trouble. What will the purebloods do next? While he was lying there, he suddenly felt some piece of paper near the pillow. He immediately sat down on the bed and, lifting the pillow, saw the note and read it. It said about a meeting at the arena today at 9 o'clock, and this aroused Ray's suspicions. He thought, is this a trap? Soon evening came. Ray headed to the arena at the appointed time and thought that although Sir Kay and Winford asked him not to go alone, it was much more convenient for him this way. It's much easier for him to solve everything on his own. He stopped in the stands and, looking around, thought that whether it was a pureblood or a dark guild, he knew almost nothing about them. He needs more information to find out everything he can about his father. He used the dragon's eye to find out who called him to the meeting, but saw no one. He decided to sit on the floor and wait, thinking that even if it was a trap, it had better not be boring. Suddenly a shadow appeared behind him, and a man's voice was heard saying that it was such a coincidence that he finally had the opportunity to talk to him alone. Hearing these words, Ray immediately turned around and saw the third-year Jay in front of him, who with a smile threw a sword over his shoulder and asked, "These guys get in the way too often during the day, don't they?" Ray asked, "Is this him? Is he a pureblood?" Jay asked incomprehensibly, "Pureblood?" She pointed the sword at him and said with a smile that he had misunderstood him. He just can't wait to fight him. Since they couldn't cross swords on the battlefield, they might as well end it now. Ray turned away from him and said he wasn't in the mood. That's all. The thought flashed through his head that he thought it was a hint, but it turned out to be just some boring guy. Suddenly Jay pounced on him from behind and exclaimed that he was already here. So where was he going? Ray immediately turned around and blocked his blow with his gloves, causing a rush of wind to rise. He continued to hold his sword and exclaimed, "What's wrong with it?" He already said that he doesn't want to fight. Jay laughed and said he knew it. He knew he was strong. No one had ever withstood such blows before. Ray punched him and exclaimed, "Who cares?" Jay quickly backed away, dodging the blow, and then swung his sword, throwing Ray back, and said that if he wanted to end this quickly, then let him show him his real skills. After touching the ground, Ray quickly braked and thought that he was as strong as the lost cow god. He got into a fighting stance and said that if he didn't beat him properly, he wouldn't let him go. He thinks that if he doesn't push him hard, he won't leave him alone. But suddenly what he saw in the next second made him stop and get nervous. He saw a silhouette behind Jay and thought, "What is this?" Jay noticed that Ray was standing still and asked, "What is it?" If he looks around, he will easily attack him. Finally making out the silhouette, Ray noticed a mask with horns on his face and realized that this was a pureblood guild. His body immediately ignited with a bright stream of Kai. He pounced on the person behind Jay, who had already taken out a weapon, and told Jay to get out of the way. Jay didn't even understand what happened. Ray threw him aside, and he rushed straight to the pureblood. He pounced on the masked guy from above and attacked, but he also swung his spear and defended himself. Ray saw his hand collide with a wooden spear, and he gritted his teeth and thought, Did he block its attack? He decided to increase the distance between them and jumped back. He landed in the arena, and looking at the dark silhouette in the stands, he thought that something was wrong with this weapon. Jay, who meanwhile was still in the stands, approached the guy in the mask and asked where he came from here. He pointed his finger at him and exclaimed, "Didn't anyone teach him how to interfere with someone else's battle?" The guy in the mask just tutted in response and said that he was in the way. Jay immediately attacked and said that if he was asking for a fight, then let him fight him. Having decided to deal with him, the guy in the mask slightly waved his hand to his subordinates, and they immediately found themselves in the arena and surrounded Rei from all sides. Jay at this time attacked the pureblood and said that he had no desire to fight with someone else, but now he even likes it. A member of the pureblood guild easily deflected his blows with a spear. At this time, Rei hid his gloves and took out a sword, telling the rest of the purebloods that they were worse than pesky flies. He took a fighting stance, and the purebloods began to quickly approach him. While one of them was approaching Rei from behind, he realized something. A moment before the impact, he seemed to disappear into thin air, and his enemy was surprised by striking into the void. Others began to look around, and one of them asked where he was. He disappeared. The other guy said he was a black belt knight, so they should be careful. After these words, a dark silhouette appeared behind one of them. Feeling someone's presence behind him, the pureblood immediately turned around and saw Rei attacking him from behind, raising his sword above him.